Karts on the racetrack for heat racing here from Dousman, Wisconsin. We've completed our round of morning warm-ups, and now it is time to begin making the next step towards lining our grids up for main events tomorrow. Zane Burgess and Miguel Suarez are about to lead 30-plus micro swifts to green, and it is a fast run to the line. Will it get the green flag on the first time by? I don't believe we did, so we are going to send them around again, and we did have one still get spun, and that was the number 21 U-Race entry of Samuel Chavarri. So no green on the first attempt by, and at least the good part about that is we will get an opportunity to show you the starting lineup of how they will roll off here for the micro swift division. Zane Burgess on the inside of row 1, alongside him Miguel Suarez, Jake Manolio, and Santi Orioli on row 2, Alex.
Yeah, row 3 on back is Jaden Francisco, Easton Kabinski, Cam Johnson, Hudson Howard, row 4. Row 5, Wynn Godchuk, Dutch Westbrook, the two Bennett boys, then Marcelo Flores, Daniel Ramirez, Leo Simone, Mauro Nario, Nolan Carney, Sterling Mulata, Byron Boardman, Luca Besseril, Thomas Montalvo, and Lawrence Perriman. That's your top 20.
And the class continues to move on all the way down to the final few rows here at the back. As here, let's take one more quick look at that again. That was my apologies on the grid shop. We'll pull up our second page of rows here, going all the way outside of the top 20 down to row number 11. Dylan Braun and Victor Gus Wunderl and the rest of your favorite drivers as we look to the official lights here and get set to go green for the U.S. Pro Kart Series Micro Swifts. Let's take a look at it. 12 laps, attempt number 2. Burgess and Suarez looking a little better this time. Still pretty fast, but it will get the green, I believe, this time around. So we're underway as they go down through turn number 1, and we've got another one turned around. One more off. Lawrence Perriman off in the dirt on the exit of the first corner, and we are all spun around. Luca Beccheril was the driver out, and changing the lead up front. Miguel Suarez quick to the point there in turn 4, and right back is Burgess trying to answer, but he can't quite get the job done.
Already half a lap in to the first of 3 heat races today, and we're already seeing some great racing action side to side. That was a bit of a argy-bargy from Jake Manolio and Santi Orioli. Manolio on board the Team Ferris Racing Car Republic, holding on to that 3rd place spot. Here it goes to the inside. That's a move there for, I believe, what looks to be maybe Hudson Howard on the inside there. Now Santi Orioli finally gets his move done on Manolio. Kabinski giving the signal to Manolio to go, but that's going to cost him a spot there.
Let's see the movers and shakers at the end of the opening lap. Miguel Suarez leads lap 1 all the way back through the top 10. Jaden Francisco dropping behind Kubinski. Cameron Johnson there tucking in line. He lost the 10th spot to Leo Simone. And we've got a couple packs around, but so far so good for the leaders. They're a little bit spread apart, the first 3 at least, as we got one buried in the wall, and it is Perriman. Lawrence Perriman's opening heat from bad to worse now, the BJR MDR driver, and we've got also one off. That is the 91 of Jake Manolio going off there in the boot. So Manolio's going to pick back up somewhere around 15th or 16th. Looks like he got in line behind Hudson Howard. So craziness to start this Micro Swift opening heat with a couple of drivers having some early exits or at least early drops down the boards, and that really spaced out 4th on back now. As you can see, it's Kubinski moving up, and he's 2 seconds back from the leaders. Then Dutch Westbrook and Wynn Godchuk. Remember, they were on row 5, so they're now up a good bit. Danny Ramirez there in 7th, Francisco 8th, and then Simone and Cameron Johnson, your top 10, while Zane Burgess has closed up a little to Miguel Suarez.
Yeah, this is more of what we saw in the qualifying, as that is one of the Orsalon drivers out and about, and whoa, right in front of Dutch Westbrook. So Westbrook clearly frustrated there with one of the Orsalon drivers pulling right in front of him. That's going to cost him a handful of spots there. So unfortunate for Westbrook. After a great start, he's going to go back to about where he started, just outside the top 10 as a bunch of drivers got around him. But look at this, Zane Burgess, 3 laps in the books, starting lap 4, and carnage further back. That is turn 12 for a bunch of other drivers.
Yeah, well, I mean, the the lanes of the racetrack are so close together from one side to another that you have a lot of guys get pushed off in this hairpin here, and then sometimes just try and cut across to the boot, as we see Burgess retaking the lead from Suarez, and Orioli following into second there. Suarez kind of got tripped up on the outside curbing, but that second, infield hairpin that we just saw the leaders exit out of, it's so close that when you get kind of shoved off, your instinct and the first piece of asphalt that you find is about 10 seconds further ahead on the lap. And that's what, again, burned Dutch Westbrook. He's now down in 14th here at the end of lap number 3. Let's see if he can rebound at all with 4 in the books now. And Burgess back at the helm.
Santi Orioli looks pretty good here. He was quick in qualifying, but not as fast as Burgess and Suarez. But on race pace here, it looks pretty good early on for Santi Orioli. Almost halfway done on this 12-lap heat race. A lot of laps here in the heat, but with a shorter lap time, it won't really equate to a much longer heat race than we're used to. 3 heats on the day. It's all about being consistent. You want a good starting spot for tomorrow's main events. That's why you're seeing the frustration from some drivers who had a poor start to their heat number 1. They know now they have a tall task at hand if they want to have a decent starting spot for tomorrow. Speaking of which, Miguel Flores starting to fall off the pace here a little bit of the top 2. Burgess seems to be quicker on the exits of some of the corners, but on the fast stuff, Orioli's keeping tabs with them. It's a 3-car breakaway out front. Last time around, they had 2 seconds on Easton Kaminsky. We'll see what it's saying this time around. I think the gap is starting to grow. 2.5 now compared to the AEM driver.
Yeah, picking up a little bit. That was a 3/10 gain for them. And at the same time, Kaminsky actually lost a little to these 2 behind him. Jaden Francisco and Wynn Godshock picked up about a 10.5. Partly helped by Francisco getting by on Wynn, but Jaden Francisco and the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart is back to neutral after getting shuffled wide on the start, and he looks pretty fast. 4th fastest as of last time, actually 3rd quickest. He was a little better than Miguel Suarez, the 3rd place driver and original race leader for the first few laps. So great start for Suarez fading back. Well, now a not so great start, but good middle section for Jaden Francisco as he's already begun to open the gap up back to Wynn Godshock. So a pack of 3 up front. This next group of 3 here with Kubinski back to Francisco. Francisco there again matching the leaders. Burgess a 71, Orioli a 73, and a 78 for Jaden Francisco. He's the only other one on the racetrack in that same 10th bracket.
Yeah, we expected this from Jaden Francisco, though, as Leo Simone now starting to lead this next group of Danny Ramirez, Cam Johnson, Marcelo Flores as well, just off that group of 3 drivers. Speaking of group of 3, these leaders are starting to close up as well, using all the racetrack and some there for Miguel Suarez. I'm surprised that with the pace that we saw from Burgess in happy hour and qualifying, it hasn't really looked to be the same thing here in the heat races. I think this is kind of showing that as much as the draft isn't a factor, I think it's keeping these drivers in play. Obviously, Suarez was about as quick as Burgess was throughout most of the session yesterday, but Santi Orioli has found some pace on board that MPG go-kart. Speaking of finding pace, there's Jaden Francisco up a spot and pulling away from Easton Kaminsky.
Yeah, that was a good move down at turn 1, and as he made it, he also set the fastest time of the session, 50.545 for Jaden Francisco. That was a burner to move up into 4th as the leaders stay together. They've got 3 seconds back to Jaden, so his forward progress is probably going to end there at position number 4, but it's a good bit of momentum to take into the final 2 heats on the day that will, again, follow our lunch break here after heat 1. For now, though, new leader, Santi Orioli with a good move in the back hairpin as we come to 4 laps to go here at the line. 8 laps in the books. For the first time here today, it's the MPG OK Pete Kart Republic at the helm.
Yeah, we saw Orioli give Burgess the signal of let's work together, push me. Let's see if Burgess decides to follow him through, because normally when a driver gives a signal of please help me, it usually means pass me. So a lot of drivers tend to ignore it, but as the leader, clearly Orioli feels as though he is quick. Jaden Francisco started last time by, lost a bit of ground to the leaders. Naturally, when you make a move on the inside of turn number 1, one of the fastest corners on the racetrack, that tends to happen. So the RPM driver about 3 seconds behind these leaders. I doubt he'll be able to make up that much ground in the remaining 3.5 laps, but he'll take a 4th place. Especially, we got to remember, Jaden Francisco did that qualifying lap to put him inside the top 5 out of the slow group. So the RPM driver has been incredibly impressive all weekend long, and if he could just figure out Cam Johnson slowing down, must have made a mistake in the middle section of the racetrack. He was running 9th at the start of that lap, so a big mistake there from the Franklin Motorsports Merlin driver. He's off the racetrack. He's going to fall down a bunch of spots. That's going to put Leo Simone up to 7th. Manalio now on a comeback drive back to 8th, and then Mario Nario up Maronario up to 9th. Dutch Westbrook, another driver on a comeback drive. He was down at 14th at one point, back to 10th.
Yeah, so the recovery for Dutch Westbrook is at least getting him back to about where he started. As we take a look here on the overall net gains up or down. Big moves for Leo Simone and Jake Manalio on the other end. Down 5 for Jake, up 5 for Maronario, up 6 for Leo, and up 3 for Win Godshock. Westbrook is back to neutral, but he was up a ton of spots prior to that. How about the couple of U-Race drivers down there in 14th and 15th? Dor Ehrlich and George Ho are up a ton of spots here in heat number 1. So a massive leap forward, and sadly the two big losers so far have been Lawrence Perriman and Cameron Johnson, as they both have remained on the racetrack, but sadly so has the rest of the field, so their woes that took them out of the running still have them pretty buried in the pack. As you see Zane Burgess starting to get a little creative. Orioli has been just fading about a car length or two to the low side. Now he's going to go way low into the back hairpins. Burgess has to follow because Miguel Suarez is still applying pressure for the second spot. And we're going to head to the white flag still with all 3 drivers in the mix here for this fight for the win in heat number 1. Orioli out front, Burgess second, Suarez right there in third on the purple and pink.
That 16 machine, making that 1 meter wide Microswift go-kart look much wider as Burgess thought about a move to the inside of turn 3. That's going to cost him on the exit there. Orioli actually didn't have to defend into 4. That bad run out of 4 is not going to give Burgess another chance in the 5. Doesn't really go for a move there. A little wide for Burgess. It's going to ruin his run through the chicane here. But this section of the racetrack where we've seen Burgess be quick, but Miguel Flores sneaks up the inside of turn number 7. What a move for the 26 machine.
Yeah, nice over-under by Miguel Suarez to take over second. Burgess trying to take it right back. He got a nose down low, and he will in the second to last corner. Now he's got to defend in the back hairpin here as they set up the run to the line. It will allow the leader to get away. Santiago Orioli will score the Heat 1 victory here in Micro Swift. Burgess second, Suarez third, Easton Kubinski getting back around Jaden Francisco on the final lap. He'll get fourth as we got problems further back. Dor Ehrlich, oh no, and around and stuck on the grass there halfway on the side. And the number 50 had climbed all the way up to 15th. He had so much going. He will not get to finish. He will be the one of 2 drivers that will not finish this heat race here, along with Byron Bornman, from what we can tell. So the number 50 will drop down the leaderboards outside the top 20, all the way to what should be 31st or so. Looks like Jack Katowski was the other driver potentially involved. Katowski falls down the order as well, but for your top 15, you can see the deltas down through it. There were 3 that were above the rest, and even then that second group was relatively close, but not super close either. Orioli over Burgess and Suarez, Kubinski and Francisco, your top 5. Down from there, it is Win Godshock, Leo Simone, Jake Manolio, Maronario, and Daniel Ramirez, your top 10 here in Micro Swift's opening heat on the day. They'll get 2 more chances at it with that original qualifying lineup. Here's how the rest of the field fared, back down to 30th. Thomas Montalvo on that U-Race Parolin was one of the last ones to cross the line. And then sadly, again, 2 DNFs here from the 32 in this field. Dor Ehrlich and Byron Bornman out in this opening heat. So out of all of that, a little bit of a fast start and a pretty crazy run. To have only to have a 30 of the 32 cross the line is, I think, still pretty good, Alex, but definitely a crazy start.
Yeah, we saw it. I mean, it took them 2 times around to get the green flag with how quick and eager they were to get the green flag. But good second start for these drivers, and we saw a bunch of karters throughout the field, but good to see most of the field finish. I will say the last couple of laps must have been pretty chaotic for the likes of Dutch Westbrook and others, because their final few laps were in the 54 range with the leaders doing 50s. So I think that midfield is just where you don't want to be in that Microswift category. Nonetheless, though, it's time for some KA Junior racing. This is the first of 2 groups.
Yeah, the first of 2, and well, let's take a look at how they're going to line up here for this KA Junior opening heat race here. Chico Brown will start on the inside of row number 1. Alongside him, Enzo Vilmontien. These 2 have given us quite a bit of action, especially just in the month of June alone. And they will be joined up front here on row 2 with Braden Zerbs, his BJR MDR LN kart, and Michael McGoy from Ryan Perry Motorsport.
Yeah, row 3, Alexander Vanchev, very impressive this weekend on board that Sody Kart USA machine. Eric Doan up there in the row number 3, Drew Jensen, Nathan Golseth, Cash Perkins on the SCR red speed there, alongside Brandon Siraki. Then it's going to be Chase Gassi at lead, Travis Pettit, Luca Popescu, Nathan Dupuis, row 7, Hector Iturriaga on the CRG machine in row 8, alongside him, Chaz Varile.
Then the final 2 rows in your top 20, Martin Jaramillo, Juan Paramo, Jackson Elefante, and Roberto Ronderos round off row number 10. And as we take a look back here, there should only be, I believe, 1 to 2 more rows starting, and it's just that last row with Tristan Murphy and Luke Tall. Here we go, though. We're going racing down to turn number 1 on the first try by. No. Looked like it might have been a shot for the field, but for the second race in a row, we will have to send them around and go for attempt number 2 to get underway. Turner Brown and Enzo Vidmontien a bit too early for the first punch-off point here in KA Junior.
Yeah, it's the number 1 jitters. You know, these drivers just want to get the racing going. They have 3 of them today to get through, and so far we're 0 for 2 on getting the green flag first time around for Turner Brown. Enzo Vidmontien, they're going to have to go around one more time. They don't want to mess it up again, though, otherwise might have to switch the front lanes.
Well, again, Enzo Vidmontien out of Florida, Turner Brown out of California, and the fact that we haven't had a national event here in more than a decade. They've never raced here, so they have not gotten a good grasp of what the starts should look like, where is a good punch-off point, and what they can do to kind of play with the tools that are in their toolbox, that restart or that start zone that the pole man has. But Porter, the U.S. Pro Kart Series head flagman, lives just down the road in Milwaukee. He spent a lot of time at this racetrack. It's actually where he's actually spent most of his racing laps as a driver as well. So he knows what it should look like, what it needs to look like to be the right speed and the right spacing to get us cleanly through turn 1, and he likes that one. Green flag, lights out, and good start for Turner. He'll get the lead, and Braden Zerves has a bit of a nose ahead on Enzo. He should be able to take over second. He does, and side-by-side Vanchev into third.
This is what we were talking about earlier on in the warm-up sessions. It didn't show as much in the Microsoft class, but here in KA Junior, it's what we expected. That inside row is where you want to be. For Vidmontien, he couldn't get down to the inside lane. Turn 1, you can get away with it, but if you're still on the outside in turn 2 and 3, he's still having to fight for that spot there. That is Eric Doan for that battle for 5th or 4th now. As we see him move to the inside, there's a very racy Alexander Vanchev up to P2 already.
Yeah, very, very aggressive Alexander Vanchev, and now Michael McGoy is going to go by an Eric Doan as well. That'll bring Nathan Golseth into the conversation. So it's Chico, back to Vanchev, Zerves, Vidmontien, McGoy, and Golseth. Did get around Doan there at the line, so Nathan Golseth up a couple spots on this opening lap as well in that Arcane and RPM combo entry back in the 6th position. But Alexander Vanchev, like you said, impressive to start where he did. Even better to have the run that he's going here right now in P2.
Yeah, I mean, he made the switch to Sody earlier on in the year, but this is the first weekend where he's really seemed comfortable on board that machine there. He had a decent qualifying inside the top 4. It put him on a decent starting spot here in the heat race. Looks as though not the pace compared to Chico Brown, who's pulling away from the rest of the field, but further on back, there's a lot of racing action going on. That was Nathan Dupuis on the inside there, and there's Travis Pettit trying to follow through as well. Pettit, remember, didn't have the qualifying he would have liked. I mean, out of the slow group, it's impressive to be about 21st, 22nd there. But the start of this race, he started 11th, down to 13th now. So going backwards is the Race Live TV card.
Yeah, well, the big backward slide that lap was that white helmet just in front of him. Nathan Golseth just went from well inside the top 10 to well out of it, as now Luca Popescu leads that train in the black and white GFC. Pettit now going around Golseth, and another driver behind. I think that's Jaramillo also trying to get past him as well. So Nathan Golseth was up a little bit, now down a net loss of 4 from his 8th place starting spot, and just ahead of him again, the lime green cart of Travis Pettit pressuring the LN cart of Cash Perkins for Speed Concepts Racing. And up the road, some more passes made here. Nathan Dupuis, his march forward continues on that super tuned Tony cart. Not a good qualifying effort for the Canadian, but he is now well into the top 10, getting around Popescu for the 9th spot. Is up front, changing the lead. New leader, Alexander Vanchev, takes over the point in turn 5.
Wow, he was 0.3 faster than Chico Brown last time around. It showed their new leader, but look at this, the fastest driver on the racetrack, the only guy in the 47s last time around, Enzo Vidmontien, after a poor start He's back on the bumper now. Braden Zerves expect to move potentially the inside here. There he goes. Braden Zerves to P3, Vidmontien, or P2 for Zerves, 3 for Vidmontien. Chico Brown started this lap in first, down in fourth, and here comes the driver in fifth. That's the RPM machine. Michael McGoy's in the mix.
Yeah, Michael McGoy lurking to try and make it 5 cars here in this lead group. And he's got plenty of laps to continue to push his way there with a big lap last time, and this will help some more. Braden Zerves now to the lead. Vanchev back to the inside. Here's Vidmontien going through for second. So Alexander Vanchev, Enzo Vidmontien, Braden Zerves, Turner Brown, and now you can call it 5 officially. Michael McGoy is there as Brown. Little hiccup as he kind of got tripped up behind Zerves, and that's going to open the gap a little. Hopefully didn't knock that bumper in on the 836 machine, but that was going into the boot there in the infield. And now Michael McGoy trying to take advantage. He'll go to the inside on Chico for P4.
This is exactly what I was excited about when I knew that we were going to Dousman, Wisconsin, is the natural accordion effect. The more moves you make up front, the more drivers that are going to join the lead group here. It was 3, it became 5, and looking further down the order, Chase Gassiet-Lee has brought Drew Jensen with him. They're only about 2 seconds back from the lead group. Gassiet-Lee up 5 spots here. Drew Jensen to where he started. Cash Perkins up a spot as well. But the more the 2 leaders fight, the more those teammates can join the mix, and they have. As Chico Brown back to the inside, he's going to make that move stick on Michael McGoy. They're going to go side by side through 6 and 7. That's not where you want to be if you're McGoy, because that's exactly what's going to happen. But Chico Brown with a bad exit. Chase Gassiet-Lee says, thank you very much. I'll take a 2 for 1.
Yeah, both of the Nash drivers picking up spots there. Gassiet-Lee and Drew Jensen. Jensen's going to try and get another one here, it looks like, right behind, and can't quite, as Vanchev covering the low side off there from Zerves keeps the lead out of the back hairpin. 6 down, 6 laps to go here in K Junior's opening heat. And check it out, Drew Jensen will pick up another spot as he gets by on Chico in turn 1.
Chico Brown struggling here on in the heat race. There's the move to the inside. Braden Zerves going to go for P1. Vanchev holds on to second. Vidmontien thought about a move there, but thought better of it. Chase Gassiet-Lee, what a run for the Nash Motorsports OTK driver on the bumper now of the lead group. Going to push Vidmontien wide, side by side through 7 and 8. Vidmontien has the preferred line there, entering 9 and 10 here through the fast left-hander through 11, now down to 12. Maybe a move to the inside. Vanchev back to the lead. Vidmontien going to push Zerves onto the dirt a little bit. He's up to second. Gassiet-Lee throws up the inside. He's the third.
Yeah, Chase Gassiet-Lee continuing to march up the boards here. Let's check out all the movers and shakers as we have hit the halfway mark with Enzo Vidmontien going by Vanchev there and just giving him a little bit of elbow grease on the way by with that right rear tire. Vanchev now covering off from Gassiet-Lee. He's got to focus forward, but Chase is not giving him any chance to do it. He takes over second, and they're going to stack up behind the Coastal Link custom printing Nash machine. And as well, Braden Zerves has a hungry pack lined up with him. Vanchev going to get back around Gassiet-Lee and Enzo Vidmontien. How many times have we seen him do this here, Alex? Work his way through the pack, even when he gets rattled a bit, and then right as he makes that move for the lead, he triggers them into a fight for second, and he just gets away with a huge gap.
It's smart stuff there from Vidmontien. He knows how these drivers like to battle it out, and he said, you know what, if we're going to race for second here, I might as well put myself in the best spot possible and go to P1. And now Vanchev is stuck in a battle for second with a train of about 10 to 12 go-karts. He leads the second train ahead of Gassiet-Lee. Braden Zerves now going to shove his way through on Gassiet-Lee. Here comes Cash Perkins on the SCR. Redspeed trying to make a move. Chico Brown is just stuck there in that 5th or 6th position there behind Tim McGoy. Then Drew Jensen couldn't really follow his teammate through a couple of laps ago. He's now side-by-side McGoy, but on the wrong side of the racetrack, a little bit of side-to-side contact there. And now here comes Nathan Dupuis. Couldn't make it stick. This is a really big group from second on back to about 15th there with Golseth.
Yeah, I mean, this is the majority of the field on the racetrack, and there's only 22 cars in this split heat. But Enzo Vidmontien now leads them with 3 laps to go. Vanchev now 2.6 seconds back with all the battling. Check out the pushed-in front bumper. That is on the 887 CRG of Hector Iturriaga, so he's definitely got both sides in his. Little bit of contact between the 2 LN carts, and now lots of moves there. Big diver from Gassiet-Lee to take 1 spot away, and Michael McGoy getting 2 as Turner Brown was kind of following, and they were 3 wide, 2 wide, and ultimately it's a net gain of 0 for Brown, a net loss of a couple for Cash Perkins. And Chase Gassiet Lee, Michael McGoy moving forward now with second and third safely up the road. This is the highest running battle we've got. Little carb adjustment there as the penalty flag is being displayed. That is the 826 Nathan Gulseth staring down a potential position penalty. Not sure what it may be for, but there you can see on the official flag system, the 826 with black and white penalty flag here with 2 laps to go.
McGoy there, what a move. We saw it just at the end into turn number 3. He reclaims the lead of this group with Chico Brown out the inside there of Cash Perkins. Gassiet Lee back up to about 5th position. These drivers have not stopped battling since the green flag is waved. And for Chico Brown, must be pretty frustrating knowing that the pace is there on that RPG Cosmic. Not as much, I'd say, in the heat as we would have expected, as Gassiet Lee now going to throw it up the inside of turn number 12. Can't hold on. Now has to put Zerves almost onto the dirt, or Perkins onto the dirt there.
White flag in the air, 1 to go for Vidmontien. The battle for second still isn't done. Vanchev's got Zerves running him down. And this group in the top 10 has been fighting every single lap. Gassiet Lee getting as high as second now behind his teammate, trying to move him up the racetrack a little bit. And Drew Jensen hanging on strong, forces Dupuis now to the outside. Does Gassiet Lee there back and forth. This is back for about 7th and 8th here. Couple drivers together further off. Brandon Siraki's involved. One more is Tristan Murphy involved. And so is, I believe, Eric Doan in the 843. So chaos just around 13th, 14th, and 15th, while going to the back sector for the last time, and now rounding the dog leg, Enzo Vidmontien is going to escape the fray to win it. Vanchev hangs on over Zerves. McGoy will finish 4th. Cash Perkins is going to get 5th, ahead of Brown, Jensen, Pettit. Gassiet Lee is going to fall. Oh, wow, Gassiet Lee down to 19th. He must have gone off as well. And we checked back to catch Murphy, Siraki, and Eric Doan going off the racetrack. Chase Gassiet Lee with a crazy final lap that sends him to the weeds. Luca Popescu also a rough final lap. He loses a number of spots, falls outside the top 15. So Vidmontien ends up with a safe win in Heat 1 over Alexander Vanchev and Braden Zerves, but it was far from safe for most of that race here. And again, Gassiet Lee, Murphy, Siraki, Eric Doan all had good races compared to where they started up until lap number 12 of 12.
Yeah, that was a bit of a learning race for a lot of these drivers. We've mentioned it a lot. This is the racetrack that not many have been to, especially on the national scene, haven't been here in almost 11 or so years. So many drivers not really knowing what it's like to race around here. They know what it's like to drive around here, do some practice, do the qualifying. But in heat number 1, we know there's a lot of passing opportunities, but the drivers are starting to really learn what corners are best to pass on so you don't lose a whole bunch of ground. Nonetheless, that was the first of 2 groups. This is the second group now with K.A. Junior. Well, welcome back to Dousman, Wisconsin, here at Millwright Raceway. We just saw the first of 2 groups in KA Junior. This is now C versus D, row 1. Benham Abernathy and Sebastian Garzone, row 2. Diego Ardiles, Amador Martinez, and his Ty Fisher, Brady Shad, Davin Roberts, Asim Dromalev, Jackson Wolney, Peyton Fan. That's your top 10.
Row 6, Dean Peterson on the inside on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart, Max Weiland. on the outside. Then it's Sebastian Venegas and Isaac Nolan on row 7.
Row 8 on back, Mateo Calderon, Matthew Cagle, Jude Thurmalaswamy, Giovanni D'Antonio, then it's Jack Fiber and Luis Fernandez. That's your top 20 there on row 10.
Final row on the grid here of the 11 rows is Bristol Borman all by her lonesome back on the Nash Motorsports Tony Kart. So here we go for heat number 1, Group C and D, as Porter stands by ready to see if they're going to come to the line slow enough, and it looks like it will be. A good start attempt. Benham Abernathy, Sebastian Garzone have us underway down through the first corner, and a good start for both of them should slot them to first and third, as Diego Ardiles was able to slip by on Garzone to get to second.
Unlike the first heat race, the outside row doing a decent job of slotting in line, getting to the inside row. A couple of drivers further back, one of them being Jackson Wolney, way off the racetrack. He's going to lose a handful of spots. Yeah,
Wolney off, and it looked like another one might have been one of the Franklin Motorsports Merlins of Brady Shad. There is the 890. That is one of the Ryan Perry Motorsports machines. That's Antonio. And there is the 881 of Fiber. So it was Fiber off, not the Franklin Motorsports entry of Brady Shad. My mistake. One lap complete, though, and just as we were checking in on the drivers that faded back, our leader has been shuffled back. It's Ardiles getting to the point in the second half of lap 1 over Garzone and Abernathy. And you saw Max Weiland there shutting the door on Isaac Nolan, who was trying to get by him for 11th. Moves to the rest of this field. That is a nice pass by the Nash entry of Dean Peterson. A nice move there from Benham Abernathy on Sebastian Garzone. And it has all given Diego Ardiles a little bit of breathing room already. The SCR Red Speed pulling away very quickly here. Look at the gap he built off just one pass, and well, it might get bigger because Garzone got a massive shove from Amador Martinez. Martinez now going to send it so far deep in that last corner that Garzone's almost going to beat him to the finish line.
Up on the curving there for Amador Martinez through 14 and 15. Whoa, really slams the door shut on entry of T number 1. And Asen Dramalev is going to take advantage of that. That's one of the Orsalon drivers further back into the pillows there, I think so to 15. They're still side by side, and Garzone says, you know what? I'm tired of this. He shoves Dramalev off the racetrack. A bit of a hip check there for the Orsalon driver. Dramalev's going to lose a couple of spots.
Good recovery from Austin there to get in line just ahead of Jackson Wolney, so he'll be 6th or so. Now Ty Fisher closes up to Sebastian Garzone. The driver that went off was Luis Fernandez. He has continued. Jude Thurmalaswamy is also further back, along with Jack Fiber from some early lap issues, as a nice pass is made there by Brady Shad. He gets around Sebastian Venegas for 11th. Holy moly, what a run from Benham Abernathy. That was a huge lap. He picked up over half a second on Diego Ardiles, and he is right back on the cusp of the lead.
Wow, we were just talking about how Ardiles looks to be in a great spot, but even a better spot is the driver in first now, the 877, Benham Abernathy. Let's see if Ardiles decides to work with him, unlike what we saw in in the group number 1, where a lot of the junior drivers decided to battle it out a little too early. There's still 8 laps to go in the first heat, C versus D, but Abernathy starting to gap Ardiles already halfway through this lap. It looks as though the pace on board that Oates driver development OTK looks to be very strong early on. Another driver looking strong is Amador Martinez. Once he got around Garzone and Dramalev, he hasn't looked back. Let's see what the timing says this time around. Crossing the stripe lap time wise, 48.2 for Abernathy, 48.7 for Ardiles. Fastest of the top 3, Amador Martinez.
Well, and again, to be fair, Ardiles didn't get a fair shake of it because he got passed, so that's going to hurt the time. But for sure, you can see the gaps opening, so he's losing a little bit. But Amador Martinez, we saw him aggressive early to get third and get away from Sebastian Garzone. He's looking like a genius right now, or at least a hero, because Garzone is in the middle of this 4-car pack that has not stopped fighting. Ty Fisher, Garzone, Wolney, and Austin Dramalev all were running 49 flats last time. And they've finally, at least for the moment that we've put the camera on them, gotten back to single file. But now, just on cue, as I say that, Garzone with a little send there on Fisher to retake 4th here at the end of this lap. So 6 down, or 5 down, 7 to go, and still just a lot of fighting here inside the top 10 that is hurting their chances of having any hope, really, to try and run down the first 3.
I'm very impressed with the driver making a move right here. Jackson Wolney, we saw him off the racetrack in lap number 1, down to 12th at one point as Fisher gets a little bit of side-to-side contact with Wolney. Drama Leaf's going to try to take advantage of that. It's actually going to cost him a spot or two. Davin Roberts gives him a little hip check. Max Weiland as well takes advantage of that one. So the Technocart driver thought he was going to claim a spot, actually lost 2.
Yeah, he was definitely going for it. Now down into the back hairpin here, you can see Roberts a little more narrow. That hurt his exit a bit compared to Ty Fisher, but they're all having to take some non-traditional techniques and find what works for each of them in those heavy grip Rhino liner corners. Let's check back in time-wise. 47.69 for Amador Martinez, 47.97 for race leader Benham Abernathy. As this group stays in tow, it is Amador now getting around Diego Ardiles for second, and he may not stop there. This is the fastest kid by quite some margin right now, while 6th, 7th, 8th continue to fight. Roberts, or 8th, 7th, 8th, 9th, Roberts, Weiland, and Dramalev. Then about a 4-second gap to Mateo Calderon on the Super Tuned Tony Kart there in 10th. But I think we've got a fight for the lead here looming. Maybe a lap away until Martinez can catch up to Benham Abernathy, but he is rolling right now. Even that time with a pass, he picked up time, and we got problems for Ty Fisher. Ty Fisher into the scale line. That is odd. I don't know what broke for the Race Lab TV driver, but he is done.
Yeah, a bit of a last-minute decision there from Ty Fisher. Decides something is amidst on board that Race Lab TV car. He pulls in. That's going to be a killer to his average in the heat races later today. Amador Martinez, like you mentioned, even with a pass, picked up pace on Benham Abernathy. They're both quicker than Ardiles last time by. Now that Garzone has finally gotten away from the group, he's pulled 1.2 seconds on Wolney further back. Wolney's by himself. He's 1.3 ahead of Davin Roberts. That group of Roberts, Dramalev, and Weiland is the closest group on the racetrack, but now Roberts has found some pace on board that RPM OTK. He's pulling away from the Technocart driver. This time around, they crossed the stripe. Martinez, another 10th faster than Abernathy. 4 laps to go, 6/10 to gain. It'll be tough for the RPG driver, but not impossible.
Benham Abernathy still gave up about a 10th last time by to Amador Martinez, a 47.77 to a 47.64. Diego Ardiles, he does not have the pace right now to run with them. He should be safe, even with the time he's giving up, to remain in third to the checkers, but he's going to be probably hoping for a little bit of battling and potential chaos for these two, because he doesn't have, I don't think, a shot at catching them at this rate. This time around, 9 complete, 3 to go. The top 2 through, then Ardiles, and then 2 seconds back from him to find Sebastian Garzone, who has just been stuck fighting more of this race than not on that Orsolone Tony Kart.
Yeah, the purple and pink Cosmic goes purple last time by, a 47.527. He is incredibly quick. He's closed the gap to about a kart length and a half now. This lead battle is on for the battle here for that, top spot in the second group of heats here for KA Junior. A good run out of 10 there for Abernathy, but Amador Martinez, this is where he seems to be really quick. There's a tighter line through 12, and it really helps him throughout that Rhino liner. Again, turns in earlier than Abernathy, but it doesn't seem to hurt him too much in the exit. Hopping in the seat is Amador Martinez, trying to get as much power out of as possible out of that KA Junior package. 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. Martinez a 47.474, another 10th and a half gain.
Yeah, he's just slowly inching further and further forward. He's not quite close enough to send it yet on Benham. And Benham Abernathy, to his credit, has picked up pace as well. He's feeling the pressure looming right now from Amador, so trying to keep him at this 1 car length bubble, and he's been able to do that here with a lap and a half to go. In fact, it's opened up to about 2. So while Amador Martinez has been flat flying to roll up to Benham Abernathy, Abernathy just needs 1 more good lap to hang on, and it'll be a first career U.S. Pro Kart Series heat race win for this young man. And for Hoach Driver Development, a great start to Saturday. White flag, 1 to go. Abernathy still hanging on. That lap was the first time in a while it felt like he actually held even or pulled a little from Martinez himself.
Yeah, let's see how it plays out with 8 corners to go here at Millwright Raceway. Martinez was actually close enough to potentially throw a move at the inside if he wanted to, but keeping it clean, playing it smart. He knows a second is better than potential contact, but look how close he is through 7 and 8. Maybe a move coming into turn number 10 here, not going to happen. This is where Abernathy seems to be a little bit quicker than Martinez, but this is as close as he's been in a 12. Did he throw a move to the inside? No.
And he had a little thought about defending there. He's going to definitely defend in this last corner. Martinez will try and cross him over. He just won't have anywhere to go with the run. Through the dog leg to the line. Benham Abernathy is going to win Heat 1 here for Group C and D and K Junior over Martinez, Ardiles, Garzone. And again, Jackson Wolney might be able to get a bit of a discount off his entry fee for the next event here after doing some lawn service on the opening couple laps. He ends 5th. Davin Roberts, Austin Dromalev, Max Weiland, Dean Peterson, and then Mateo Calderon. And on the last lap, Brady Shad, who got shuffled all the way down to about 17th or 18th, climbs back up to 15th with a pretty fast lap to boot, almost as fast as the leaders. But a race that saw Brady Shad start well further up than where he finishes is not going to be one that he'll be too thrilled about. So KA Junior is now fully through their opening round of heat races. They can begin to find a snack, find something to eat, grab some water and Gatorade for lunch, and then we'll be headed back to them for 2 consecutive rounds of heat racing in the afternoon. But KA 100 Senior up next when we return here from Dousman, Wisconsin. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Don't go anywhere. Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
The engines have come to life here for the KA100 seniors, and we are ready for the first of their 2 heat races. We've gotten 3 in so far to the opening round of heats. It is 9 total, so 6 remain, beginning with this one. And for your KA100 junior, 100 juniors all wrapped, we'll be hearing, I'm sure, at points from some of them. But let's take a look at the starting lineup here for Groups A and B in KA Senior. Austin Jers, overall top qualifier in his first kart race back this year. Alongside him, a driver who also has grown up and got a lot of laps here at Badger Kart Club over the years, Nick Terlecki.
Yeah, row 2, Cooper Shipman, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Quentin McPherson, AJ Myers, Connor Ferris, Max Altman, Colin Roos, Chase Biscaglia. That's your top 10.
Christian Miles and Cameron Weinberg make up row number 6. Then it's TJ Coyen and Lorenzo Kaufman back on row 7. KC's own Emery Lida back on row 8 alongside the Texan Beckett Friesen in that Arcane RPM combo entry. Valen Venkatesh, Ibrahim Dean on row 9. Row 10, Lucas Smolik and Luca Quattromano. And then on the final couple rows here as the field exits the dogleg, Dallas Dunlap, Clayton Slifer, and here we go with Tristan Farber looking for turn number 1. We've got the lights out and we're racing down to the first corner. Austin Jers versus Jesus Vasquez Jr. Look at Vasquez trying to get by him as well as Nick Terlecki is our first one from the outside to get the lead. And AJ Myers again in the grass here. He's going to hang on and at least get clear ahead of Cooper Shipman.
Impressive driving there. You saw how slick it was in the grass to keep that kart facing the right direction. AJ Myers holds on to where he started in that P4 spot for the first time all weekend. The outside row worked out, but Terlecki's now been shuffled back to that third spot. Jers back to the lead, Vasquez Jr. to second.
Yeah, and Terlecki now going to come under fire potentially from AJ. AJ with a big send in the back hairpin. Nick's going to over-under him and almost get clear, but AJ will hold the spot and Shipman will go by. Connor Ferris will go by. Terlecki looking down at the motor, hoping he's still got power as here comes Quentin McPherson down to the inside. Another one by on the 88, so something potentially amiss for Nick Terlecki here on the opening lap as we've gotten a big change. Jers, Vasquez Jr., then Myers, and now the points leader Cooper Shipman to the inside and through.
Yeah, Vasquez Jr. all over the bumper now of Austin Jers. Here's a battle further back. Terlecki still playing with the carburetor through every little short shoot that he can just to see if he can get anything possible. As Biscaglia up on the rear bumper there of Quentin McPherson. He spun around the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart public driver is going to go to the tail end of the field.
I think that might have been Colin Roos that he ended up climbing onto. McPherson was definitely involved. So was, there is a look at it. That's the 859. Indeed, Colin Roos, the Speed Sense Motorsports X-Spree, had a driver trailer in him, and then that might have knocked the chain off. So, or maybe the spark plug boot that sits on the top of the motor. So Colin Roos now a DNF here in Heat 1, not of his own doing by any means, while Austin Jers and Jesus Vasquez Jr. lead us through the infield section, and Cooper Shipman is already tracking them down. He was 2.5 tenths quicker last time by. Myers, Connor Ferris going along for the ride, and all 5 of them almost able to fit into frame now as they head to the back.
Yeah, and then further back, Terlecki's able to hold on to 6th right now. I think he might have been able to figure out some of the gremlins on board that KA Senior package right now, down to 6th now, but holding on ahead of Christian Miles, who, like I mentioned, after qualifying outside the top 20, obviously when the group split, started about 10th. He had a clutch issue. It became a sort of direct drive go-kart in a KA package. So for Christian Miles, I think he's fixed some of the issues that he has. Pace still not all the way there, and same thing for Terlecki, still slightly off the pace. Somebody who is on pace, though, Cooper Shipman, has closed that gap now even more. One of the only drivers in the 47.7 bracket.
Check out this, a very loose-looking front bumper for Jesus Vasquez Jr. That thing looks to be pushed in potentially on both sides. Look how loose that thing will bobble over the bumps here as he goes through turn number 10. So I think Vasquez Jr., he obviously is able to appeal it, but he might be looking at a penalty that could knock him way down the boards here in the first heat race of the weekend. So already there you can see it's definitely pushed in on both ends of how loose that thing is. And we've got also a penalty flag flying. That's for the 940, the Inter-MS Kart Republic, Luca Quattromano catching the eye of the officials as Vasquez gives a little wave by to Cooper Shipman. Says go ahead on through, not going to fight you for it. AJ Myers, he'll go by as well there for 3rd.
Yeah, respectful stuff there from Jesus Vasquez Jr. At this point in the race, feels as though maybe he doesn't have the go-kart to fight for the lead. Let a faster guy through, battle for the lead, and then maybe reclaim it later on in the race. Still 7 laps to go here for the top 4. Connor Ferris just trying to hold on at the tail end of this group of 5. He's kind of all on his lonesome there. 7 tenths back from Myers, but quite a bit ahead of Terlecki, still holding on to that battle for that 6th position. A.J. Myers looks pretty good. Vasquez looks quick. I was curious why he let him by, but I think it's just because Shipman right now at this stage in the race is quicker than all of them. Let's see when they cross the stripe. What are the lap times saying? Yes, Cooper Shipman at 47.4.
Well, there's two things you can kind of attribute to that. First, again, like you said, we're early in this race here, but more importantly, there's a bit of a pay it forward and kind of get it back type of debt that you can, get some goodwill out of the other drivers at the front of the field that you're naturally going to race against week in, week out, session in, session out by, knowing that if you don't have the pace in a heat race to make it easy on them, they might do the same if the rules are reversed come heat 2 or heat 3. Also, at the same point, his best shot at the win, if he can't get to Austin Jers himself, is for someone else to track him down and start a battle and bring them close. But now we have problems for our championship leader, Cooper Shipman, with a mechanical failure out of the last turn. And just like that, this race changes completely again. Something wrong there, and that one looked very odd, the way that he just instantly stopped on the racetrack, exiting that back hairpin. But Cooper Shipman now will go all the way down to last, and this will be a huge blow in what is one of the tighter championship chases so far this year.
Wow, major drama to start the morning at KA Senior. That's a penalty flag there for the 915 machine there. But yeah, for A.J. Myers, Vasquez Jr., it's a bit of an early birthday present for those guys, a free spot there. And for Vasquez Jr. especially, he's going to be rubbing his hands together, knowing it's one of the championship rivals that now is going to have a pretty bad points total for heat number 1. So far, lap time-wise, Jers putting in a 47.1, quickest of them all. Myers a little bit faster than Vasquez Jr., who's quicker than Connor Ferris right now. Not a lot of shuffling for position throughout the field so far. I think the biggest mover right now might be Emery Lida, up to 8th, up 7 spots.
Yeah, he's up 7. Dallas Dunlap is up 9 from the tail end. TJ Coyen, Lorenzo Kaufman, both up 4 apiece. 5 up for Beckett Friesen and 6 up for Lucas Smolik. But as we continue to check in here with AJ and Jesus, let's go find some more. Connor Ferris kind of by himself right there in that 4th position. Nick Terlecki. I don't think really that the pace has kind of come back to the Hotz DD Tony Kart. If anything, he's going to go under fire from Christian Miles here pretty soon. He just kind of got a bit of luck in the form of the crash that took out Colin Roos and Quentin McPherson and sent Chase Buscaglia around, because that really split the pack apart and gave him a pretty hefty gap. So it's Terlecki in 5th there, Miles in 6th. Then 3 together, Cameron Weinberg, Emery Lida, and TJ Coyen on the best kart. And then Lorenzo Kaufman about a second back there in the 10th position. So coming this time by to 3 laps to go, a big amount of space between all of our top 10. I mean, you got nearly 10 seconds from P1 back to 10th place here. Vastly different than the KA Junior Heats that we just witnessed.
Yeah, I'm very surprised actually with what Austin Jers has been able to do, pull away by 1.3 seconds, helped obviously by Cooper Shipman's mechanical issue there, and AJ and Vasquez having to get on the brakes on the exit of 13. But 10 laps done. We're on lap 10 now, so 3 laps to go. Christian Miles all over the bumper of Nick Terlecki. Here's Emery Lida losing a bit of ground to Cameron Weinberg, but both of them are actually gaining slightly here on this group. Last time by lost a bit because TJ Coyen and Lida were going at it.
Again, one thing to remember, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the championship. We're all in this heat together here. Of course, Vasquez Jr., the best of the 3, right now running 3rd. He'll get a lot of points. Miles knows that every point matters as well. That was why he was happy to take a 2nd to Paulie Massimino back at the Trackhouse Motorplex round, knowing Paulie was a one-off entry and not fighting for a championship. But Christian has started to fade a little bit. Looks like he kind of bogged the motor down. You saw him hop in the seat across the front straightaway. As we go back, let's check in with some more. There was Friesen and Dunlap continuing to march. Their charge may end right there, though, in 11th and 12th. And with 2 laps to go, it looked like Christian was going to get a top 5. Now he's going to have to fight really hard for it, because Nick Terlecki has kind of caught a second win. And check this out as well. A.J. Myers has pulled back away from Vasquez Jr. And speaking of second wins, Connor Ferris has rolled right up to Jesus.
Yeah, all over the bumper of the GFC driver. Thought about a move to the inside there, but Connor Ferris going to play it smart here. Knows the white flag is about to be waved for those drivers. There's Austin Jers. No worries for him in front or behind him. A.J. Myers, bit of a gap to Vasquez Jr. This is the closest battle we have on the racetrack, and they're side by side out of 1, through 2, Ferris has the preferred line. He's up to P3.
Yeah, nice for Connor Ferris on this last lap. I don't think Vasquez is going to fight it. He may not even bother protesting his pushback penalty because depending on how they finish, they may outrun it, and he would basically finish 4th either way. So it would save him the headache of trying to fight that potentially, depending on how severe the penalty will be on this last lap and how much Miles and Terlecki fight. But Ferris is going to cover low regardless there into the back hairpin. And up the road as they fight for 3rd, Austin Jers is going to go flag to flag. Dominant here in heat number 1 for KA Senior Groups A and B. AJ Myers 2nd, Ferris over Vasquez Jr. for 3rd and 4th, Terlecki 5th, and Christian Miles, something definitely started to go sideways, it looked like, for the Race Lab TV. He faded all the way back up to the front bumper of Cameron Weinberg. Then Lyda, Koyen, Kaufman, and on the last lap, Dallas Dunlap getting back around Beckett Friesen for 11th. Friesen 12th, Lucas Smolik 13th, Max Altman, and then Tristan Farber. Your top 15 from groups A and B here in heat number 1 for KA100 Senior. And then let's flip the page here. We'll take a look at the drivers towards the back half. Buscalia, a spin early, rebounds to 16th. Saw the penalty flags for Valen Venkatesh and Luca Quashimano, so they obviously had to drop back and give up some spots if they wanted to avoid any of those. If their drivers that they got into were still running. And then Ibrahim Dean and Clayton Slifer were the last to cross. As Cooper Shipman, the championship points leader, first big swing in the standings we've seen this weekend after doing a great job to qualify in the top 5 overall, suffers a DNF and a 21st unofficial results in Heat 1 ahead of Quentin McPherson, who has been so good this weekend as well back there in 22nd. So big swings here for KA100 Senior. And congratulations, Austin Jers. That's the first streak of perfection we've seen. We've run 3 heat races to this point, now put 4 in the books, and this is the first one where the pole man has straight up had everyone covered.
Yeah, but the one thing to note before Terlecki either had some pace issues, a bit of carb issues to start that one, the outside lane actually worked for the first time in 4 heat races. He got to P1, then lost the spot halfway through the lap, so it is doable. We talked about the outside lane is not really the preferred lane to be in. You can get through T1, but the ideal goal is to get to the inside before 2 and 3. Terlecki did a great job of that, so yeah, it makes sense because if you're on the outside lane, it's not ideal, but you have the proper, sweeping arc into turn number 1. So it's doable for the likes of the drivers on your screen right now, for Steven Iser, for Kane Martin, for Luke Welcome, Isambard on the outside there. They're going to look to, repeat what we saw from Terlecki, but for Mick Gabriel, he started on the front row here in Group C versus D.
Yeah, Mick Gabriel was fast in the slow group. Obviously, he had to go to that after not going out for the happy hour session, I believe. So it was a good run for Mick Gabriel in the AEM karting blue and chrome EOS card. And then, of course, to his outside, Steven Isert. A season that has been one of, kind of more down days than up days. But at least he could really start to put himself closer to that championship conversation with a good run here in Dousman. He sits currently 13th in the points, 510 out of the lead, but only about 100 away from the top 10 when you take into the fact that Jake Drew and Adrian Cruz are both absent this weekend. Drew, with his busy schedule, making it hard for him to be able to commit to the full year with GFC. And, of course, Adrian Cruz, wish him a speedy recovery as an arm injury, has put him on the sidelines for the last little bit. So that now makes it where at least if Steven Iser can roll this front row starting spot for his heat races forward and take that momentum to a good round of heats and a good main event result, a top 10 championship spot heading into the second half of the U.S. Pro Kart Series season, with still a full weekend at Cincinnati to go and a full weekend to close the year off at Newcastle Motorsports Park.
Yeah, lots of racing still to go here in the U.S. Pro Kart Series. I mean, we're only on round 3. There's still basically 3 rounds to go. So this championship is up for grabs for anybody really inside the top 10. You mentioned Iser at 13th, essentially 11th with the 2 drivers not making it here this weekend. And for Iser, if he can continue this great run of pace so far in the weekend, I think he'd be able to jump up a few drivers here with Mick Gabriel as well on the front row on the grid there. It was impressive what Mick was able to do. He did that in the slow group and still put it inside the top 5 in qualifying. So it's going to be Mick Gabriel and Steven Iser on that front row, Xander.
Finnegan Bailiff will start on the inside of row number 2. Alongside him will be Kane Martin as the pack makes its way out and onto the circuit. Let's take a look at the starting lineup here for Group C and D here in KA100 Senior. We've got, again, as we mentioned, Gabriel and Isert, Bailiff, and then Kane Martin on row 2, James Overbeck, and Alan Isambard back on row 3, Alex.
Yeah, row 4, Alex Feldstein, Luke Welcome, and then Jose Carlos Hernandez, Dono Bonilla, that's your top 10. Quentin Angeli, Ryan Persing, Keegan Kaminsky, Aiden Rudolph, Dylan North, Javier Herrera, Chloe Mack, David Martinez, Brian Rettig, and Gavin Wardle. That's your top 20.
Couple more rows to go, couple more starters still here in the 20-plus driver heat race, and it's just one indeed. 22 on the grid. Michael Boyadzis and Raheem Alibi back on row number 11 for Group C and D. And, well, the field is slow altogether and ready for 12 laps of action as Mick Gabriel lines up on the right, and on the black and orange Sodi on your left will be Steven Isert. There is Porter standing by, ready to get the 5th heat race of the day underway. Heat 1, C and D, Brandon Jarsakrak racing KA100 Senior, rounding the final couple turns and headed down the front straightaway. It is a nice and slow start here from Mick. Let's see when he decides to punch off and hit the gas. He's going to wait on it. It'll be a late punch off in the zone, and he'll get the lead through turn 1 with a nice start. But Isert is also going to get a good start. He'll slot into second.
That was sweet stuff there from Steven Isert to kind of pinch McGabriel down, compromise his entry to the corner, give him a really good chance to maintain that second spot. Finn Bailiff holds on to third there. That 4th place driver, Overbeck, he's up a spot. Caden Martin down a spot, and look at that. Steven Isert early on takes the lead.
Big diver there from Isert, and right as they had about a car length gap back to Bailiff, that evaporates with that one pass for the lead. Now, Gabriel's usually not a guy that's super over aggressive and eager to lead, but he's not going to fall too far back. I know he's probably got a lot of confidence in his pace, as Overbeck is going to send one there on Finnegan Bailiff. Kane Martin trying to go as well. He cannot. So James now to third, and that'll give a big gap further back as we've already got penalty lights going. Someone got a penalty on that opening lap already and getting handed out there by Blake Hunt and Porter.
Yeah, here's some side-by-side action. Isambard throwing up the inside of Alex Feldstein. He'll lose a spot to Welcome as well as Feldstein get put on the curb. That's the 999 there, getting a penalty, Xander.
Yeah, the 999, so that will
Whoa.
be, whoa, big contact there. The 929 up in the air. The 929 of Jose Carlos Hernandez in the mix there. Alan Isambard on the Sodi. Kane Martin involved. Bailiff, Overbeck. This is all allowing the top 2 to get a massive gap out front here. You can't even see them in frame. Look at that. They've got a full short shoot straightaway distance. Isambard and Bailiff now go by. Bailiff gets around both of them as Isambard and, we got one off. Keegan Kaminsky into the wall, coming onto the front straightaway.
It is way too early for the gloves to be off here in KA Senior, but it only took 3 laps for it to happen. You thought they would learn their lesson after watching the first heat in KA Senior, but this second group has decided, you know what, we're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to let the 2 leaders pull away here. Isambard having to defend now from the BJR MDR driver of James Overbeck. That defending is going to allow Jose Hernandez to get back into the mix. This is the battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th. This defending from Isambard is going to help the likes of Martin Bailiff pull away as well, but it's basically 2x2 out front, and then a battle here further back. Overbeck defending there from Jose Carlos Hernandez. This side-by-side action is going to allow Alex Feldstein in the mix, and then further back, that was Ryan Persing throwing some dirt on the racetrack.
Yeah, Persing way wide there. Obviously, he might have put it on 2 wheels to go off in the rut, and we focused in on that during the warm-up, that massive divot on the outside of the back hairpin has really caused some issues here, and it's only going to get worse. Let's follow up here with the battle. Hernandez getting by on Overbeck. Alex Feldstein trying to follow there in the middle of the racetrack. Feldstein tucking back in line. And there's Persing, and there is Aiden Rudolph on that black and orange CRG trying to march his way forward. A 31st overall qualifying attempt. Now he sits 10th here in Heat 1, and he's right on the cusp of picking up 4 or 5 more spots as Feldstein's going to send one on Overbeck. That'll send him to the weeds. And overall, another loss there on position for Overbeck as Aiden Rudolph gets by for 9th.
all of this racing is exactly what Aiden Rudolph was hoping for. I still don't think he has the pace on a single lap with that CRG Noto machine, but with this battling, he's one of the smarter drivers on the grid. As Persing back up the inside of Feldstein, Rudolph's going to try to take advantage of it, but he can't because Overbeck's on the inside. He beat him to it. We're about to go 3 wide here through 4 and 5. Rudolph's going to try to defend off of Bonilla. Defense turned offense now ahead of Overbeck, who loses a handful of spots there to Bonilla and Rudolph's teammate, as well as around goes one of the Nash Motorsports drivers.
That is the 984, Quentin Angeli. In fact, it was 2 Nash drivers involved, Angeli involved, and I think the other one was Gavin Wardle. So a couple of blue and chrome machines going for a ride as there's a big move from the 946 entry of Raheem Alabai on the Rocket Racing Company OTK. So a big pass for him there on Hector Iturriaga. And this is all, again, way back down the leaderboard because the leaders have gotten pretty spread apart. Mick Gabriel has since gone around Steven Eisert. I said he wasn't going to be super eager to lead too early, but nice move there as Brian Reddick takes his Merlin up the order. I don't know if everyone can remember what Reddick, remember, didn't get a single lap in qualifying. He had to start basically dead last for all of his heats. Brian Reddick now is up a number of spots here. That's a 6-spot gain, it looks like.
Yeah, good run there for Brian Reddick there, but this is the closest battle, I'd say, inside the top 10 or so. It's Kane Martin, Finn Bailiff, Alan Isambard. They've kind of spread themselves out here, but Finn Bailiff starting to close the gap now to the Nash Motorsports driver. All that battling in the first couple of laps has really extended the lead for the top 2, but since then, they've pretty much matched the pace of the leaders, but being 3.5 seconds back, it's really not going to give yourself a good chance at a victory here in the heat races. 7 laps in, or about 5 laps to go here in Heat 1, C versus D. Out front, McGabriel again extended the advantage now. There's a good look at it. It was about 4.5, almost 5/10. This time around, I'd say it looks pretty similar to what you would expect a 5/10 gap to look at. But Steven Eisert, Mick Gabriel doing the smart move, not battling each other. No need to. I'd rather take a first or a second than get stuck in that mid-pack group.
Yeah, no, take your time and learn. And again, Gabriel there, you saw him bucking through that back hairpin. Steven Eisert's getting a great viewpoint of his competition right now, following the veteran Mick Gabriel around here with now 7 laps complete and 5 laps remaining in heat number 1 for Group C and D. Kane Martin and Finn Bailiff further back. They were a good bit quicker than the leaders, actually. Had they been able to get through the madness maybe a little bit sooner, they might have been able to really hold the candle to them. 47.412 for Kane Martin, 47.744 for Mick Gabriel. That's a 3.5 gain, but they are 3 seconds back from the top 2. And Eisert is, like you said, just kind of playing it smart. He's not really, passing and diving, and Mick's not defending either. So they should both be well and clear to finish first and second at this point. But at that same, moment, you look at the lap times here of this group of 3, and you get pretty fearful if you're one of those top 2 drivers when you stare down heats 2 and 3 later today. And the same here as well. Let's check in with Alex Feldstein. He is back around Aiden Rudolph. 8th for him, 9th for Rudolph, 10th for Raheem Alabai. And what a terrible heat. It just gets worse now for James Overbeck. He got to 3rd at the end of the opening lap. He is fighting to stay inside the top 10. He's going to lose 2 spots now as he goes back to 13th behind Brian Reddick. So this has just been bad to worse for the 948 machine. Now he's got Javier Herrera right there in the 971, the next one to challenge. Here comes Javier, inside and through, and now Luke Welcome goes to work on Overbeck.
Potential crossover move coming from the RRC driver, not going to make it stick, but James Overbeck, either something's amidst on that go-karter. He's just been, on the wrong side of every single overtake, and I think that's probably a better case scenario here. Lap 10 underway, 3 to go here for Overbeck to try to do anything about this backwards progress, and it's going to be even worse now. He's down to 15th for Overbeck.
See, that move right there, Alex, that's what makes me think there's definitely something wrong, and I think it might be in the horsepower department because, he kind of got to reset through turn 1. It didn't look like he got a bad run at all. He should have closed up to that CRG of Javier Herrera, and instead Welcome stayed on his bumper, and look at the run here. He's already pulled away 3 to 4 car lengths, so no pace at all, and I think he might be down on some power. And sadly, again, that's, just a consolation that his driving is good and maybe the chassis setup is good or not, because all that really counts is where you stack up on that pylon there on the left side of your screen. Keegan Kaminsky, obviously, he's got a bad heat now with the DNF. Quentin Angeli out, Wardle out, and then the last driver running currently is Chloe Mack. That's only 4 spots back from James Overbeck as things stand. The good news, only 2 laps remain here, and it'll be over shortly. Finn Bailiff and Alan Isambard on your screen. This is the potential fight for 4th, as 3rd, 4th, and 5th all have been at points or another 2 to 4 tenths quicker than the top 2. Took them too long to kind of sort their differences out, but they are the 3 fastest on the racetrack, and it's not even close.
Yeah, it's a bit of a consolation prize for those 3. I think if they can get their act together for the next couple of heat races, we might be looking at a 1st, 2nd, and 3rd for these drivers with the pace that they've shown last time around. Once again, 2.5 tenths faster than McGabriel, 4.5 tenths faster than Steven Eisert there in 2nd place. So these 3 looking quick. Isambard quicker than his teammate for majority of this race, but like you mentioned, really that first 2 or 3 lap squabble that these drivers had is what cost them a chance at a victory in the heat race. Steven Eisert's in the same frame now as Kane Martin, but it's too little, too late. And here's your leader, Mick Gabriel, coming around the final few corners, Xander.
Yeah, Mick Gabriel out of the last turn here. He has played this one perfect. Didn't get rattled with the initial passes on lap number 1. Took his time, got back to the lead, and has pulled away. He wins Heat 1 for C&D over Eisert, Martin, Bailiff, Isambard. Jose Hernandez survives the mid-pack fray to finish 6th over Persing. And then look at that battle going to the line there. Aiden Rudolph on the last lap drops out of the top 10. Raheem Alibi gets around him. And what a crazy, crazy end here to heat number 1 for the KA100 Seniors C&D groups. There's a look at the top 15 as they cross the loop. Gabriel, again, by 1.3 seconds, but it was 3+ seconds back to Kane Martin. And in just the last couple of laps, he knocks that number down to 2.2 on head-to-head lap times alone. So big statement for Martin, for Bailiff, and for Alan Isambard. Ryan Persing up a handful of spots along with Feldstein there. Raheem Alibi into 9th. Donovan Bonilla from way back to 10th, just ahead of Rudolph there in 11th. So there's your top 15 finishers all the way down to Overbeck and Herrera. James was able to get at least 1 spot back, but his backward slide saw him go all the way down to 15th from at one point being 3rd. And then Dylan North, Michael Boyadzis, David Martinez, Chloe Mack, the last couple, and then it's Gavin Wardle, Quentin Angeli, and then Keegan Kaminsky, all with failing to finish. Wardle did finish. He was just a good ways back, but a couple of DNFs there in that KA100 Senior opening heat race for Group C and D. So we've got now more to roll here, folks, as that is still just group number 3 with the likes of X30 Junior and the Mini Swifts still on deck here for their heat races here. Mini Swift will be up next for their opening heat. Then X30 Junior, followed by KA Master and X30 Pro Senior for a short lunch break, and then we're back to it with 2 back-to-back rounds of heat racing in the afternoon.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
Welcome back to Dousman, Wisconsin, here at Millwright Raceway. We just saw some great heat racing action so far. On our screen now is the first heat for the Mini Swift drivers. Let's get our starting grid up on the screen. Parker Ives, Ashton Woon on the front row, Jose Carlos Murad, Josh Bergman, row 2, Nico Katowski, Royce Vega, Alex Chandler, Benja Fernandez, Enzo De Janeiro, Braden Wagner. That's your top 10. Karts are rolling onto the grid slots now. Green flag is out. Good start for the inside row. Parker Ives to P1. Ashton Woon's going to hold on to P2. Contact further back. That is one of the, I think, one of the OTKs there. Side pod up in the air. Look at this, side by side, further back, Caleb. That's going to be Marco Samet getting into it slightly there with, I believe, Royce Vega. Chandler goes way wide there on the exit of turn number 3. Carnage further back. It's all kicking off here on the first lap.
Yeah, already everybody side by side, everybody fighting for whatever inch on the racetrack they can take. Bergman gonna get ahead of Ramirez there and lead that second pack as Parker Ives and Ashton Woon continue to pull away here. And it's kind of been the story of the year in this Mini Swift class, right? For the drivers of Ashton Woon and Parker Ives, as long as they can keep their nose clean, let the carnage ensue behind them, they can definitely pull away here, Alex.
Yeah, it's what we've seen so far for a majority of the first heat races, this first round of heat racing action. If the two leaders can pull away, you just let the guys in third on back battle, because that's just the nature of this racetrack. There's so many passing opportunities that it basically is enticing for all the drivers behind. Like, how could you not take a free move? And that's how everybody feels. But it ultimately ends up costing you in finishing position. There goes Samet to the inside. Really going to push Alex Chandler wide up onto the curbing. He's going to retake that 6th position further back, side by side. That is one of the GFC boys going at it. That is Braden Wagner passing Tribe there.
Yeah, he's able to get Tucker Tribe that time by as they continue to cycle their way through. Chandler still behind Samet, so everybody a little bit of space. And as I say that, there goes Rivera on the inside of Bergman. So Rivera back up to the 4th spot, and now Bergman going to fall under fire here to Marco Samet, still battling all the way throughout. Parker Ives and Ashton Woon continue to work together, pushing each other forward. Murad sits in 3rd there on his lonesome. Rivera and Bergman, if they can work together, they can definitely close up that gap to the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart of Murad. So let's see what it looks like, and let's see if they decide to play or continue to fight here, Alex.
Ashton Woon, now your new leader. The Paralyn there goes to the Super 2 Paralyn goes to the top of the board ahead of Parker Ives. This is the first time all weekend that Parker Ives seems to be slightly on the back foot early doors here, 3 laps into a 12-lap heat number 1. And the Super Tune driver of Ashton Woon looking pretty strong. Look at this group. This is 4th on back. This is Javier Rivera, Josh Bergman, Marco Samet, Alex Chandler, Royce Vega, Grayson Walcott on board the pole position Paralyn machine. They're in 8th position. Rivera having to go defensive on Bergman early. The more you go defensive, the more drivers that are going to join this group. You see Chandler giving the signal to Samet. Let's look forward, push forward. Let's not let the likes of Jose Carlos Murad pull away, but that's exactly what they are doing. Rivera over his shoulder, sees Bergman's close. Do we see anybody make a move to the inside? Not going to happen there, but look at this. Parker Ives now has refound some pace on board that RPM machine. Speaking of finding pace, Royce Vega, after a bad start, gets around Samet and Chandler. Walcott around Samet now.
Yeah, Parker Ives lost the spot to Ashton Woon last time by. Woon went 2/10 quicker than Parker Ives. Murad was able to close down a 50.331 for Jose Carlos Murad. So he continues to close down his gap to the top 2. And these drivers on your screen here continue to fight there. Tucker Tribe in this pack, as well as Lorenzo Varela. And it's all single file looking at work their way further up the field as Bergman taps the back of his helmet. Wants some help from Julian Rivera. So let's see what it looks like. And they continue to fight here, Alex. But that gap still closing down to the leaders here if they can continue to do this. And there you see Bergman going a little sideways. Rivera on that rear bumper of the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. And Aston Wyatt in a CRG machine off the racetrack here early. Unfortunately, he was further back in the field, but lost a couple spots after that.
Unfortunate there for fast Aston Wyatt. He's going to go to the tail end of the Mini Swift category. Look at this. Josh Bergman around Rivera. Royce Vega now has gotten around Alex Chandler. This group is starting to spread out slightly, but still definitely the closest racing we have on the racetrack. Rivera over his shoulder. Looks like he has a slight gap to Royce Vega. Royce Vega's going to have to look over his shoulder soon to see Alex Chandler all over his rear bumper. Marco Samet now, after getting pushed off the racetrack early on in this one, is back on the bumper of Alex Chandler. Chandler, a mistake out of 13. It's going to give Samet a chance in 1 if he wants it. Doesn't decide to take it. Guess what, though? Look back at that top 3 group. It's Ives behind Woon, but Jose Carlos Murad last time by 2/10 quicker than your leaders.
Yeah, already closing down his gap for Jose Carlos Murad. Last time by, it was at 7/10 of a second, the gap to the leaders. Now it's at 6/10 of a second, so he's still getting time. And for those of you who are only 6 laps in, still a lot of laps left to go in this race. So Jose Carlos Murad definitely has a lot of pace in his Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart. So if he can continue to send the lap times that he's been doing, and if these two drivers continue to fight there, the likes of Parker Ives and Ashton Woon respectively, we'll have to see what it looks like for Jose Carlos Murad, because he has serious pace in that OTK, a 50.161, so 0.2 quicker a lap, and he looks a lot closer this time by, Alex, as they're still fighting further back for Rivera, Bergman, Vega, and Chandler.
Personal best is for your 2 leaders last time by, but not as quick as Jose Carlos Murad. Still, the Iron Rock driver pretty strong here. 7 laps into a 12-lap heat race. If the 2 leaders start the battle, I think it's going to bring Jose Carlos Murad into the mix. But right now, he'll certainly take a 3rd spot. He's pretty much in the clear from everyone around him. He's got about a 7/10 gap to the leaders in front of him. Almost 3 seconds behind is that big group from about 4th to 10th, consisting of Bergman, Rivera, Vega, Chandler, Samet, Katowski, and Benja Fernandez. Katowski's been very quick all weekend long. He's up to 9th. Benja Fernandez started where is at where he started right now in that 10th position. Look at this group. It's starting to spread out slightly, but further back. That is going to be Alex Chandler working together with Benja Fernandez, who's just gone around Nico Katowski. So Katowski now just falling outside the top 10.
Yeah, just there fell outside of the top 10. Bergman set a personal best lap time in the 49.863. He's lapping quicker than all the leaders, actually, by quite some margin. So Josh Bergman, definitely the driver on the hot seat here as he leads the rest of the pack. As there goes Fernandez on the inside of Chandler. Katowski looking over under the 2 of them. He's only able to get Chandler in the process, but Katowski up another spot and looking to charge his way further up the field as we check back in with Bergman and company, because that gap seems to be closing down. It's at just over 2 seconds, and we'll see what it looks like this time when they cross the stripe.
Yeah, the 2 leaders have found some extra pace on board the Super Tune Parallel and the RPM OTK of your 2 leaders, as Jose Carlos Murad, last 2 laps, has lost about a 10th to the top 3. I mean, it's still going to be a nice 3rd place finish unless the top 2 start the battle. We're on lap 9 of 12, 3.5 laps to go for the 2 leaders. Very mature driving from these 2 Mini Swift drivers here. Parker Ives, he lost the lead early on for the first time all weekend that he really wasn't topping the boards on the timing sheets or on the racetrack. But Parker Ives knows what it takes to win in the Mini Swift category, decides to push Ashton Woon, who is your points leader, heading into this weekend.
Yeah, and you see how serious some of these kids are on the grid before they even go out onto the racetrack, whether it's a warm-up session, whether it's a practice session. I mean, Alex, yesterday we walked by the 148 machine of Parker Ives, and he was just completely stone-faced, ice cold. You couldn't even say hi to him. He was so serious about the laps that he was about to put in, executing here this weekend, and that's why Parker Ives has as much success as he does. So he's definitely showing that here and taking the fight to Ashton Woon, who's been, one of the drivers who continues to fight with Ives. Woon was the round 1 winner at Speed Sports Racing Park, and he has really good paces. We have 2 drivers together, the 113 and the 100, the Braille Art Machine and the Ital Kart, out of this one early if they cannot get back going again. But unfortunate end to those drivers' race. But Woon and Ives, the story of the year across all the big 3 major U.S. karting series, and they continue to do it here in this one.
Yeah, the top 2 continue to pull away, but speaking of pulling away, Josh Bergman has pulled away from that group, and in a very stylish fashion, 49.7 and a 49.9. The 2 drivers that are in the 49s are the drivers sitting in 4th and 5th. That gap at one point was about 3.5 seconds. It's down to 2.2. There's only 2 laps to go in this one, so not enough for Bergman and Royce Vega to make any headway on the driver in 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. But it is a definite confidence booster if you're the TKG driver, if you're the Bannock driver, knowing that qualifying was kind of an issue early on in the year for those 2. They figured it out, and it's paid dividends for them in this opening heat race. A lap and a half to go here for Ashton Woon. They're going to catch a bit of traffic. He looks up the racetrack and sees that for this last lap it's going to be a little bit difficult here with traffic and Parker Ives. That's an early defensive maneuver there from Ashton Woon. This driving is going to bring the likes of Jose Carlos Murad back into the mix, Caleb.
Yeah, and Josh Bergman, I mean, you can't fail to mention, he's definitely closing down that gap, was about 0.3 of a second quicker. The white flag in the air and officially crunch time for all the drivers here on our screen. Woon defending from Ives already, bottom of the racetrack, trying to hold Ives back, And all the while, Murad that much closer and in striking range for a heat race victory here, Alex.
Ives now having to defend from Jose Carlos Murad. That defensive driving from Parker Ives is going to give Ashton Woon just enough of an advantage here over the drivers in the second, third, and fourth, where Woon won't have to defend for the rest of the lap. Ives will, though, through 10 and 11, now through the Rhino Liner section of the racetrack, turn number 12. I don't think anybody's close enough to make a move. It'll take an immense lunge to make it stick. But for Ashton Woon, through turns 13 and on to the front straightaway, he's escaped the fray. The 195 machine, the super tuned Paralympic driver, the points leader, wins heat number 1 ahead of Parker Ives, Alex Chandler. Josh Bergman at the end of that one brings it to 1.1 seconds. Then it's Royce Vega, Rivera, Salmon ahead of Benja Fernandez. A great run at the end for him, Alex Chandler. And then Lorenzo Varela, what a run for the Sody Kart USA driver at the end of that one.
Yeah, I mean, what a race, and that really looked a lot closer than what we thought. In between Bergman, Murad, Ives, and Woon. So, you know, it's definitely going to be something to watch whenever we get into heat race number 2, right? It just seemed like Bergman took him a little bit too long to really get the heat up in those tires and really start setting in some burners, but he was able to do it in the end. So definitely you get what you can take, and you get it done in the end. So you look down the rest of the field. Wagner 16th, Jimenez 17th, Klein 18th, and then Aston White was able to work his way back up to 23rd after having a spin early on. Lavin, and then John McClellan with issues for the 128. Unfortunate there for the National Motorsports driver, but that was it for our mini Swifts, Alex, and man, those drivers definitely delivered here.
They always put on a show for us. I think the biggest thing that I could take away from that race is, besides the Micro Swift drivers, every single heat race that we have seen, it really, the race ends on lap 3 or 4 because the drivers in third on back decide to battle for third rather than work together and catch up to the leaders. And that's what we saw here in this mini Swift category. If Josh Bergman, Royce Vega, and others would have worked together a little bit sooner, I think they would have had a real good shot at a heat race victory. But nonetheless, like I mentioned, it's a consolation prize, I'd say, for the TKG driver, for the Bennett driver, for that entire group from third to about 7th. They were setting faster laps than your 2 leaders. Who knows how hard they were actually pushing in heat number 1, knowing that the gap they had to the drivers further behind. But nonetheless, I think heading into heat 2 and heat 3, they have a lot to work on in terms of your 2 leaders, because the drivers in third through about 7th seem to have a slight advantage on pace.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. So we'll see what it looks like later on today whenever we get back from our lunch break. We still have, I believe, 2 or 3 races left on the day. Our KA100 Masters, our X30 Juniors, who I believe are coming out next, and our X30 Pros, the most exciting class of the afternoon. So we'll see what it looks like here in a couple of moments. But yeah, we're going to go to a quick break, and then when we come back, it's straight and ready racing with our X30 Juniors. Engines are fired as our X30 Juniors get set to go green here for the first time this weekend in racing action. Diego Ardila is getting set to go from the pole position and the inside line. Enzo Vidmontien getting set to go green on the outside of row number 1. Jackson Woolney getting set to go from the outside in row number 1. Enzo Vidmontien and Alexander Vanchev, row 2.
Chase Gassi at lead, Davin Roberts, and his Ty Fisher, Michael McGoy, Chico Brown, Victor De Alencar. That's row number 5. Then it's David Ramirez, Tristan Murphy, William Kim, Max Weiland, Braden Zerves, Levi Singera, Edgar Rodriguez, Jackson Elefante, Fernando Zapata. That is row 10 in the final row here in X30 Junior action. It is all about the SCR boys out front of Ardiles and Wolney. They were teammates earlier, now they're teammates again with Ardiles. It's a debut weekend on board the SCR Carlos Sainz go-kart, and he has been a rocket ship from the moment the green flag waved, Caleb.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown serious pace in his SCR Red Speed machines, and as well for Jackson Wolney, a little bit of a chassis change for him this weekend, switching over to the Kart Republics on both categories, both the KA100 Junior and the X30 Junior category here this weekend, and he seems to be super happy with that package here this weekend. So we'll see what it looks like for Jackson Wolney as he gets set to go green. Vanchev as well has, finally started to show some pace again in that Sodi Racing USA machine, and that's the reason he switched over, right? Wanted to be a little bit more competitive, wanted to race, wanted to be up there at the front, that much more consistent, have more consistent runs than he's had in the past. So already Vanchev in the top 4 in both classes and showing some really good pace in his Sodi Racing USA machines.
I've been very impressed with what Vanchev's been able to do. I mean, this is the first weekend that he seems really comfortable on board that Sodi Kart package, and it's really paid off, both in KA and in X30 Junior. This is a career best start for him inside the top 4 in X30 competition. For Chase Gassiet-Lee as well, we saw him in the KA category. Didn't have the qualifying he would have wanted, but he got up to P1 early on in that heat race. Unfortunate contact towards the end put him 19th. He's going to look to make amends for that here in the X30 category. This is heat number 1. It's SCR in the front row. Ardiles and Wolney, Vidmontien and Vanchev on the second row. Who's going to get the jump? Inside lane looks pretty good. Outside did pretty solid as well. Jackson Wolney's going to slot in the second place there ahead of Vidmontien, who has Vanchev on his outside. Gassiet-Lee is going to shove him wide. He's going to take the 5th spot. No. Vanchev, what a run around the outside of turn number 3. He makes it work. Gassiet-Lee now is going to get back up to the 4th spot. Davin Roberts, the biggest loser there, lost 2 spots.
Almost 3 wide. They're on the exit of the chicane. Chico Brown falling under fire there further back. That's a Ty Fisher. Zerv's in that pack as well, but Ardiles already out at the front. Jackson Wolney in that 2nd spot, and those 2 drivers have worked really well together across all the warm-up sessions, sharing data and whatnot, and Ardiles was excited to get back with Jackson Wolney here this weekend, and now let's see what it looks like whenever they get into racing action and start to work together here, Alex.
Yeah, already decent advantage for Ardiles. Wolney all over the bumper of him. Vidmontien, then it's going to be Gassiet-Lee, Vanchev fighting further back. That's Whalen trying to make a move on Braden Zerves. Couldn't make it stick. That's a battle for 12th on back. Look at this. What a launch. Chico Brown, a 2-for-1 in a turn number 3. Had a bit of an issue in qualifying. He qualified 5th, but he started 10th in this one, so a bit of a penalty after qualifying for Chico Brown, but he's making amends for it early on in this one. What an incredible move in a turn number 3. This is Braden Zerves now making a move on the inside there of one of the energy carts, but couldn't make it stick.
Yeah, wasn't able to hold on to it there for Zerves, unfortunately, but they continue to cycle through. Tristan Murphy there, and you see how physical that corner is. All the heads kind of just bobbling and whatnot. So already for all those drivers just trying to hold on to their carts here in that corner. But already Vidmontien looking a lot closer to Wolney, and Wolney, again, looking a lot closer to his teammate in Diego Ardiles. So let's see whenever Jackson Wolney decides to pull the trigger here and go on Diego Ardiles.
This is the advantage of having a really strong junior contingency here with Ardiles and Wolney leading the pack. I mean, if you're Ardiles, you've got to feel pretty comfortable knowing that your teammates behind you. I mean, at the end of the day, they are racing for position. So if Wolney feels as though he's under fire from Vidmontien, he will not be afraid to make a move on his teammate. But as it stands right now, I like my chances if I'm SCR on a 2-versus-1 situation later on in the weekend as we get to the finals tomorrow. If this is how it plays out again for Gassiet-Lee. He's under fire now from Alexander Vanchev. They lost a little bit of ground to the top 3, but not as much. A little bit of radiator adjustment there for Gassiet-Lee, pulling the tape off. Wants a little bit more power out of that National Motorsports EOS kart.
Yeah, so now let's see how it shapes up there for Chase as he's losing a little bit of time to the top 3 here. But he definitely wasted no time to work his way further up the field. He currently sits in that 4th spot. Vanchev in 5th, kind of losing touch a little bit with the top 3, but let's see how it progresses for Vanchev and Chase Gassiet-Lee. Still no movements here up at the front. McGoy and Davin Roberts, the 2 RPM machines, further back in 6th and 7th. Chico Brown sits in 8th, and just question marks here this weekend. Chico Brown 8th. That's the first of the RPGs. Ramirez is in 11th, the Alencar in 12th. So just very, very surprising to see the AVP-powered RPG machines this far back in the field, Alex.
Yeah, but Chico Brown last time by, one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack, closed the gap to the drivers in front of him. What a move to the inside. Alexander Vanchev, he takes fourth. Vidmontien takes second away from Jackson Wolney. The racing is starting to kick off here. We're only 5 laps into a 12-lap heat race. If I'm Turner Brown, this one's not over for my chances at a top 5, top 3 finish in the heat race. After qualifying, he was pretty frustrated to be held up at the end of his lap there. He qualified 5th, but after a bit of a penalty after qualifying, put him 10th as Roberts with a great run out of 11. He's going to throw it the inside. Gassi at least about to lose 3 spots. He takes it back from McGoy to only lose 2. But the biggest winner out of all of that was Turner Chico Brown. When they crossed the stripe this time by, he's back up to P5.
Yeah, and Chico definitely shut me up really quick here because he's already back up to 5th, and it seems like that RPG machine finally starting to come to life as Gassiet Lee was sideways all the way throughout the corner of Deep Send, but is going to lose the spot to McGoy. Not for long. Gassiet Lee going to go back, retakes the 6th spot.
Yeah, defending all for his life ahead of McGoy as Ty Fisher throws it up the inside of Davin Roberts. He loses a spot and a bunch of ground to these 3. This is the battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th. The more they battle, the less their chance of catching up to Davin Roberts becomes here as Ty Fisher, he's looking pretty racy early on. Not a great start to the race, but a good middle portion of it for the Race Lab TV Kart driver. There's about 6 laps, almost 7 now in the books here for the KA Junior. They're underway, lap 7. Look at this, the battle for the lead is starting to kick off. Diego Ardiles, his lead has shrunk ahead of Enzo Vidmontien. Jackson Wolney feels pretty comfortable in that 3rd spot. That's about where I'd want to be if I was in the driver's seat right now. Let the 2 battle and make amends for it later on in this one. Let Vidmontien maybe go after your teammate and take advantage of the fact that you have a 2 versus 1 situation going on. For Ardiles, he looks pretty comfortable up front. But Vidmontien, we saw in the KA Junior class, he's looking to go back-to-back here in the first heat races.
Yeah, definitely, and you really saw how the KA 100 Junior race played out for Enzo Vidmontien. All the fighting happened further back in the field, and he was able to smooth sail it all the way to the checkered flag, and that's not going to be the story here. Ardiles is going to bide his time. He knows what it's like to fight at the front. So does Enzo Vidmontien, and so does Jackson Wolney, who's coming off a hot streak. Got his maiden national victory at the SCUSA Pro Tour just 2 weeks ago at Cincinnati, at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. So Wolney now has that experience to really, finally got that monkey off his back, got that win. He's going to know what he needs to do to beat the 2 drivers ahead of him.
Yeah, the lead is starting to extend for the top 2, but Wolney struggling to hold on to the rear bumper of the TKG Kart Republic there. And the more his pace starts to fall off, the more that Vanchev could sneak into this battle for a top 3 spot. Last time by, he was 1.2 seconds behind Wolney, but faster than Wolney the last couple of laps. Now we see a little bit of radio adjustment from your leader Ardiles. This time around, Vanchev slightly slower than Wolney, so Wolney doing just enough to maintain a top 3 spot. Lap 9 underway of 12, 3.5 laps to go for your leader. This is the closest battle on the racetrack, and it's for the top 3.
Yeah, definitely the closest one here at the moment. Max Weiland there further back in 9th. He's pretty close to Davin Roberts. McGoy in 10th. Dalen Kart 11th. Ramirez 12th. Murphy 13th. Kim 14th. And Zerves, who's in the battle for the top 10, fell all the way back to P15 outside of the top 10. So unfortunate there for Braden Zerves. But the battle for the top 3, this has been the story here so far in this one. We're used to seeing Chico Brown as well get in the mix here, but he's not in the fight at the moment. He sits in 5th. Enzo Vidmontien just biding his time on Ardiles, learning from Ardiles, seeing where Ardiles is weaker than him, and seeing where he can make the pounce.
Yeah, this is very mature stuff from Vidmontien. I mean, there are many chances in this race where I thought he was going to go on the inside of turn number 12, especially where he's made a lot of his passes so far in KA Junior and in the X30 Junior category. But like you mentioned, just learning from Ardiles and really just seeing where he is quicker than the SCR driver. Through this section of the racetrack, Ardiles has just enough pace, I think, through 10 and 11 to make it a lunge for Vidmontien through 12. But with the Rhino liner there, it's not a difficult move to throw it the inside. You can actually almost make the driver turn out of it if you throw it at the inside late enough into turn number 12, and it actually could cost him a spot or 2. But now, 2 sticks in the air. The gloves are bound to come off here as the gap is starting to close for the lead. They're pulling away from Wolney. It's a mano-a-mano fight for the win here in heat number 1.
Yeah, Ardiles really took a menacing look over his shoulder to Enzo Vidmontien, pointed forward. He's like, you better wait a little bit. If not, we're going to bring Jackson back into the fight, Chico back into the fight, and Vanchev back into the fight. So Ardiles wanting to bide his time and letting Enzo Vidamontian that he won't defend as long as Enzo doesn't try to make a move.
Here we go, through 12 and 13. They're getting ready to see the white flag in the air. No defensive driving from Ardiles. Smart stuff from these young superstars here. White flag in the air through 15 and out through turn number 1 for Ardiles. Last time by, Wolney quick enough to stay within a striking distance of a potential win. But Ardiles now pulls away through 1 and 2. Doesn't have to defend through 3, which is nice for his chances at a victory. Vidamontian, all of the rear bumper. Look at this. The battle for 4th is kicking off. Turner Brown looking for a crossover move on Vanchev. Not going to happen. Speaking of crossover moves, side by side through 6 and 7. Look at this for Vidamontian and Ardiles. Not going to happen. Jackson Wolney, welcome to the party.
Yeah, definitely. Jackson Wolney right behind the top 2 here. And Ardiles already going low into turn number 12. Looking to hold Vidamontian back and around the outside. Jackson Wolney up to second. Enzo Vidamontian looking to go back. They make contact. Jackson Wolney goes around. Vanchev goes through. Chico Brown goes through. But that all lets Diego Ardiles to take the win, in the first heat race win in X30 Junior. But a penalty there for the 7:15. That's Davin Roberts as they all cross the stripe. But man, what an end to that X30 Junior Heat race. Jackson Wolney able to salvage a 5th place. Chico Brown 4th. Vanchev 3rd. Vidamontian was looking to go back on Wolney, and they just ran out of real estate there and ended up coming together. So unfortunate end to Vidamontian and Jackson Wolney's race. But what a drive by Diego Ardiles, his first heat race victory with Speed Concepts Racing.
Yeah, he just looks so comfortable out front. We saw it in the warm-up session this morning, how good that kart looks. I mean, through all the corners, we see a lot of drivers hopping through 12 and 13. Ardiles is one of the only karts that I really see looks planted through that Rhino Liner section of the racetrack. So they have figured it out. If I'm the SCR Red Speed team, Ardiles got to feel pretty happy with that performance there. Vidamontian, we'll have to see what Stewart think of that one between himself and Wolney. It cost Wolney a couple of spots. Vanchev, a great job to hold on to that 3rd spot ahead of Chico Brown, and 4th. Wolney down to 5th. Ty Fisher, a great run through the field on board the Race Lab TV car up to 6th. Chase Gassiet-Lee holds on to 7th. Then 4 seconds back was this big group of go-karts that you mentioned earlier. Max Whalen, Davin Roberts, Michael McGoy, Victor DeAlencar. Those 4 separated by 3/10 across the stripe.
Yeah, very, very close whenever they cross the stripe. William Kim, 12th. David Ramirez, 13th. Murphy, 14th. And Brayden Zerves running up your top 15 here in X30 Junior. But, man, what a race did we just watch. We get set to go green again with our K8 100 Masters in just a couple of moments.
Welcome back to Dousman, Wisconsin here at Millwright Raceway. This is heat number 1 for the KA 100 Masters category, and it's a 1-2-3 for the Franklin Motorsports Merlin drivers. It's Nicky Coelho and Scott Kopp on the front row.
TJ Nevels and Mario Barrios starting on row 2. Martin Stone and Wes Stieg on row number 3. Miguel Meir and Janae Den and All Orsolin Racing, row number 4.
Row 5 and row 6 consist of Paul Lafante, Andre Isaac, Christian Vermeer, Laurent Martin didn't make the grid. The last 3 drivers in this class, the Technocart group, all missed qualifying, but the biggest name there, Laurent Martin, missed his qualifying by about 30 seconds, but he told us yesterday, he said, expect this to be a fun race. It's all or nothing for the driver of the 482 machine. Laurent Martin, the driver that we expect always inside the top 3, top 5 section of the KA Masters class. He is bound to put on a show for us here at Badger Kart Club. Lights are on. Let's see if we can get a green first time by. Slow and steady is Nicky Coelho and Scott Kopp on that front row. They're on the gas hard. What a start for Barrios. Already the inside row, squeezing his teammate down to the curbing. Barrios at the 4th. Martin Stone's going to lose a handful of spots there. He's going to have to defend in the turn number 3. But great stuff for Nicky Coelho. He's ahead of Scott Kopp. And TJ Neville's up to that 2nd spot now.
Yeah, everybody going side by side as Laurent Martin. We're going to go on the inside. One driver way off the racetrack. Janae Din goes into the grass. And wow, what a couple of corners there for Janae Din, Alex.
Yeah, dirt tracking there, making it fun for us to watch, but not what we want to see if you're Janae Din. How about it for Martin Stone? He's off the racetrack. The 408 is also off the racetrack as well. That is Paul Lafante. So the RRC driver is out of this one. Scott Kopp gets around his teammate TJ Nevels to finish off this lap. That's going to be great news for Nicky Coelho. He has about a 5/10 gap, so the drivers behind him. Look at this guy, Laurent Martin, from 12th to 5th in 1 lap.
Yeah, already making amends for what happened in qualifying. So let's see Barrios on the inside and clear. What a move there by Barrios to get ahead of Nevels. It seems like he hasn't, missed a day in the kart, because what a move there as Laurent Martin continuing to cycle through. He's currently 5th and looking to close down his gap to Nevels and Barrios in 3rd and 4th. So let's see how long it takes Barrios to really get up to the top 2. This is Nicky Coelho and Scott Kopp.
Yeah, Scott Kopp, last time around, across the stripe, 6/10 back. You can see it visually on our screen. That gap looks to have closed. He's on the bumper now. Gloves are already going to come off here for the teammates, I suspect. Lap 3 underway of 12. The 2 teammates, Scott Kopp looks over his shoulder, sees that he has a big gap to Mario Barrios behind. I suspect the 2 teammates to kind of work together. No, Scott Kopp to the inside of Nicky Coelho. He's through to P1.
Yeah, he was knocking on the door and just walked right through there in the hairpin. So Kopp already in the lead here. Coelho going to be in the 2nd spot now. Barrios, let's see what it looks like. Let's see what the gaps look like. Currently at just over a second, but it looks to be closing for Mario Barrios. He ran a 49.2 last time by. Coelho and Kopp, 2 locals around here. And that's been one of the big stories this weekend as well. How many local drivers, the big Badger Kart Club contingency here this weekend, and all those drivers really taking the fight up to the front runners. And for Coelho, who we've seen across other series, he's been quick everywhere that he's gone. Scott Kopp, one of the first times that we're really seeing him across our national circuit, and he's already, he's up at the front and continuing to run up there all weekend long. So we'll see what it looks like as this race continues to progress. But for Laurent Martin, who sits in 5th, a good drive up the field, 7 spots gained so far.
Yeah, and I will say this much. At the end of lap number 1, Martin was 3.2 seconds back from the lead. It is 2.2 seconds. He is absolutely flying right now on board that Technokarting machine. We're only 4 laps in to a 12-lap heat race. This is on for Laurent Martin to go from last to first in heat number 1. You can see how much hopping Scott Kopp is having to do through turn number 13. That kart is kind of binding up a little more than he would like through 12 and 13. Martin, that gap is closed by another half a second. The 482 machine on the bumper now of Mario Barrios and TJ Nevels as well. I suspect him to make quick work of those 2.
Yeah, Martin definitely closing. Miguel Mir further back. He currently sits in the 6th spot, and Mir has just struggled a lot with taking grip out of his OTK machine here this weekend. Spoke to him a lot yesterday, and he was telling me it's kind of hard to be a bigger guy around a place like Badger Kart Club. Just, you really get all that grip in these 2 corners here, 12 and 13, with all the rhino hide and all the rhino lining through this corner. Being a bigger guy just isn't the best thing around here. And Miguel Mir, is a little bit taller than the rest of the drivers, so he struggles a little bit. But you're also seeing how low in the seat Mario Barrios is sitting.
Yeah, Barrios sitting pretty low in the seat there. He's going to be under fire soon from TJ Nevels. who's under fire from Laurent Mardan. That gap is down to 1.2 seconds. Barrios there hopping through turn number 4. A little bit too much grip, I'd say, in that RPG Cosmic earlier on in this one. 6 laps in, 6.5 to go here for Scott Kopp. That gap is extending slightly. It was a 10th and a half. Now it's about 2.5 kart length between the two Franklin Motorsports Merlin drivers. Look at this. Mardan, a great run out of 11. Maybe a move into 12. Not going to happen. But out of 12, if he gets a good enough run, he could throw it at the inside of 13. Not going to happen. But Barrios, again, not a great exit out of 13. Looks over his shoulder to see the gap to the driver in 4th and 5th. Look at this. It's a 5-car battle now for KA Masters Heat 1.
Yeah, this is, really at a racetrack like this, you're expected to see the field spread out a little bit, but it's definitely getting really, really close together as Laurentio Mardan was able to get on the inside and clear of Neville's. So Mardan already up to 4th and make that 8 spots gained in this heat race.
And he's hoping for 3 more here. He's on the bumper almost of Mario Barrios through 8 and 9. Now turns 10 and 11, the flat-out section of the racetrack for these KA Masters guys. Not a good enough run there for Mardan to make a move into 12, but maybe if he can stay this close to Barrios, potentially this next lap, we could see Mardan up into the top 3. And who would have thought that after having to start from the tail end of the field? We knew he'd be fast. I almost didn't expect this much speed out of the technical kart driver, but he's been incredibly impressive. Nicky Coelho now all over the bumper of Scott Kopp. We might see him move into 3, not going to happen, but the closer that Mardan gets, Kopp's going to have to really start defending here from Coelho and Barrios because they don't want to get swallowed up by the technical kart driver. There goes Barrios to the inside. He knows how close Mardan is. That move had to be done. You expected that to happen, and Mardan takes advantage. He's up to 3rd.
Yeah, very heads up there by Mardan. He knows, he can't let any drivers get away from him. And Scott Kopp currently the only driver who's really still extending his gap here at the moment, but that's because of all the fighting from second on back. So let's see what it looks like for Laurentio Mardan. Still has enough time to get around Barrios. For Scott Kopp, it's going to be a long shot, but if he can pick up the pace and get ahead of Barrios here in a little bit, he definitely has a chance here, Alex.
He's got a shot here. The gap has extended now with that battling last time around. We're on lap 9 of 12. Mardan throws it up the inside of turn number 3. Laurentio Mardan from 12th to 2nd and counting. He's got a chance at a win here in the heat race. Look at this. Nicky Coelho reclaims 3rd, now side by side further back. TJ Nevels is going to pinch Barrios down to the apex. He takes that 4th spot. Barrios from 2nd to 5th.
Yeah, Barrios lost a couple of spots and definitely not what he would have wanted there. So unfortunate as Mardan in that 3rd spot. Mardan actually in the 2nd spot. So he's gained 10 spots so far in this heat race. And from what was a qualifying to forget after the entire technical kart team showed up late to the grid. They all had to start from the tail end of the field. Vomir, he's up to 7th. Isaac, he's up to 11th. So a good recovery drive by this techno kart team after missing the qualifying session. But it all continues to unfold here for Laurentio Mardan as Miguel Mir lapping around there in P6. Martin Stone as well, who had a lot of pace yesterday, had a lot of pace earlier today. Currently finds himself in the 8th spot after issues for him earlier in this race, Alex.
Yeah, there's got to be an issue with the kart because really he didn't have anything too wrong. I mean, he had a bad start, but besides that, I think this was issues amidst that RPG Cosmic kart because the pace that we saw yesterday, I would have expected him to be much further up the field and definitely not 12 seconds back from the lead, 10 laps into a 12-lap main event. There's a good look at the 401 machine of Martin Stone all by himself, really, with Wes Steege, right behind him. This is the battle for 8th and 9th on the racetrack. 2 laps to go for Laurentio Mardan. He was 0.3 faster than Scott Kopp last time around. He'll need a little bit more pace out of that techno kart if he wants to close the gap. But at this rate, even if he finishes 2nd, that is incredible stuff for Laurentio Mardan. He'll have to do it 2 more times today to ensure a good starting spot for tomorrow. But it's really good news for the techno kart group.
Yeah, we have very, very good news and a good recovery for Laurentio Mardan, who, like you said, continues to close down the gap to Kopp, but just going to run out of time here. And I really don't want to speak too soon because Laurentio Mardan seems to be closing in at an alarming rate here as the white flag up in the air. Kopp is the first one to take it. Mardan there in the 2nd spot. Coelho not too far back in the 3rd spot. Neville's in 4th. Barrios in the 5th spot. So just everybody starting to open up, almost a car length in between your top 5 here at the moment as they continue to cycle their way through. But A good recovery drive and a smooth sailing race so far for Scott Kopp.
He's close, Caleb. The last 2 laps, Mardan was consistently 0.3 faster than Scott Kopp, but he might run out of corners here. There's about 4 more corners to go for Mardan, 2 more passing opportunities. Through 12, Scott Kopp escapes that one. Through 13, it's not going to happen. Mardan is going to have to defend from Coelho there, so this is going to give the win in heat number 1 to Scott Kopp. Further back, they're side by side for second. It's going to be Kopp ahead of Mardan, Coelho, and then Nevels holds on against Barrios for 4th. Barrios 5th, Miguel Mir 6th. Then it's for Mir 7th. Martin Stone's going to hold off against Westige for 8th, and then Junaid Din is going to round out your top 10 here.
Yeah, Isaac crossed the line in 11, Paul Lafonte 12, so that's going to be your unofficial results for K8 100 Masters. In just a couple of moments, we're going to get set to go green with our X30 Pros. Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg going to start on the front row and take us to green in a couple of moments' time.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Engines have fired here for our final heat race of the morning rotation. X30 Pro Senior presented by Rollison Performance Group, with Austin Garrison putting nearly 2/10 on the field yesterday in qualifying. He'll get to lead us to green on that black, white, and red Speed Concepts Racing red speed. Alongside him will be none other than the reigning champ, the #1 plate, Ryan Norberg, who is trying to turn the tides of what has been a rough month of June, crashing out early at the Trackhouse Motorplex event for the really, it started back in the middle of May here with the second round of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. And that kind of flooded over into that second SCUSA Pro Tour event. He's trying to right the ship, get some momentum going back his way. Starts good right now, or he's starting good right now with a second place results in qualifying, but it would mean a whole lot to get himself back in the championship hunt if he could start to rattle off some heat wins here this afternoon. Behind him, Paulie Massimino and Alessandro Di Tullio are also trying to keep their championship hopes alive, but it was made that much harder when the points later Austin Garrison scored the pole in qualifying, Alex.
Yeah, further on back, row 3, Nicholas Terlecki. He's been on a hot streak this entire year. Looking to keep that up here in heat number 1. Donna Bonilla, a much better run, an X30 Pro Senior compared to KA Senior for him. He starts on the outside of row number 3. Row 4 is Terlecki's teammate Josh Holtz. Alongside him is Quentin McPherson, and then is Brandon Carr and DeTulio's teammate, newly announced Inter-MS driver Harley Keeble.
Alex Feldstein was surprisingly fast throughout Friday on his X30 Pro debut, but it shouldn't be too surprising considering he calls this place home. He starts alongside the privateer entry of Eli Warren there on row number 6. Santiago Fernandez on the inside of row 7 on his second weekend with Speed Concepts Racing. He's joined by Henry Lepard there for 13th and 14th. Then it's ZCD, Brandon Lemke, and Ming Nan Zhu, your 17 drivers here for Heat 1 for X30 Pro Senior. So as we get set to go, here we go into the back hairpin with the outlap complete. They'll begin to form, and the Florida natives will lead us around that final corner to the green flag here in Wisconsin. Again, it's been more than 11 years since the last time 125 Pro Kart action headed to Badger Kart Club. And now we're ready to bring them to green for heat number 1 and close out the morning rotation. The stands are full, the fences are lined. Austin Garrison on the inside, Ryan Norberg on the outside. Lights out, and we're racing down to turn number 1. Garrison will get away with the lead. Paulie Massimino trying to take over second. It looks like he will, as Eli Warren got shoveled to the wayside there in the first turn.
Look at this, a bad start from Norberg continues. DeTullio now to third, having to defend from Norberg. Decent start for Terlecki, better start for Holtz. That's ZCD off the racetrack there, the exit of turn number 3. That is not what you want to see if you're already starting further back. As more contact, here goes Lemke getting around McPherson. McPherson has lost a handful of spots here, Xander.
He'll also get around Santi Fernandez, so not sure who it was that tangled with the 363. He did not end up out there without help, though, as Norberg is ready to take back third from DeTullio. He'll do just that in the back hairpin. Saw both of them really struggle to get through the corner, and Nick Terlecki now pulls to the rear bumper of DeTullio as Paulie Massimino tries to track down Austin Garrison for the race lead over to turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, more of the same here. Every single heat we've seen the top 2 pull away, and then the battle for third starts to strengthen as DeTullio having to defend from the 2 Holtz drivers of Terlecki and Josh Holtz, as again defensive goes DeTullio. He doesn't feel very comfortable early doors in this one.
Yeah, not quite yet here for the Inter-MS Kart Republics. And to have the qualifying effort that he had to be fast on Friday, that has been a nice change of pace for DeTullio, because normally they're chasing pace until the Sunday main event rolls around. But right now they are still chasing it looks like, in terms of the race conditions, because he just lost another spot. Terlecki through, Josh Holtz on the move forward there. He's definitely looking sporty, but quickest driver on the circuit is a bit up the road from them, it looks like. Paulie Massimino with a flyer, and Norberg 2/10 clear of anyone else as DeTullio versus Holtz continues. Now Brandon Carr gets in the mix of it. Great scrum here just outside the top 5, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, all the way back to Feldstein there. And then you go back to Donovan Bonilla, but at the front as well, Norberg getting clear of all the carnage is starting to really roll up towards Paulie and Austin for the race lead.
Yeah, just a bit of a highlight here. I think last time around we missed it, but Harley Keeble had a bit of an issue that last lap. He's down in 15th, 16th. There goes Feldstein there to the inside of Brandon Carr. Behind him, Donna Bonilla. But yeah, Harley Keeble, not the ideal lap number 3 that he would have wanted.
That time by Austin Garrison picked up the pace quite a bit. He pulled the gap over Massimino. Norberg was still a little bit better, but he is going to have to get through Paulie first for second. So Garrison to Massimino to Norberg, 1, 2, 3. And then a little gap to Terlecki and then to DeTullio. And a great point again about Harley Keeble. His year has had more bad luck than most, and sadly it looks like that has continued here into heat number 1, as we are right dead smack in the middle of the 12-month season here for the National Pro Karting scene. Now this lap looks like it's maybe been a little better for Massimino. He didn't get out of that back hairpin great, but I think they both, he and Norberg, maybe closed back up to Garrison. They did. Big leap for both. Norberg a 45.3, Massimino 45.5, Garrison 45.7. So your top 3 are all kind of trading blows, but Norberg the best of the trio, and let's see how long he wants to wait before he tries to pull the trigger on the 308 machine.
These are three of the most experienced drivers we have on the grid. No surprise to see them 1, 2, and 3. Austin Garrison, he probably looked back and saw a slight gap and maybe, I don't want to say backed off the pace because he's still doing 45.7s, but last lap before that was a 45.6. So ideally you want to be improving lap times throughout a heat race. So far, lost a bit of ground that last lap, maybe a slight mistake there. But like you mentioned, Massimino turning up the wick here slightly himself and Norberg. Let's see as they cross the stripe here to finish lap number 5. What does it show on the timing screens? Now Austin Garrison found some pace, a 45.3. He goes purple.
Now, here's a great difference in kart setup, right? Obviously, all three of these drivers are in OTKs, and to be fair as well, there could be some driving involved in this, but Paulie looks really good in some of the high-speed sections of the racetrack that aren't on the Rhino liner, but in those back couple hairpins, he seems to struggle. In comparison to Norberg and the number 1, the gap opens up on the run from turn 1 to turn 4, and Paulie's still good there in the sweeper, but then we get back here into this back sector of the racetrack, and this is where Ryan has been excelling, especially in the last hairpin right here. You see Paulie's a little wider, Norberg a little bit tighter, and Ryan pulls within a car length here as they hit the halfway mark, and he's actually going to have a run if he wants to take it into the first turn. He's not going to be close enough to do anything with it, but then from there, Paulie kind of opens the gap back up through 1, and he's really good as well coming out of this sweeper over to turns 5 and 6. So the differences in kart setup and in style of driving kind of showing here on the different characteristics and different parts of this racetrack between Paulie Massimino and Ryan Norberg. Great work by our camera crew to kind of put that on display. And the best blend of the two, well, that's probably the guy up in front of them. Austin Garrison has picked up the pace. You said earlier he was fading. He has gotten down to a 45.4, and that was even to Paulie last time. A tenth slower than Norberg, who is also getting a little bit of a toe down the straightaways off the back of the 308. But this time by Garrison able to match Ryan and pull that 10th back away from Paulie, as now Ryan is back into second with a nice move in the sweeper.
Yeah, you saw that one coming from a mile away. That was the closest he's been out of 2, and that's all Ryan needed. The invitation was there, and he's not going to say no to that one. 8 laps in, about 4.5 to go here for the number 1 plate to close that 7.5 tenths gap to Austin Garrison. It's a big mountain to climb considering that Norberg and Garrison have been pretty much equal all race long. I will say, since Tullio's slow start, the pace has evened out for him, but behind Terlecki hasn't made much headway on the Hotes driver. That's the battle for 4th and 5th, and then his teammate there, Josh Hotes, sits in 6th. Bonilla, solid run for him. Started just outside the top 10, or in 6th, down in 7th now. Great run for Eli Warren. How about that for the driver who started 12th, the privateer, up in the 9th.
Well, not only started 12th, he went all the way back to last by the time we exited turn number 1 as well. Eli went all the way down to 17th and then charged his way back up to 9th. On the flip side, the issues for Harley Keeble obviously have sidelined the 360. He stayed out for a moment and then eventually pulled in. So that Inter MS Kart Republic down while ADT still runs inside the top 5 in 5th. And we check in now with this fight. Donovan Bonilla on the purple and pink, then Josh Hotes in the middle, and then Brandon Carr. That is 7th, 8th, or 6th, 7th, and 8th, with Eli Warren looming. And last time by for Eli wasn't necessarily a super stellar lap time, but for these three, now that they've traded the spot for 6th, they have given up a little bit to the War Power Racing privateer driver in 9th. Bonilla up the order, and Hotes down it, while the top 3 roll. And then again, DeTullio and Terlecki, 4th and 5th, closest next pairing. Last time by, the two of them were quicker than Paulie Massimino and about even to Austin Garrison. And Eli Warren, a big lap there for him in comparison to the group in front, also kind of closing in some more. So we've got a bit of a rubber band effect in a few different parts of the racetrack. Let's check in with the overall net movers and shakers from starting spots here. Brandon Lemke had to start again tail end. He's up 5 on a net gain. Had to kind of slowly pick the field apart on the opening couple of laps, and the pace is good now for the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. That was a 45.3 for him last time by, and he was on the cusp of Alex Feldstein. So he is definitely moving towards the right part of the grid. It's just taken him some time, and Feldstein now the next driver he's got to get by with a second up the road to Warren. So Terlecki and DeTullio again here 4th and 5th. You've got to go back nearly 5 seconds to find the Wisconsin wonder kid Brandon Lemke back in 11th, but he is running times that could put him potentially in the conversation for the win, as here he is behind Feldstein. You see Eli Warren catching up to Hotes, and Feldstein drops a tire, and Brandon will say thank you very much. I'll take 10th as DeTullio takes over 4th. Couple simultaneous moves coming to the white flag, Alex.
Yeah, last lap here for Garrison. That gap has plateaued out front. It was 7/10 the lap prior. They were almost even on lap times this time around. So for Garrison, just has to get around Badger Kart Club one last time to claim heat victory #1 on the day for the SCR Red Speed driver. It looks calm and collected for the 329 machine. Norberg 7/10 back. Massimino's fallen off about a second behind Ryan Norberg, and with that pass from Tullio, that's gonna hold his chances at potentially a third place finish here. But for Garrison, it looks real good.
Yeah, smooth, taking care of the tires, keeping good times, and keeping the margin even. Back to Flying Ryan. Austin Garrison will dominate heat #1 from the pole. An X30 Pro Senior. Norberg second, Massimino third. DeTullio and Terlecki will conclude the top 5 to Bonilla, who holds on Brandon Carr there at the end over Holtz. Warren, Lemke, then Feldstein. Quentin McPherson climbs his way back up to 12th after going to the rear. Just getting around Santi Fernandez on that last lap. Then Henry Lepard. And then we saw Zachary Clayman DeMello go around and into the grass on that opening lap. He's able to charge his way back up to 15th and kind of get right up to the end of Lepard and Fernandez and McPherson's battle, but too little too late for ZCD. Mingnan Zhu ends up 16th, and then again, Harley Keeble, 8 laps less on the tires, but a DNF in Heat 1 will undoubtedly hurt him in a fight to start further up the order in the main tomorrow. But Austin Garrison closes out our morning rotation here on top. Ryan Norberg and Paulie Massimino close, but no cigar for heat #1. We've now got a gap in the schedule for the hardworking U.S. Pro Kart Series team and our Kart Chaser crew to get some lunch. We'll be back at 1:04 p.m. Central, 2:04 p.m. Eastern. That is in approximately 40 minutes. So a 40-minute lunch break here, 43 to be exact from right now. We will return with heat #2 for Mike Earl-Swift, and we'll go straight through to the end of the day, all the way to 5:30 p.m. Local time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern.
Wisconsin here at Badger Kart Club. The first round of heats are done and dusted. The lunch break has finished. Engines are fired on the youngest stars we have here at the United States Pro Kart Series. It's the beginning of heat number 2 for the Micro Swift drivers. Front row, just like how they qualified, Zane Burgess and Miguel Flores on the front row ahead of Santi Orioli, the winner in heat number 1. Alongside him will be Jake Manalio, who had a rough beginning of heat number 1, had a decent comeback drive to finish in the top 10.
Suarez starting on the front row. Marcelo Flores is in this race as well, but further back.
What'd I say?
You said Flores.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Miguel. I'm so sorry, Miguel.
It's all good, but Miguel Manzano Suarez starting on the front row alongside Zane Burgess, and the rest of the field still working their way out onto the racetrack. A couple of drivers looking to have a much better second heat race than the first one that they had. One of those drivers is Dutch Westbrook. After going for a spin earlier on, after looking to evade some contact further back, he found himself falling down the order as the race progressed. But everybody well fed and already back up and energized here for the youngest drivers that we'll see here at the United States Pro Kart Series. And let's run you down your starting grid, and not correct here at the moment for our starting grid, but we get set to go green here, Alex. And these drivers always deliver, always and give us great racing action everywhere they go, all weekend long, across every single series, and this track has provided some great racing.
Yeah, heat number 1 was pretty fun to watch. We saw the driver starting in 4th win that one. The MPG driver, Santi Orioli, escaped the fray and was able to win heat number 1 ahead of the battle behind them between Miguel Suarez, Zane Burgess, and others. Green flag is out. A great start for the outside row, even better for the inside row. Zane Burgess holds on to P1. Miguel Suarez around the outside, he'll on to P2. We have a driver spun around. That's the 88 machine.
Wow. Airborne there for a second, and everybody cycling through, and already the gap for Burgess. Manalio looking to work his way through. He's able to get it done. Francisco up a number of spots as well. Suarez, not the best start. He fell back just outside of the top 3. He currently sits in the 4th spot. Orioli as well, who currently sits 5th. So already some shuffling all throughout the field as Easton Kubinski's at the tail end of the top 5, currently sitting 6th.
Yeah, decent start for Kubinski there. Started on row 3. He's in 6th, like you mentioned. Manalio, a much better start to heat number 2 than what happened in heat number 1, where he was pushed off the racetrack at the end of lap number 1. Miguel Suarez, he was your front row starter. He's down in 4th. But what a start for Jaden Francisco. We saw him have put on an incredible show in qualifying from the slow qualifying up the top 5. He had a great top 5 finishing position in heat number 1, looking great here in heat number 2. We just saw a great move there for Miguel Suarez to the inside. Santi Orioli, heat 1 winner. He's down in 5th position ahead of Easton Kubinski. Manalio really struggling for grip there. There might be an issue on board that Team Ferris Racing Car Republic, struggling at the car to rotate right now. We'll have to keep an eye on the 91 machine because he's fallen back about 7 or 8 spots and counting. You can see him really hacking at the wheel, struggling for any sorts of grip on board that Team Ferris Racing Car Republic.
Yeah, whenever you find yourself really busy on the steering wheel, definitely not good signs here because you really just scrub so much speed off of your kart and you know, off of everything in general. So unfortunate there for Manalio in this stage of the race, but everybody's starting to close back together. Flores has made a couple of moves. He currently sits in 8th. For Suarez, he's currently 3rd. And that gap to Francisco and Burgess opens up just that little bit. Again, a quick look back to the Stars Championship Series at Newcastle Motorsports Park at the King of the Castle. Francisco was able to get the better of Zane Burgess that time. And let's see what it looks like for Francisco. Can he get the better of Zane Burgess in this second heat race? It wasn't the best of starts of the day for Zane Burgess after falling down the order, if I'm not mistaken, in the first of the Micro Swift races earlier on.
Yeah, Zane Burgess fell back to 3rd at one point in that first heat race, clawed his way back up, but it was all about Santi Orioli in that one. This time, it looks to be all about Zane Burgess and Jaden Francisco. They're starting to pull away slightly over that group in 3rd and 4th. Fast driver on the racetrack was Jaden Francisco. We went 4th, almost 5 tenths faster than Zane Burgess last time around. Look at this, the RPM driver all over the rear bumper of the 55 machine in Zane 4 laps into a 12-lap heat race for our youngest stars here at the United States Pro Kart Series. These top 2 pulling away slightly ahead of Miguel Suarez, behind him Santiorioli. Really not much shuffling going on inside the top 5 with Kubinski still in 5th. How about it for Wayne Godchak? He's up a handful of spots there in 6th. Marcelo Flores up 2 in 7th. Manalio, we saw him really having to fight the go-kart around the previous lap. He's got his issues sorted. He's down in 8th, down 5 spots. A bunch of other big movers here. Ramirez up a spot. Dutch Westbrook up a spot. Maronario up 2 there. Cam Johnson, we saw him up into the top 6 when he crossed the stripe last time around, down at 13th. Must have had a bit of issue that we didn't catch on our cameras there. So the Franklin Motorsports Merlin driver having to go for a bit of a comeback drive here as we're 5 laps in, Caleb.
Yeah, 5 laps in, and just about 7 more to go left in this race. 8 more to go, left in this race. So we'll see what it looks like as they continue to cycle their way through. Francisco was a 10th quicker than Burgess last time around, and this is really good for Jaden Francisco. As he goes on the inside, he's able to get clear of Zane Burgess. So Francisco up to the point, and your new leader. Going to lead Zane Burgess this time around. And there goes Burgess, not wanting to waste time. Bottom of the racetrack in turn 1. Zane's able to get clear.
I'm surprised that these two are deciding to fight this early on. We saw this in heat number 1 when the leaders begin to fight. It brings the likes of Miguel Suarez, Santiorioli back in the mix. When they crossed the line last time around, it was 1 second. Look at the gap. You could fit all 4 of them on the same screen here. That gap has definitely shrunk from what it was last time around. Miguel Flores now within drafting distance of the RPM driver of Jaden Francisco. Zane Burgess, I will say, after making the move into turn number 1, Francisco has had to really regroup and find some more pace because Burgess is starting to gap him a little bit here. 2.5, almost 3 kart length ahead of Francisco. And rather than looking forward, the RPM driver might have to look back here soon because Miguel Suarez is closing that gap.
Yeah, definitely here. Suarez still inching that little bit closer to the rear bumper of the RPM machine of Jaden Francisco. And you see all the mechanics on the fence line, up on whatever they can stand on to give signals to all these young superstars as they continue to fight for heat race victories. It's Zane Burgess against Jaden Francisco, Miguel Suarez, and Santiorioli looming in the background.
Yeah, I will say last time around, fastest lap of the race goes to the 3rd place driver, the 26 machine of Miguel Suarez. That is to be expected. He has a bit of a toe behind Francisco, who has a toe behind Burgess. Speaking of which, Francisco has refound the pace that he lost after getting passed into turn number 1 by Burgess. We're almost 7 laps done. We're going to start lap 8 here in a moment. 4.5-ish laps to go. And look at this. Francisco back on the rear bumper of Burgess. Do we see move to the inside into turn number 1? Not going to happen, but if he's close enough here through 2, we could see moving to turn 3. There's a move further back. That's for 5th. That's Wayne Godchak getting around Easton Kubinski.
Yeah, good move there by Wayne Godchak to get clear. So the kid from Curacao up into the top 5 now. Last time around, Francisco set the fastest lap of the race. He was 2/10 quicker than in Zane Burgess. So can Francisco retake the lead here? He had it for only 2 corners. Jaden Francisco, let's see if he can hold on to it for that little bit longer. And that's one of the interesting things about Zane, right? Whenever he gets past, he usually likes to sit in the 2nd spot, push his opponent further and further up the field, find comfortable track room so they can fight it out. Zane, just not what I was expecting. Didn't waste time, went back on Francisco, after a corner, and it just wasn't, I wasn't expecting to see that from a driver like Zane, so quick in this race. But you see why. He wants to be in control. He wants to be at the point. He wants to be the one making the decisions. And you see Francisco here looking to set up an over-under. Not close enough as of yet. He's going to be close, but we don't see many moves end well there. And he decides to stay in line. But Zane Burgess very much in control here, Alex.
In control, but Jaden Fernandez is putting the pressure on the Sody Kart USA driver here after turn 11, now through 12. Zane Burgess, the one thing I will note, like Caleb, you just mentioned or showed me there, personal best lap for Zane Burgess is wow. Through turn 13, almost a wheelie for Burgess with how much that car was hopping around the corner. Still not completely comfortable on board that Sody Kart USA machine, but he still leads. We're on lap number 10. 3 laps to go for Jaden Francisco to try to make anything happen here. Behind them, they're extending the advantage slightly over Miguel Suarez. Out of the top 4, the fastest of them was Santi Orioli, Heat 1 winner. He's looking to go back-to-back here, but it's going to be tough. He has a tall mountain to climb. He has a second back from your lead driver of Zane Burgess. Those two, like I mentioned, starting to pull away from the drivers in 3rd and 4th. Speaking of pulling away, from 4th to 5th, it's about 3 seconds back to win Godchuk, who got around Kabinski early on. Speaking of getting around Kabinski, Jake Manalio on his comeback drive is back up to P6 now. Kabinski down to 7th. There's a move to the inside. Jaden Francisco doesn't want to wait for the 2 to go sticks. He's going to see him this time around, but this time as your new leader.
Your new leader there, Jaden Francisco, 2 sticks, very much in the air here, and Burgess wasn't able to go back in turn 1. He has a really good run there on the exit. Francisco just fades that little bit lower than Burgess, and still defending here in the carousel, looking to hold on to the lead and potentially a heat race victory. Zane looking to set up the over-under move. They go side by side, and over-under for Miguel Manzano Suarez up to 2nd.
What a move from Zane Burgess, and Miguel Suarez, ever the opportunist, makes that one stick. And so for Jaden Francisco now, he has to fend off Heat 1 winner Santi Orioli. Look for the crossover here in 12. He's going to make it stick. Orioli, what a move there. Now through 13. Can Francisco repay the favor? No, he cannot. So Francisco from 1st to 4th and some after just 1 lap. White flag in the air. Defensive maneuvers from Burgess and Orioli. It's a mano-a-mano fight for the top spot. They're side by side further back for 3rd.
Side by side all the way throughout the field, and Burgess looking to hold on. Miguel Suarez, these drivers have come together in the past, and now they have to keep it clean here. Suarez looking to get creative on Zane Burgess, not close enough as of yet. Suarez have the run, he doesn't, but it all unfolds in the last 2 corners. Can Suarez get a move done? Can he surprise Zane Burgess, who defends super, super well at just 8 years old for Zane Burgess, as Suarez looking low, looking high, looking to make a move, not close enough as of yet.
Into 13, last opportunity for Miguel Suarez. It's not going to happen. Potential run coming for the RPG Cosmic, but it's not going to be enough. Zane Burgess sees the checkered flag to claim Heat 2 victory ahead of Miguel Suarez, ahead of Santi Orioli, who gets around Jaden Francisco. That is Jake Manalio, who gets 5th ahead of Kabinski, Win Godchuk, Dutch Westbrook, Marcelo Flores, and then Danny Ramirez. That is your top 10 here in Micro Swift.
We go back to Hudson Howard, Cameron Johnson, Mauro Nadio, Nolan Carney, Lawrence Perriman, 15th. And you cycle through the rest of your field with Luca Beccaro, who got a penalty earlier in this race. Sterling Mulata, 17th. Dylan Braun, Byron Borman, George Ho, Michael Tupica, Thomas Montalvo, Patricia Pena Martinez, Jack Katowski, Victor Gus Wonderlay running up your top 25.
Yeah, good run for all the Microsoft drivers there, but I will say the order has been mixed up. We basically had a reverse order of what we saw in heat number 1 here in heat number 2, so it's all to play for in the 3rd heat to really shake the order up for tomorrow's feature races. Nonetheless, on your screen now, it is KA100 Junior racing here, the first of 2 groups for heat number 2. They put on a great show for us earlier on in the morning.
Yeah, definitely put on a great show earlier today, as a couple of new groups, Venom Abernathy and Chico Brown, get set to go green here in KA100 Junior in a couple moments' time.
Apologies there for the slight technical difficulties here, but we're about a lap and a half away from the finish here of Heat 2, Groups A versus C, and what a run it's been for SOTY Kart USA's Alexander Vanchev. He's put 2 seconds on second-place driver Braden Zerves behind him. It was your pole sitter entering this race, Benham Abernathy. He's down in third. Diego Ardiles, a solid run up to fourth as white flag is out. This is one of the closest battles on the racetrack right now. It's Braden Zerves versus Benham Abernathy for that second spot here in heat number 2.
Yeah, and a little bit of a mix-up, right? Chico Brown fell back to 5th. Ardiles currently 4th. Abernathy so quick there in that 3rd spot with Zerves in the 2nd spot. And Alexander Vanchev, I mean, we talked about it, right, Alex? He switched teams in the last couple of months, and finally, you know, showing the pace, the little outburst of pace that he showed all last year and earlier this year. And already, it's been a weekend where he's definitely coming to life for the entire SOTY Racing USA team. Alexander Vanchev wins his first heat race for SOTY Racing USA, and then side-by-side across the line, Braden Zerves 2nd, Abernathy 3rd, Ardiles 4th, Chico Brown running up your top 5 as the rest of the field continues to cycle through. Ty Fisher fell back to 14th there. Unfortunate after issues for him we saw in the first heat race, and it seems like it just continued. Something I missed there on that Race Lab TV cart. He finds himself way down the order. Woney in 7th, Gassi Lee 6th, and the rest of your fields here with Calderon, Hector Iturriaga, Jack Fiber, Cash Perkins, Jackson Elefante, and Bristol Bornman running up your field here, A versus C, as we get ready to go with B versus D, as one driver there slowing on the exit of turn number 1. But an action-packed second heat race for these groups and for these boys and girls. Vanchev able to snag the win here in this one, but Enzo Vidmontien, Sebastian Garzone, Magoy, Martinez, Doan, Shad, Golsev, and more get set to go green here in a couple of seconds' time.
Yeah, I think the drivers in this A versus C heat number 2 kind of learned their lesson from what we saw in heat number 1, where they were going at it a little bit too hard, I'd say, for the first heat of the day. And so that was a much quieter and calm race. There's obviously some battles through the midfield naturally in the KA category, but for Vanchev to pull almost a 2.5 second advantage over second place, it goes to show you the pace that they have really found on board that SOTY Kart USA machine. I gotta mention, right, on Thursday it was a bit of a cloudier day. Some sun was out. On Friday, obviously the rain came in, and then we had a slightly drier warm-up and then a dry qualifying. Today the sun is beaming on this racetrack. So once again, a new challenge for the teams and the drivers to try to navigate, figure out how much grip there is, if the track is greasing up slightly like it tends to do when the sun beams down on the racetrack. It's only 1:30 in the Central Time here in Wisconsin, but nonetheless, you can see the fan is out for Brady Shad. That's how hot it is outside. I mean, I remember walking out of the announcer's booth for lunch, and I was like, man, it got really hot out here, Caleb.
Yeah, no, most definitely, right? But it hasn't been that way all day. Some clouds come here, loom, and I'm going to say they loom for rain here. You know, it just, all the clouds, you know, kind of make the entire horizon that little bit darker, and, you know, kind of keeps us on our toes, keeps everybody on their toes. But seems to be clear skies here at the moment, as we get a nice shot there from turn 1 from our very own Jerry Fandry. But why don't we give a quick shout out to some of our hard-working cameramen. Jerry Fandry is at turn number 1, his camera on right now, and then Rocco Ruzic there on the scaffolding, giving you all the infield shots there, and then we go back to the last sector on the racetrack with the very own Luis Diaz Photo, who joins us here this weekend. Good to see Luis in good spirits here and working. And then the very own, we call him the American Sniper, Jerry Fandry, brings us all the trackside shots in turn number 1. So our hard-working camera crew here this weekend definitely doing with everything. There you have Jerry. What's going on, Jerry? He seems to be in good spirits as well. Sunglasses, shades on, very chilled out for Jerry. So yeah, not too bad to say the least for our guys and for some of our production crew as well. Brendan Simone, Carson Clements here in the booth with us. Obviously Alex Searle, myself, Caleb Yeska, Kyle Cuthbertson taking our pictures this weekend, doing all our social media trackside, and the very own Big Red, like we like to call him, right? Xander Clements here as well, having his well-deserved lunch. So good to see the entire crew in good spirits here. It's a weekend that's throwing everything at us, but Wisconsin definitely a state that we've grown very fond of, right? A racetrack that's that's provided some really good racing action, and very interesting racing all day long.
Yeah, for sure. As the go-karts begin to roll out onto the racetrack. One more thing I want to note about how hot it was outside. One of the only drivers not in the go-karts until last minute was Enzo Dumontien. He was under the shade for the USPKS officials. He didn't want to be in his go-kart any longer than he had to with how hot it has gotten in Dousman, Wisconsin. Nonetheless, that is your pole sitter here for groups B versus D. It's Vidamontien and Sebastian Garzone on the front row. We've seen those two go at it all year long and provide some incredible racing action. Row number 2, Michael McGoy, Amador Martinez, Eric Doan, Brady Shad, Nathan Golthes, Asen Dromalev, Brandon Saraki, Peyton Fayen. That's your top 10, Caleb.
That's our top 10. You go back to Travis Pettit, Max Weiland on row number 6, Dupuis Nolan, row 7, Chaz Varile, Matthew Cagle on row 8. And you go back to row 9 with Juan Paramo, Giovanni D'Antonio, Roberto Renderos on row 10, and then Luis Fer Nunez on row 10 alongside Renderos. Are all Ursula in row number 10 as our KA100 Juniors groups B versus D get set to go green. Then further back, Luke Tall for the Soty Racing USA team, starting shotgun Charlie on the field on row number 11. But Enzo Vidamontien and Sebastian Garzone already a crawling pace, who gets set to go green here in heat number 2 for groups B and D, Alex.
Here we go. Good start for the inside row. Good start for the outside row as well, but the inside row is much better this time around. A bit of contact further back. Vidamontien holds on to the lead. Garzone, a great job to hold on to second place. Look at that. Michael McGoy up in the third. Max Wayland up into the outside of turn 2 pillows. That's going to be his race done and dusted for the Magic Car USA driver. He had a good heat number 1. Unfortunately, his heat number 2 ends very early for him. Look at this. McGoy down a spot, hand in the air, frustrated with Amador Martinez, using him as kind of a break into turn number 6 and 7. So that's going to be a handful of spots lost for the RPM driver. Move Amador up a spot. How about it for Eric Doan? He was your 5th place starter up to 3rd. There's a move further back. That was Asen Dromalev up a spot ahead of Nathan Golthes.
Yeah, and there you have more side-by-side action. Travis Pettit there getting his elbows out and looking to make some moves there as we look back to the lead. Enzo Vidamontien leads from Garzone. Doan in P3, Martinez 4th, McGoy 5th, Dromalev P6, and Nathan Golseth, the Arcane Motorsports RPM entry, in 7th. So a good drive so far by Golseth. That's Saraki, the hometown kid, looking to make some moves, and not close enough as of yet to get on Golseth as they go side by side there for the 7th spot. Saraki, what a move over under by little Brandon, who's able to get the move done and up inside, further up inside the top 10.
Yeah, great stuff there for Brandon Saraki. Look at this. Travis Pettit inside and through on Nathan Golthes as well. Here comes Nathan Dupuis up inside the top 10 now. He was 12th at one point. Brady Shad, he was inside the top 10. He's lost a couple of spots this time around. This is a great battle from about 6th through 12th there with Dromalev. He started this lap at about 6th. He's 12th now.
Yeah, so already a lot of shuffling through the field. Golseth was very sideways there going into turn number 3, and he's able to hold on to it, but still a lot of battling further back in this field. Dupuis inside and clear of Golseth, so up another spot. There's Cagle fighting, so this is all the battle from almost 7th all the way back to 13th, 14th almost, as we have one straggler further back, and penalties again looming in the distance for the 828 of Travis Pettit.
Good move there inside of turn number 12. Pettit is on an absolute charge. The race lap TB kart driver, a decent qualifying for him, an okay heat number 1. This is a much better start to his heat 2 campaign, up inside the top 6 as I thought. We're going to see a move there from Cagle, the inside of Varile. Couldn't make it stick. Here goes turn number 3. Brady Shad all over the bumper of Nathan Golseth now, and now he's through. Brady Shad back up inside the top 9. Further back, Varile and Cagle going at it. Behind him, Dromalev down another spot in 13th.
Yeah, that corner just seems to be the real struggle spot for Nathan Golseth, unfortunately, there, who loses a lot of time there to Shad, and a couple of others got past the lap before as well from Dupuis, so definitely going to be something to look back on later on today. But Saraki and Pettit here very much in line with Nathan Dupuis in tow, but what a drive up inside the top 10 by Brandon Saraki. His His dad runs that Franklin Motorsports team, and he's out here racing as well as he does many other weekends, and already has had a pretty good heat race. It wasn't the best first heat race after some issues and some contact shuffled him further back the field as Dupuy's going to go on the inside of Siraki, but he's holding on to it. You know, he's holding his own here, we must say, Alex.
It's a good crowd to be around, too. I mean, in front of him, he has, Travis Pettit, Dupuis, Shad, Golseth around him as well. So Brandon Siraki, like you mentioned, holding his own here. Hometown kid, home track for him. I'm with the Franklin Motorsports in Merlin. Just lost spots to Dupuis, like you mentioned. He's still down there in about 8th spot, make it 9th. As Brady Shad now makes a move stick, the 868 machine. His charge back forward after a bad start continues. He was up into the top 6, down in 9th, now make it 8th. Nathan Golseth as well gets around Siraki, so he's down back in 10th.
Yeah, and there you see on the left-hand side of your screen, the moves made. Dupuis up 6, Pettit is up 5, Golseth up 2, Shad up 2 as more and more drivers getting past Brandon Siraki here at this stage of the race. Side by side there by Kago and Dramilev, who's able to get ahead there, so that technical Kart able to get himself up into 12, so not too bad of a drive either, up 6 spots here at the moment.
Yeah, good stuff there. It's a great battle from about 7th through 12th. This has been the closest battle on the screen. There you saw your top 3 go through. Look at this. The battle for 4th is heating up here. This is Eric Doan and Michael McGoy. McGoy just got around Eric Doan. It's the RPM driver now up into the 4th spot there. Let's take a look back at your leaders here as we're halfway home with this heat number 2, Groups B versus D. As McGoy takes a look back at his little carburation there of the KA Junior package, but last time around, Vidmontien 47.469, purple, 3/10 clear of Sebastian Garzón in second.
Yeah, and they continue here to stay in tow. Doan there behind McGoy, still kind of just lapping around everybody. Not really, on each other's bumpers here. Vidmontien, Garzón just quiet up at the front. Martinez sits there in the 3rd spot, just almost 2 seconds back to McGoy and almost a second ahead to Garzón. A couple of tenths split them up. So just been a quiet race, and the mid-pack's been what's kind of making some noise, right? The likes of Golseth, Barile, Siraki, Dramilev, all just fighting for a top 10 finish here in this heat race, Alex.
Look at this. Amador Martinez inside and through. He's been premeditating that for a couple of laps now. He's been quicker than Sebastian Garzón. The last handful of laps, he went purple last time around, makes it work. The Orsilon driver's down to 3rd. Amador Martinez up to P2. His sights are now set on Enzo Vidmontien, but he has about a second and a bit to make up before he can get to the bumper of Vidmontien with only about 4.5 to go.
Yeah, only about 4.5 laps to go left in this one. And they cross the stripe 9 laps down, and a couple more to go as Vidmontien, the first to cross the stripe. And again, I mean, a lot very similar to what we saw from Enzo Vidmontien in his first heat race, right? He gets up to the lead, likes to be in control, lets them fight it out for second, and just absolutely runs away with it. A lot of his race wins, main event race wins this year have really come that way as well, right? I mean, it's kind of starting to become a trend when Enzo Vidmontien gets in the lead. Everybody just wants to fight for the second spot and kind of let him run away with it.
Yeah, I don't blame Enzo at all for trying to stick to this strategy. I mean, it seems to work out. We saw it in heat number 1. We're seeing it again here in heat number 2. I'm shocked that the drivers are letting it happen. I would actually disagree slightly on the fact that the drivers in 2nd and 3rd are battling, so to speak, here in heat number 2. I think Vidmontien has just had a lot of pace here in heat number 2 compared to Amador Martinez, compared to Sebastian Garzón. Last time around, Vidmontien sets a personal best here on lap 10 of 12. So that go-kart still coming into play here. It's a bit of a worrisome sight if you're the competition, knowing that the leader of this race is still feeling pretty comfortable up front.
Yeah, and in no way am I trying to knock the credit of Vidmontien, but he has serious pace, but that little bit of battling just helps him out that little bit more, and that's exactly what we've seen with Garzón and Martinez here at this stage of the race. Doan still sits in the 5th spot. McGoy in 4th, just kind of lapping around here for McGoy and Doan. Everybody else further back in the field. Dupuis here leads this second group with Pettit in tow. Sorry, it's Shad who leads this group. Dupuis in the 2nd spot in this group. Pettit 3rd, and then Golseth they're further back as well. So everybody just continuing to battle all throughout the field, but 2.6 in the air and officially crunch time all around as Dupuis looks to get regain that 6th spot from Shad here, Alex.
It's a good battle here from 6th to 9th. Dramalev is about 5/10 or so, maybe a little bit more than that behind this group of 4. But if they start the battle, I suspect that Dramalev, Ryle, and Kegel will be back in the mix of things and potentially in with a shout at a top 6 or so finish. Brady Shad extending his advantage right now over Nathan Dupuis. Travis Pettit, his great run up to 6th is now halted. He's down in 8th ahead of Nathan Golseth there. We're about to see the white flag in the air for your leader. There it is. Vidmontien crosses the stripe. Look at this. Martinez and Garzone. This is a great battle here for that second spot here in heat number 2. Through turns 2 and 3, Martinez doesn't have to go defensive just yet. He has a bit of a gap here ahead of Sebastian Garzone. Garzone is known to make some dive bombs and lunges when he has to. He's one of the most calculated and aggressive drivers we have here on the junior field, and I suspect that maybe he might send one, but a bit of a mistake there from Garzone. Drops a tire on the inside curving there. That's going to give Martinez a great run through 10 and 11.
Yeah, Garzone, if I'm not mistaken, got a penalty in this first heat race, so has to keep it clean. Used that protest earlier today, so it isn't going to want to use another one, but it's been smooth sailing out in front. Leisurely Saturday drives for Enzo Vidmontien and KA100 Junior. He sweeps his heat races. He wins heat race number 2, B versus D. Martinez across the line in 2nd, Garzone 3rd. Michael McGoy crossed 4th. Doan P5 for the Speed Sense. Goodness gracious, I cannot talk. Speed Sense team here in this one. Wow, that was abysmal by me. Brady Shad P6, Nathan Dupuis P7, Travis Pettit 8th, Golseth 9th, and Aiken Drumalev P10. And I'll hand it off over to Alex, who seems to be in much better shape here with these tongue twisters.
Yeah, no, for sure. But Vidmontien, a 1.5 second advantage there on the last lap. He kind of coasted across the finish line. His last lap time wasn't all too great, but nonetheless, a dominant performance there from Vidmontien. It's kind of a classic, heat race victory for Enzo, like we've seen all year long. Amador Martinez, a great run for him. Garzone behind him, lost a spot there to finish in 3rd. A lot of, net gain of zeros throughout that order. Eric Doan started 5th, finished 5th. Brady Shad started 6th, finished 6th. And then a couple of drivers moved up, right? Nathan Dupuis up 6 spots. Travis Pettit up 3. Chaz Varao up 4 spots there as well. Matthew Kegel up 3. A bunch of movers throughout that one. But look at these guys. This is the first of 2 groups here for heat number 2 in KA100 Senior. And it's headed by Austin Jers and Mick Gabriel, the 2 winners that we had in heat number 1 when we come back.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Well, as cars make their way out onto the racetrack, we get set to go green for KA100 Senior Groups A versus C, where Austin Jers will lead us to green alongside Mick Gabriel on the front row. Cooper Shipman on row number 2 with Finnegan Bailiff joining him.
Yeah, row 3, Quentin McPherson, James Overbeck, Connor Ferris, Alex Feltzian on row 4. Row 5, Colin Roos, Jose Carlos Hernandez, and it's Christian Miles, Quentin Angeli, TJ Cohen, Keegan Kaminsky, Emery Lida, Dylan North, Valen Venkatesh, Raheem Alabai, Ibrahim Dean, and David Martinez. And Orsilon row number 10. A little bit further back, a couple more drivers to name here. Luca Quattromano, Brian Rettig, and Clayton Slifer. That is the rest of your heat number 2, Groups A versus C grid here in KA Senior. The drivers are set and ready to take the green flag. It's your 2 Heat 1 winners on the front row. Who's going to be heading to turn number 1? Great start for Austin Jers. Mick Gabriel rips it around the outside there and steals second place from Cooper Shipman. Shipman a great start as well, ahead of Quentin McPherson, who's up a handful of spots. Connor Ferris a great start as well, ahead of Finnegan Bailiff.
Wow.
Many drivers off the racetrack. Keegan Kaminsky, his poor start continues, and that's James Overbeck facing the wrong direction into turn number 3, and his bad luck continues in heat number 2.
Unfortunate there for Feldstein, Overbeck, and Kaminsky, who all need much better heat races here in this one. That's not what they needed at all. But Austin Jers, your leader here at the moment. Quickman Gabriel in second with Cooper Shipman there in the 3rd spot. Shipman, as McGabriel looked to go low, Cooper Shipman went even lower and able to get clear. And you see Shipman not too happy with Mick as he raises his hand up off the wheel, and he's like, "What are we doing, man? Why are we defending so early? We're gonna let Austin get away." And that's exactly what has just happened already. Half a second in between Shipman and Austin Jers, but that gap looking like it's closing down that little bit more, Alex.
Yeah, Cooper Shipman had a great run through turns 2 and 3, and look at this. Speaking of great runs, Finnegan Bailiff up a handful of spots already, gets around Quentin McPherson. His sights are now set towards that top 3, and like you mentioned, that gap that was about 0.5 of a second has closed to half a car length through 11 and 12. Shipman ships it up the inside and through, and Austin Jers for the lead.
I see what you did there, and definitely worked nicely for Cooper Shipman. Austin Jers back to the 2nd spot. McGabriel in 3rd. Bailiff currently P4 with McPherson right behind him. Christian Miles as well, working his way inside of the top 5 here. Just on the edge of the top 5 here for Miles, who sits in the 6th spot. Ferris not too far back. Roos in 8th. Hernandez currently 9th as we have more moves. McGabriel back up to 2nd. Points to the back of his helmet, tells Jers to work with them so they can get up to the rear bumper of Cooper Shipman, who's on a partial schedule this year. Wasn't planned, didn't plan on running the entire United States Pro Kart Series schedule, but finds himself in a good spot in the championship, kind of forced his hand to really race the entire season, and he's doing it after trying to pursue a career in cars, racing 1600s as well, as there goes Jers on the inside of McGabriel. He's able to get clear, so Jers up to the 2nd spot, and they look to chase down Cooper Shipman here.
Yeah, this is smart stuff from the guys in the KA Senior category. Last time around, they let Austin Jers kind of pull away in heat number 1. Look at that. Jers drops a tire, exit to turn number 1. That's going to give Mick Gabriel a great chance into turn number 3. Speaking of great chances, Christian Miles bullies his way up inside the top 5. McPherson tries to get back around him. Not going to happen. Hand in the air for Miles. Off the racetrack goes TJ Coyen there, I believe. No, that is the 911.
If I'm not mistaken, that could have been, or it was one driver further back in the field, just outside of the top 10, who went just a little wide there. So unfortunate there. TJ Coyne in the Ital Kart, if I'm not mistaken, here this weekend. Best Kart, if I'm not mistaken, here this weekend. So as they continue to work their way around, it's still Cooper Shipman who leads that gap just at half a second, and a penalty there for the 979 of Quinton McPherson, who finds himself in the 6th spot here.
Yeah, Quinton McPherson there. A bit of a penalty going on, so probably going to have to give a spot back. I think it was from the contact we saw here in turn number 4 on the previous lap. Look at this. Finnegan Bailiff has found some pace on board that TKG Car Republic. Speaking of finding pace, look at this. Connor Ferris has lost a bit of ground. Jose Carlos Hernandez, he made up 2 spots last time around. He's looking for more here. We're 5 laps into a 12-lap heat number 2. McGabriel's fallen off the bumper of Austin Jers, and he's closed up now. Finnegan Bailiff all over the bumper of him. So they're 2 by 2 for first and second, and third and fourth by himself is Christian Miles. This is the best run he's had all weekend long. He was not quick in practice. Unfortunate in qualifying to have a clutch issue. Didn't have a great heat number 1 either. It was a bit of bad luck, but heat number 2 has gone his way. The bright neon green go-kart is up 5 spots. How about up another spot? Finnegan Bailiff inside the top 3.
Yeah, in very good form this year so far by Finnegan Bailiff, who's just been a contender everywhere that he's gone this year already, with 2 race wins to his name, both at the SCUSA Pro Tour. So Finnegan having some serious pace. Lap time last time by, a 47.5 for Finn, and then a 47.6 for Mick Gabriel. Jers the only driver lapping quicker than Bailiff here at the moment, a 47.346 for Jers. So he's the driver who currently sits in second, and he's hunting down Cooper Shipman. So let's check in with your leaders who are bumper to bumper, and perfect timing because Austin Jers goes to the point.
Austin Jers has been closing that gap every single lap, and now he's going to see if he can, put the pedal to the metal here and pull away like he did in heat number 1. Cooper Shipman's looked really solid all heat race long, but maybe too quick, too soon. Further back, there's a great scrap going on for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. With Quentin McPherson, the last driver in that group, and then about a second and a half back is Jose Carlos Hernandez leading the second train from 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Look at this group. Here we go. It's Finn Bailiff, Mick Gabriel, Christian Miles, the fastest of the 4 last time around. Quentin McPherson holding on to the tail end of that group. Speaking of holding on, Cooper Shipman's trying his best to stick with the 931 of Austin Jers, but that gap is growing, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely opening up here as Bailiff there in the 3rd spot. Miles in the 5th spot there, closing down his gap to make Gabriel. So this group's about to become a 4-kart train here shortly, and let's see what the lap times look like for Bailiff, who ran a 47.6 last time around. Shipman a 47.9. So Bailiff just 3/10 quicker than Shipman in the 2nd spot. So let's see if Bailiff has enough time to continue to close in on the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart of Cooper Shipman.
Yeah, closing in is exactly what Christian Miles is doing on the rear bumper of the AEM karting. Mick Gabriel there in that battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Finnegan, like you mentioned, is starting to pull away from the group behind him, slightly closer to the Iron Rock driver. Speaking of slightly closer, Cooper Shipman is not letting Austin Jers get away. That gap has grown by about half a tenth last time around, but still 4 laps to go. Cooper Shipman, I want to mention really quickly, we've seen it throughout the day. The drivers in second like to do a tighter line. Cooper Shipman especially tends to turn in a lot earlier than Austin Jers, getting under the rubber. Goes to show you how quickly this track is starting to rubber up after the rain hit last night all day long. More and more rubber is getting put on the racetrack there, and Cooper Shipman's really trying to take advantage of the extra grip on this racetrack, but Austin Jers doing that better than most, pulling away even more from Cooper Shipman. Finnegan Bailiff is in the same frame as your top 2. He's got a shot here with 3 to go.
Yeah, definitely within a shot, but one of the things I want to point out here, Alex, that I think is super, super interesting, and that we're seeing for the first time in quite some time this weekend, across the entire field. K100 Senior is a very, very draft-dependent and pack-heavy racing class. That's, kind of, we've seen very little bits of that there this weekend as Mick Gabriel and Miles continue to fight, but, I mean, you see the field spread here in this one, right? It's just that little bit bigger here this weekend because of a track that's so technical, so small, so tight. Everything counts. A race line counts. Turning points count. Braking points. Everything matters here this weekend. That's why we see that little bit of spread all throughout the field. If you're off by, maybe a tenth, 2 tenths in a corner, you lose a lot of time as the laps continue to progress.
Yeah, this racetrack is a true testament to the driver, team, and mechanic combination. You really have to be perfect to be quick around here. Christian Miles a bit frustrated with Mick Gabriel last time around. He got the move done on Gabriel, but then as we were talking, they swapped positions about 2 times that lap. So now Christian Miles finally gets around Mick Gabriel up into the 4th spot there, going defensive into turn number 4 there. That's gonna bring Mick Gabriel back in the mix. Quentin McPherson is just watching these 2 go at it, hoping that something happens in front of him so we can take advantage of that. Jose Carlos Hernandez is up a spot. He's up to 7th and only about 5 tenths behind this group of go-karts with a lap and a half to go. It's still on here for the Orsalon driver to potentially sneak into the top 5. Speaking of which, last time around, Austin Jers still leads. Shipman about 3.5 tenths back. Finnegan Bailiff went purple a lap ago. Last time around, lost a couple of tenths to your leader. So they're just swapping best laps is your top 3. Yeah, they're a little bit too far back as Bailiff, but Mick Gabriel's the closest driver here to make something happen.
Yeah, definitely super close as Mick Gabriel right behind and on the rear bumper there. McPherson not too far back. He's at 6th here at the moment and looking to get even closer as he's the lone RPG in the field here at the moment with Raheem Alabai for the Rocket Racing Company this weekend. But Gabriel still very much on that Race Lab TV kart, looking to make a move. Just hasn't been able to get it done as of yet for Mick Gabriel, and he's running out of time here as we go into the final lap.
Through 12 now. This is the best passing opportunity on the racetrack. Can Gabriel make it happen to 13? Not going to happen. Back out front, though, Austin Jers is going to see the checkered flag and go 2 for 2 in heat races so far today. He wins heat number 2. Further back at Shipman, Bailiff, Miles, Gabriel, McPherson, Carlos Hernandez, Coy, and Ferris. Keegan Kaminsky, after being on the dirty side of the racetrack and into the grass at the end of lap number 1, claws his way back to 10th.
Yeah, good drive up the field by Keegan Kaminsky, the 14-year-old, up inside of the top 10. Raheem Alabai, 11th. Colin Roos, 12th. Alex Feldstein, 13th after first lap 1 contact. Emery Latta, 14 teams Overback as well involved in that lap 1 incident earlier in the race. Brian Reddick, 16th. Bakentesh, I believe, was a driver who was way wide there. He finished 17th. Quinton Angeli, 18th. Dylan North, 19th. Ibrahim Din, 20th. Luca Quattromano, 21st. David Martinez, 22nd. And that was only A versus C. In a couple of moments, we get set to go green with B versus D.
Carts are rolling onto the racetrack now, folks. It is time for the second half of our KA100 seniors for the second round of heat races. Groups B and D, your second and fourth overall qualifiers, will lead us off as they begin their warm-up lap now. And, well, let's take you through exactly how these groups will line up here for heat number 2. Nick Terlecki will get the inside lane after having to start on the outside. Heat 1. It didn't hurt him at all, though. He was able to get to the lead right off the bat in turn 1, and Steven Eisert will have to start to the outside. He has to start there since he's in Group D every heat. Then it's Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Kane Martin on row 2, Alex.
Yeah, row 3 is going to be the two shifter boys, AJ Myers, Alan Isambard. Then it's the Speed Sets Motorsports driver, Max Altman. Alongside him is the RRC driver of Luke Welcome. Then it's Chase Buscalia and Donald Bonilla.
And then back to Cameron Weinberg and Ryan Persing, Lorenzo Kaufman, Aiden Rudolph, Friesen, Herrera, Farber, Mack, Smolik, Dallas, Dunlap. Folks, it's time here to go racing, so let's go ahead and we'll pull it all off and be ready for you. It is Terlecki on the inside, the white, green, and orange, and Eisert on the black, orange, and white. Green flag and a good start for Nick Terlecki once again. 2 races in a row, inside or outside lane. He gets the lead by the time we get to the end of the sweeper. Although Eisert got a bit too high, wide, and handsome. He's going to end up way off the racetrack. And kudos to Steven Eisert. He had a real opportunity. I think a lot of drivers would have cut straight across and tried to argue in race control and blend back into second or the lead. Instead, he goes back where he exited and has rejoined at the tail. Meanwhile, Jesus Vasquez Jr. now commands the way.
What a start for AJ Myers. He was on the inside of row number 3. He sits third now. Oh, wow, what a late lunge. Gave him the front bumper and side pod. And Terlecki now having a mess with the carburetor once again, just like in heat number 1.
Yeah, that was a big impact there, and I think it was magnified by the bumps in the Rhino liner in that hairpin. But like you said, a big carb adjustment for Nick Terlecki as Cameron Weinberg gets shuffled to the wayside there in turn 1. Had about 4 drivers just freight train him. And up the road, there's Chase Buscalia going by on Nick Terlecki. While Jesus Vasquez Jr. tries to incite a bit of violence behind him, Myers, Martin, and Isambard, as there is big contact in the back. Beckett, Friesen, Lucas, Smolik, and at least one more collected. Might have been maybe Ryan Persing. No, that is Javier Herrera. Herrera out there on the CRG. Javier Herrera off to the side, and he will not even get to continue. So there is the penalty flag. That is for the 923 machine of AJ Myers. Penalty coming, and that could be for the contact with Nick Terlecki or something else. But AJ Myers getting the black and white flag there across the front straightaway, Alex.
Yeah, well, it's for the contact with Terlecki. Terlecki's all the way down in 6th, having some carb issues there. So AJ Myers just has to put his head forward. Look at this, Terlecki trying to go side by side there with Max Altman. He's just trying to hold on at this point as Terlecki. He's losing ground to the drivers in front of him. He's clearly fighting some sort of issue that has plagued him throughout the heat races so far.
Let's go side by side here as we're just getting going in heat number 2, groups B and D. Cooper Shipman is standing by, your championship leader in K100 Senior Coop. I'm sure you're keeping a keen eye on the other half of the class racing right now, but first and foremost, talk me through how your weekend's been to this point.
Yeah, I know. We've been fast pretty much from the get-go. So we were here last weekend testing tuning. We hadn't been here before. So that kind of helped us. We kind of showed up this weekend and we already knew what we wanted to do. Had to be in the first heat, unfortunately. Make the carb a little bit too much and threw the chain with a real opportunity to go and win that one. So these last 2 heats, it's just really important. I've been focused on just, keeping my nose clean, finishing top 3, top 2, and making sure I can get some solid points.
Talk to us about this racetrack and how the progression over the last couple days have been for you guys and Charlie in the Iron Rock 10. I mean, this place is definitely a lot different than most of the circuits on the National Tour, but does it remind you a little bit of home and your training circuit over in Katy?
Yeah, just like Katy, it's like a little bull ring, really technical track. It's kind of deceiving. You would think there's not that many places to pass on a track like this, but there's a couple of really good opportunities. But I've really enjoyed racing here and getting able to drive it. It's one of the best tracks we go to.
Well, how about that? Lots of praise. Coop here, we'll let you go and get ready. Hopefully you got the best of luck in Heat 3 to line up towards the front and have us talk about you tomorrow.
Thanks.
All right, again, that's Cooper Shipman, your championship points leader. As he mentioned there, small bobble in the first heat race cost him, made up for it with a good Heat 2 result. He needs one more good one to give him a shot at a podium and a good points haul in tomorrow's main event. And that's going to come by performing in this third and final heat race. Now, we have, while we were talking to Cooper, keeping a tab on the movers and shakers here. Terlecki's backward slide has stopped at about 7th or 8th right now, down 7 positions. On the other end, Cameron Weinberg is up 5. Chase Buscaglia is up 4. Alan Isambard is obviously up a couple. And the entire top 5 have really broken away from the rest of the field. We can take a look at the gaps. It's 3 seconds between the two CDR Kart Republics.
Yeah, look at this. Isambard is starting to close the gap now on Vasquez Jr. That's the 993 of Boyadzis. He's going to be out of this one. He's in the scale line. You mentioned Terlecki stopped at about 8th. He's down in 10th now as Bonilla and Persing have gotten around him as well. So his woes continue on board the Hotz Development OTK there. But out front, Vasquez Jr. ahead of Isambard. It was about 0.5 of a second. That gap has closed to about a kart length and a half. Kane Martin's pretty quick. Last time around, Chase Buscaglia was the driver that went purple. He was the driver that was spun around in heat number 1. He's had a much better start to heat number 2.
There you can see Boyadzis again over in the scale line, pulling off to the wayside. We're still just at the halfway mark. 6 in, 6 to go, obviously. I will say I've been in Nick Terlecki's shoes where you have one bad heat that, again, it looked definitely like mechanical woes of a lack of speed in heat 1. And then you think that you finally got the fix in heat 2, and it does not look like that whatsoever. For a guy that qualified well inside the top 10 overall to be dropping back down the order, just trying to fight to stay in now the top 20 overall by 9th or 10th in his heat race, it's deflating. It's hard to stay motivated. It's hard not to overdrive and make mistakes to try and compensate for the lack of speed you have. But, the only good, saving grace he's got right now is he's not alone in some drivers that have had good or bad heats. And really, it's not been the same ones all the way through. I mean, Jesus Vasquez Jr. had a decent opening heat. He's having a much better one here in heat number 2. And again, there still are some penalties. We've seen so much chaos and contact. This track, as Cooper mentioned, a lot of opportunities to pass, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's 1,000 feet wide and no contact happens. You've got to get your elbows out a little bit at times, and that's caused multiple incidents and definitely shaken the order up. So as we look to the field, headed towards the back section, Vasquez Jr. to Isambard to Martin, and then Myers and company, and then that middle group, that's what we've got right there on your screen. This is led by Ryan Persing. This is 6th actually. He got around Cameron Weinberg, who 2-wheels it there in the hairpin. Weinberg, then Luke Welcome. There's Terlecki making up 1 spot back on Luke, and then Donovan Bonilla having to charge through the grid as the second heat race in a row. He's having to work his way towards the top 10, while Isambard just made a big mistake there. Something happened in turn 1, Alex.
Yeah, uncharacteristic there from Alan Isambard. AJ Myers thought about a move on Kane Martin there. Can make it stick. I just want to shout out Terlecki. We saw the move in turn number 13. I think he might have, with all the adjustments to the carb he's been doing all race long, might have found something there, figured it out, because his lap times are very similar, if not better, than what we saw from Vasquez Jr. On his best lap last time around. So for Terlecki, maybe a consolation prize for him if he's figured something out for heat number 3. He's back up to 8th now after that move on Welcome. So he has a potential to finish inside the top 6 if he can get around Weinberg and Persing, but still a couple of laps to go here. Like you mentioned, Isambard with the mistake. Here comes Buscaglia now, has a decent run on the Stody Kart USA driver. All this, though, 8.5 clear is Vasquez Jr. ahead of Kane Martin. Here's Martin's teammate there, Ryan Persing, ahead of Weinberg, and they have left this group of Welcome, Bonilla, Terlecki down in 10th again, ahead of Aiden Rudolph, who once again just picking up the pieces as wow. Terlecki, exactly what Cooper Shipman said. You have to almost throw it in there and be forceful with your moves. Terlecki, great stuff there. Rudolph follows him through.
Yeah, and I think in Nick Terlecki's case, I don't know. Maybe it is pace coming back from all the adjustments. Maybe it's something good enough at least to fight with a good diver there, but then hasn't pulled away from Rudolph since. There's Max Altman again on the end of the train, trailing at the back of Tristan Farber. That's 12th and 13th, but back towards the lead. 2 laps to go this time by. What a run in the works right now for Kane Martin, and it's not over. Second place just took 3/10 out of the lead here to Jesus Vasquez Jr., and maybe Jesus is trying to take care of the tires a little bit to save some rubber for that final heat. You just saw him frantically look over his shoulder to check where the Nash Motorsports driver is, but both Kane Martin and AJ Myers are tracking down Jesus, and they are moving at an alarming rate right now. 3/10 a lap. They'll be there here coming to the white flag.
Yeah, let's see what happens. 3/10, like you mentioned last time around. It looks to be even closer this time around. It was 6/10 when they crossed the line. That gap is about 2 car length here, Xander. Out of 12 through 13 now. Let's see what the gap says. They're going to come to the white flag here, so one more time around, Vasquez Jr. has to hold on ahead of the hard-charging Nash Motorsports driver. The gap is 3/10 now, another 3/10 almost taken out of the lead by Kane Martin. He has closed the gap quite quickly here with the help slightly of A.J. Myers. These three have left Biscaglia now, who's gotten around Isambard.
Yeah, they have absolutely dropped the pair back for fourth. The question is for Kane Martin, who is already on a career best run here through the heat races right now with a massive, massive drive forward to second. How bad does he want to try and get this win? Is he able to keep that big picture in mind when we start to see drivers in their first couple of races of really running up against the best of the big group? They may get a bit overzealous, but I think he's going to be smart about this, and he will be. Jesus Vasquez Jr. by a matter of inches is going to hang on for the Heat 2 victory, but story of the race, a lot of speed for Kane Martin. He now is a major contender when we look towards heat number 3 in the racing tomorrow. A.J. Myers, he was fast in heat 2. He's fast in heat 1. He's fast again in heat number 2. Then Chase Buscaglia, Alan Isambard there, top 5. And while the rest of the group comes across the line, let's take a look at the final results here from heat number 2 here with KA100 Senior for your top 15 all the way down. Nick Terlecki able to hang on to 9th at the end, but it definitely was not an easy 9th at all. He was really having to fight for that. Aiden Rudolph outside of the top 10 looking in. I'm sure he wanted a little more. He picks up a few more spots here in Heat 2 with a consistent run, but just ahead of Tristan Farbridge, Cosmic, Steven Eisert. Man, what a good recovery. Again, Steven, you know, this is where like the risk versus reward really comes into play of you try to debate, all right, if I cut the track here, merge back into second, or do I try to outrun the penalty? What will they do? Well, you know, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, there is a set of standard penalties, but there's also room for race director discretion. So mainly to try and keep guys from playing the book, right? If I know it's a 10-second cut course penalty, or let's say it's a 10-second jump start penalty, I'm jumping that start and I'm putting 15 seconds on the field, right? You're not going to be able to do that here with this program. You aren't going to be able to do that with most of the race series that don't fully lock and chain their race directors up. But Steven made sure there was no chance of that. And wow, we've got definitely some choice words between Luke Welcome and Nick Terlecki. And again, those two were back and forth for quite a bit of that second heat race. That's not super surprising, Alex. We're getting to that point of the day where everyone's getting a little more desperate in the weekend to try and make something happen. And at the same point, if you're in Nick's case, you're just trying to hang on for dear life. So you're going to send it every time there's an open window, even if it might frustrate the other guys around you.
Yeah, that's why I'm not, like you said, I'm not too surprised at all. This is where the tension seems to rise as we get into the final heat races later in the afternoon for those guys. So Terlecki knows that at this point, he needs an incredible heat number 3 to put himself in a decent starting spot, with heat number 1 not being great, heat number 2 for his liking not ideal either. So they're still searching for the gremlins that are in that motor, but obviously I think we might have missed what happened between him and Welcome. Obviously argy-bargy stuff throughout the race, but there must have been something that really made them upset at each other. Nonetheless, look at this. Some of the youngest stars that we have here at the United States Pro Kart Series, led at the helm by Parker Ives.
Yeah, Parker Ives on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart. He and Ashton Woon were having a good showing in that opening heat race. Let's see if they can do it again, and let's take a look at how the rest of the field will line up here for this next session, the SOTY Racing USA Mini Swifts. Again, Parker and Ashton, the two drivers that have been at the forefront of this class through this season. I mean, they, for Ashton Woon, a very cool story to start the year, right? Broke his arm over the winter, and it was his first race back. Still had rods in the arm when we went into Texas for the Speed Sports Racing round, the opening round of the championship. Goes there, wins on his return race to the national scene in general, and of course to the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Then you go, of course, over to the home of Parker Ives. Ashton Woon has since relocated after growing up over in Arizona to North Carolina, but Parker wins his home race, wins his first U.S. Pro Kart Series mini event, his second consecutive mini national win, coming off of a win at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Star Series a week prior. So your two race winners from round 1 and then round 2 entering this weekend, first and third in the points. Of course, Parker with the pole award, leapfrogging Royce Vega to get to second in the points. you've got your 2 major title contenders on the front row for all of these heat races. And then back to row 2, a couple of new names towards the front of the field here this week. Jose Carlos Murad with a huge leap forward on the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony car. This is an awesome performance he's been putting together, and he proved that it was not a fluke, that qualifying session. He was a consistent third, right there on the cusp of the top 2 leaders throughout that entire opening heat. Josh Bergman as well. This was a leap forward in his case. He didn't have the best of heats, but he has not put together really a great qualifying effort to then kind of build from. This weekend he has P4 overall.
Yeah, then on the third row, Nico Katowski alongside him, Royce Vega. Decent heat number 1. He, just like Josh Bergman, has kind of figured out the qualifying situation here in the mini swift category. Alex Chandler, Jose Carlos Murad's teammate there on the inside of row number 4. On his outside, it's the Miami local Benja Fernandez, and it's Enzo De Janeiro and Braden Wagner on board the GFC machine. Julian Rivera, Simon Klein, Marco Samet, Brandon Ing, Grayson Walcott, Lorenco Varela, Alyssa Eddy, Maxwell Macha, a driver that we don't usually expect to see on row number 9 on raw pace, but Maxwell for sure still figuring some things out. I think he's gotten more and more comfortable as the weekend's gone on. Look to see him make up a few spots in this one. And then on row number 10 is Tucker Tribe and John McClellan.
Yeah, that is your first 20 starters here on the grid. Let's go ahead and take a look at the back final 11 drivers that will make up the order while they work their way towards the front stretch. Orbezo, Romero, Jimenez, Gus Wunderl, Payne, Aston Wyatt, Iturriaga, Baruch, Lavin, March, Majeski. That's your 31 drivers here. Coming to green for Mini Swift, Parker Ives and Ashton Woon. And no green on that second time by. Porter says, boys and girls, you've got to go get down to me a little bit slower and wait until we let you guys race. So they're going to send them around one more time.
Yeah, you know, we come to expect that sometimes with the kids, they get a little too eager to get going, especially for heat number 2. But Parker Ives, once again, leading the helm here ahead of Ashton Woon. They put on a great show for us in heat number 1. I expect more of the same here in heat number 2. It was really mature stuff from Ives and Woon. They didn't battle at all until the end. And oh no,
Alex Chandler. That might be the other reason for the wave off, actually. Alex Chandler and the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart will not get to continue. So our 7th place starter is out before the race even gets underway here in heat number 2, and that was it. That right there, that was either to clear the racetrack or to give him a chance to get back going was the reason for the wave off. So now that'll promote Enzo De Janeiro's TFR Kart Republic to from 9th to 7th. That whole inside lane moves up. Julian Rivera moves up. Marco Samet moves forward. Grayson Walcott as well. And we will send them around again. Parker and Ashton probably no knowledge of that, so they're going to absolutely park the bus here on the backside and try to really make sure that everyone gets accustomed to the slower pace. And as long as they can stay patient in the box here and stay relatively near the cones when they fire off, we should be good. We've got problems as well for Julian Rivera now. Julian Rivera, the second of our front runners. He was going to move up to 9th. Now that inside lane is going to move up a ton of spots as Julian pulls off to the side. Whether he flooded the motor or there's a second consecutive mechanical, I think we're going to go green this time, and we do. Parker and Ashton take us through turn number 1.
Yeah, good start there for the inside row as well. Jose Carlos Murad might get the P2. No. Oh, yes, he is. He's at the P2. Ashton Woon down to 3rd. Bergman stays in 4th. A couple cars way wide. Maxwell Macha and a couple others into the barrier there, but not what we want to see for Maxwell Macha. That's the 122 machine as well. That's Tucker Tribe. And then a couple more out. That's one of the Iron Rock machines.
Yeah, that looks to be maybe. Oh, man. I don't know. I don't know if that was Murad. We got another one that has pounded the wall. That is the Nash Motorsports 128 at John McClellan. And this may trigger red flags as John has nosed into the pillows. Normally those do a fantastic job of protecting the driver and helping absorb the impact. But, I mean, there are 5 or 6 drivers all collected over in the sweeper. They're going to try and clear the track and not interrupt the race. But if it gets to that point, they will bring the red flags out. For now, Parker Ives leads at the end of the opening lap to back to Murad and then Ashton Woon. It looks like Julian Rivera did get back going, I guess, but that's where the issue is. So we've got a lot going on. Big move down the inside for Royce Vega on Josh Bergman. He'll move himself a spot higher in the top 5. Bergman back to the 5th position. And they have cleared all the drivers and checked for any other potential issues. So all those involved, Rodolfo Lavin Jr., Braden Wagner, Maxwell Macha, Isaac Payne, Violet Marsh, Tucker Trebe, and more collected there. John McClellan involved, and we've got 3 more as well, not listed, that didn't make it around to the line. So lots of drivers sadly taken out in the sweeper on the opening lap. We have finally calmed down enough up front that we can get a break in the action to check in with what just transpired in the race before this one. Let's go down to Jesus Vasquez Jr. here. And we talked with Cooper Shipman right before this. Jesus, we'll send it over to you. You enter this weekend close in the points. I talked to you at the end of Trackhouse. You know, we go back a month and a half ago, basically, and you had a major comeback drive to get into the top 5, salvage some points, and stay in contention. Now talk to you about this weekend. Heat race win, good run in heat number 1. You've got to be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good right now. Last heat race went well, finishing first. The first heat race struggled a little bit on pace. And, yeah, we kind of changed some things on the car. I think we're still missing a little bit on the setup and a little bit on my driving, but we'll work on that for heat 3. And, yeah, I mean, the championship is tight, too. I try not to think about it too much, you know, just not to put that much stress on myself and just get through the weekend.
What have you guys been kind of working through on your end, both driving and setup, to get where you need to be? Is it something as simple as a bit of oversteer, understeer, front or rear grip, or is it kind of a mix of things because you've got so many different surfaces here?
Yeah, it's weird with the 2 different surfaces. Like once you get back into those 2 last hairpins, it's like crazy how much grip there is. But yeah, I think we're trying some things with the tire pressure. That time, I think we went a little too low. I felt like I was just kind of on ice in the beginning of the race. But a few things here and there, oversteer, you know, but nothing too crazy. Like, I still think we have good pace, but I think we can work on it and make it better.
Yeah, for sure. Now, that race, you spent a lot more time leading than heat number 1. So were you able to at least watch and learn anything from the group beforehand? Is there any other takeaways from a racecraft side? We heard from Cooper saying if you're going to make a pass, you got to commit to it. Is that pretty accurate?
Yeah, I didn't really get to watch too much, and it's kind of hard since I did lead basically the whole race, so I didn't get to see like anyone else behind me, like how their things handling, so it's kind of hard. And I feel like when you're in open air, you also don't go as fast as if you're behind people here. But when you're behind people here, I feel like it definitely makes you go a little faster, but nothing too crazy. But yeah, it was kind of hard just pushing air and not seeing where these other guys are beating me, you know, because I can't see behind me or not.
Well, either way, at least even if you didn't get to learn too much out of that heat, the reason you didn't get to learn is because you won it. You got a good points haul. You had a good finish. You're going to look really good as long as you have a safe heat number 3 for tomorrow's main event. So there's some positive takeaways, buddy. Congratulations on your heat 2 win, Jesus. Thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you.
All right, again, that's Jesus Vasquez Jr., folks, and you know, he normally finds, I think he's probably one of the coolest cats in the pits. He's always super, super calm when we talk to him here on the interviews, win, lose, or draw. And you can tell right there he's still thinking and trying to analyze as much as he can of how to go faster right now. And I would be too at that point there. We've talked about it, probably beating it into the ground, how close that class is time-wise. There's probably 10 to 12 guys, if they hit it right or strike gold on a setup, that they could be the one of the 12 to break away tomorrow. So that's what these heats are all about, getting a feel for the rest of your competition. And I can tell you right now, Parker Ives, you know, he said earlier he wasn't sure with the caliber of this field he'd be able to break away. He's proving us and himself wrong. He has driven away lap by lap. This isn't a matter of them battling all that much behind. Yes, they've been shuffling, as we're watching here, between even for fifth still, between Royce Vega, Marco Samet, and Katowski. You know, Ashton Woon has traded a couple spots. Second and third, Jose Carlos Murad and Josh Bergman. Yes, they've all shuffled a little, but it's because they've watched Parker drive away. He is still putting in lap times that nobody is really able to match, at least in clean air.
Yeah, this is just ultra impressive stuff from Parker Ives. I mean, He is just one of the most, we're talking about Jesus Junior as being calm and collected. He doesn't get much more calm and collected than this young superstar out front. I mean, leading the field by almost or over 2 seconds now ahead of Murad and Bergman, who, like you said, have been working together. They haven't passed each other all race long. We saw Ashton Woon get around Royce Vega last time around. Woon fell back early on in this race. He's had a claw back through the field. Marco Samet's had a great run through the field as well. He's up to P6 ahead of Nico Katowski. They've extended their advantage slightly over Enzo Di Gennaro, and he's in lonesome air there. No one in front of him really, and then behind him is Benja Fernandez about a second and a half back. So quite a bit of field spread, I'd say, throughout, more than we've seen in this mini Swift category in heat number 1. But nonetheless, I mean, this is a clean racing. This is what you need to do in heat number 2, is just get that result. You don't really need to go out there and risk anything, because a lot of drivers, like you mentioned, like you saw in lap number 1 and the end of lap number 2, a lot of DNFs in this one. The best thing you could do in a heat race is finish.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can ask out of your driver at this point is, you know, at least just don't crash, because you know everyone else will. And so when you have a race like this where 7 or 8 drivers are crashed out, then another heat might be another different batch of drivers that end up out. As long as you can, you know, just cross the checkers in all 3 of your heat races, you're probably going to move up a couple of spots. And if you can make up some time, if you can learn a little bit, if you can make some more setup gains, you know, that's really what you're looking for in these kinds of heats. And everyone, I think, is going to come out of this one definitely a little frustrated that they've all of a sudden lost touch, it feels like, with maybe the 148 of Parker Ives, because anytime they get close, it seems like he starts to break further away. And granted, there's little spots of hope, right? Ashton Woon and Royce Vega, now that they have finally kind of really gotten rolling, they're closing back up to Josh Bergman and Jose Carlos Murad. They're about matching the pace of what Parker is doing as well, but hard to tell if, oh, wow, and there, I mean, you can see they're pushing. That was a big moment for Ashton Woon, high-sided up and over the curbing, so no question they're pushing, but one little mistake right there, off and into the grass, and that was one of the kinder exit curbs and grass combinations as well. Check out this section right here as Katowski runs wide, how much more that rut has gotten run over and dirt kicked up and onto the racetrack. So white flag in the air, Parker Ives, if nothing else, even, if anything else, a whole lot more a whole lot faster than the rest of the field, while this fight for second may finally start to materialize.
I've been keeping tabs on Parker Ives' lap time just because I want to see how quick he was going. He's been purple the last 3 laps straight, and that was 9, 10, and 11 laps into a 12-lap heat race, the second heat of the day. So really just incredible stuff from Parker Ives. Josh Bergman, personal best last time around. He closed the gap slightly to Jose Carlos Murad, but he's a little bit too far back here through 10 and 11 to make anything happen. It'll take a crazy lunge through 12 to make that move stick. But Josh Bergman, this has been the best weekend or start to a weekend that he's had so far on board the TKG Kart Republic Mini Swifts category. But out front, checker flag is in the air for your winner in heat number 2, Parker Ives ahead.
White flag.
Sorry.
White flag.
White flag. Oh, man. Okay, white flag in the air. You know what? I think it's safe to say checker flag for Parker Ives as well.
I think the cameraman's making funny now. I think Jerry's teasing you by zooming in on it. Nonetheless, here's the good part about it. There was no battle on it. Let's go over to this. Oh, no! As we were fully off, Royce Vega goes off. Vega off here in heat number 2. Big problems for the Bennett driver. And, oh, man, Royce, you could tell how much he was trying and how much he's feeling the weight of this race on his shoulders. He had to work so hard to catch up to Josh Bergman and Jose Carlos Murad. We'll catch up with more of what happened there in a moment. For now, the real checkers, the end of it, wouldn't have mattered for Parker. Last lap, this lap, he wins from the pole. The 148 is on top, and look at this battle to the line. Murad, Bergman, Woon. Jose Carlos Murad will end up second. Josh Bergman third, Ashton Woon fourth. Again, disregard the timing ticker. This is just a live read. They'll boot Julian Rivera to the tail end. There it goes. So Ives over Murad. Again, here's a look at the differences between positions. You can kind of tell a little. Then we have Ashton Woon over Katowski, Samet, Fernandez, De Janeiro, Grayson Walcott, and then Nico Orbezo. So with some movers there, Orbezo picking up some positions. Royce Vega will end up way down the boards here, unfortunately. What a heartbreak for Royce on that last lap. We'll try and get some intel of what happened to the Bennett driver. And sadly, oh no, what happened, you were right, Alex. There was a double white there. It looked like it must have been a miscue. You raced to the checkered, to be fair, but no, you were right. I guess, also right.
I was going to say, I could have sworn I saw a white flag.
Yeah, no, that's what it was as well. So kudos to our camera team to be able to make sure we were on top of that. Yeah, it was going to end a lap prior. And I think part of the reason for why they accidentally threw the white flag twice was because Julian Rivera was being shown as the leader a lap ahead, was actually almost a full lap behind. So they did correct that, but it took a while. Timing and scoring was thrown off on the lap count because Rivera, that nobody anticipated him to get back going. And then when he did, the race had been started. So it just awkward deal. But again, that's why you always tell your drivers, race to the checkered flag. And yeah, crazy stuff here in Mini Swift for their second heat. But we do at least have the official results again. Parker Ives ends up as the heat race winner, of course. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. He probably was a little confused and said, all right, I guess I'll just keep on driving, right? Then Jose Carlos, Murad, Bergman, Woon, Katowski, Samet, Fernandez, De Janeiro, Walcott, and Orbezo. Lorenko Varela ended up 11th. Aston Wyatt, 12th. Jacob Majeski, Bashi, Jimenez, and Alyssa Eddy, your top 15 here in their second heat. And then, again, we talked about the big movers. Now, Rivera, big credit to Julian. Again, didn't get fired up. Started that race basically dead last after qualifying 11th. He drives up to 19th. And a lot of the drivers collected in the first lap incident still did continue to the end, like Isaac Payne, Max Macha, Aldo Iturriaga. But for the ones that did not get to continue, Simon Klein, John McClellan, who we saw on screen, had nosed into the wall. He looks to be okay. Oscar Gus Wunderl as well. Violet March also a DNF. And then Royce Vega ends up 26th by the time it all shakes out, sadly. So what a bummer for Royce. He had done such a good job through both heat races to this point. I mean, P5 and Heat 1 was in the top 5 again, ready to challenge for more here in Heat 2. And on the last lap, now all of a sudden his day gets a whole lot harder. And we had, again, given him a lot of praise for qualifying well and for finally not having to charge up maybe 10 spots. In the last few races, we've seen Royce have to come from the teens, and he's done a fantastic job of marching forward. In this case, qualified good opening heat. And the one kind of bit of solace Royce can take is that he has already proven to himself that he can march up the grid, Alex. He can do this. He's done it already recently and put himself in podium contention over and over again. So a 5th, 26th, if he gets another top 5, top 6, he'll still start early teens or so.
Yeah, it's the one benefit of, I don't want to say benefit's the wrong word, but in Heat 1 and Heat 2, we've had a lot of DNFs in the Mini Swift category. So I think, unfortunately, he's amongst the DNFs in Heat number 2. But like we mentioned, with different drivers getting DNFs in different heats, if he can just get a nice solid finish in Heat number 3, I think even higher than the mid-teens. I think it's in the cards for Royce Vega. Nonetheless, he proved to himself and the team and to us that he has the capability, like we know, and that we've grown to know of Royce Vega, to drive through the field of Mini Swift. Nonetheless, though, it is time for some X30 Junior action with Diego Ardiles leading them to the green.
Yeah, let's check in here with the grid. Obviously, it's going to be pretty much identical. The only time that this grid will look different than the previous heat race will be if any driver ends up going to the rear for like an engine change or unapproved adjustment penalty. Otherwise, it's pretty much the same order as how they started Heat 1 and the same order of how they'll start Heat number 3. A Speed Concept Racing front row of Ardiles and Wolney, Vid Montien and Alexander Vanchev on row 2.
Yeah, row 3 is Chase Gassiet-Lee and Davin Roberts, and it's Ty Fisher and Michael McGoy. Turner, Chico Brown, Victor DeAlencar's at RPG, row number 5, and then at row number 6, another RPG, David Ramirez alongside the Super Tune driver of Tristan Murphy.
Yeah, they all ended up right around each other here with the way qualifying went, and then it's William Kim, Max Weiland back on row 7, Braden Zerbs and Levi Sangera on row 8, and the final 3, Edgar Rodriguez, Jackson Elefante, and Fernando Zapata. So here we go for X30 Junior, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. 19 drivers strong, ready to get after it once again. And for Diego Ardiles. I mean, the speed that he showed in that opening heat race, it's going to be tough to match. It's going to ask a lot of the rest of the field. Obviously, we saw Enzo Vidmontien and Jackson Wolney be able to kind of hang tight with him. And on the last couple laps, they were starting to go at it, but Diego it didn't look like he put a wheel wrong. He was so consistent, they couldn't bank on a mistake, and both of them got desperate. It ended up with Wolney going around, and Vidmontien, I believe, may have received a penalty for the contact. So that means that all Diego's got to do is just have 2 more consistent top 3 runs, and he should secure the pole. But he wants to win it, so let's see if he does here down at turn 1. A great start again for Diego. Gave his teammate space, though. Wolney trying to hop down low. Let's see how deep he sends it around the outside. He's going to let Vidmontien and Vanchev through. He'll tuck in line there to 4th, just ahead of Chase Gassey and Lee, who kind of gets shuffled to the wayside by Davin Roberts.
Whoa, late lunge there. Gassey Lee is going to push Michael McGoy way wide in turn number 4. McGoy stuck on the inside now. 7 and 1 car up and over, way up. That is Braden Zerves doing some dirt tracking. So too is the 737 of David Ramirez and Victor DeAlencar.
So now as they head out of the last sector and towards the front straightaway, did confirm Vidmontien got a 3-position penalty for the avoidable contact with Wolney, put him down to 5th. So he needs a heat race win to give him a shot at the pole tomorrow and try to kind of get back into that points hunt where Diego Ardiles has already gotten a commanding lead and is leading the way in points scored this weekend, obviously, with the pole and a Heat 1 win. 143 markers has only been added to as this weekend has gone on. So as they exit head through the infield boot and towards the new sector, the silo turn, Ardiles to Vidmontien to Vanchev. Still pretty even. I wouldn't say Vidmontien's close, but at least in this case here, Ardiles definitely has not gotten away in the opening 2 laps.
Yeah, the driver I have my eye on is the one in 3rd position, the 706 of Alexander Vanchev. Got a heat victory in the KA Junior class just a moment ago. Now an X30 Junior, it looks pretty racy. They figured out the setup on board that Sody Kart USA machine. He switched teams earlier on in the year, never really felt comfortable on board the Sody Kart as well. Jackson Wolney throws it up the inside of turn number 3. Vanchev's going to let him have it. No need to battle too early on. Look at this. Davin Roberts has joined the mix. Ty Fisher has joined the party as well. 6 karts now in the battle for the lead.
Yeah, and it may be more. Check out Chase Gassey at Lee. He's broken free at the midfield. He's only a second back. If they start to really dice it up here in the 6-car group, he could make it 7. But for now, they're all just kind of evenly balanced between each other. No one's necessarily a ton quicker. Wolney may be the only one with a little bit of an edge, as he's already kind of pulled on Vanchev, but we'll find that out here in a moment. He got a good launch out of that back hairpin, so he's proven us right so far. Big lap for Jackson, 47.29. That's 0.2 better than the race leader. The only one quicker was Davin Roberts. He's also marching up, so both 3rd and 5th on the move, heavy. Let's see if Wolney ducks out of line into this hairpin. He does not. So I think we may see something for him probably next lap, if not into the Rhino liner corners. But it takes a lot of guts, a lot of moxie to make a move back here because you're just trying to not end up on 2 wheels and biking off the racetrack. Let's see what Jackson opts to do. He's going to go for it and get it. Nicely done, Jackson Wolney.
Yeah, Wolney up to 2nd there, and whoa, side-to-side contact. Vidmontien and Vanchev go wide in 13. Davin Roberts says, thank you very much. I'll take 3rd place.
Yeah, Davin Roberts, nice work there on the RPM Tony kart. Now with a car length gap, back to Vidmontien to boot as well. So Davin moving up. It's an SCR 1-2, Ardiles to Wolney. Roberts there on the Ryan Perry Motorsport machine. Vidmontien, here's Vanchev on the inside of Ty Fisher. Chase Gassey at Lee trying to pull alongside, not able to make it happen there. That's for 6th on the circuit here. And Alexander Vanchev and the Sody group got to be sweating a little bit because he has really just continued to drop like a rock since we've gotten the field spread apart. As Gassey at Lee is going to give him at least a little breathing room with a major send on Ty. Ty's going to return the favor. And Michael McGoy says, thank you very much, fellas. I'll take both.
And how about this? Turner Chico Brown, he's been pretty quiet. Unlike in heat number 1 where he's up to 5th at the end of lap number 2. He's been struggling to make headway here as he gets around Ty Fisher in the inside of turn number 1. He's up to P7 now, but Turner Chico Brown He qualified 5th. I think a bit of a post-tech inspection put him back to P10 to start each of these heat races. Struggling for pace as he goes a little bit wide there. I thought he was going to drop a tire in the dirt. Chico Brown using all the racetrack possible, trying to get every piece of speed out of that RPG Cosmic machine, but he's not as quick as he has been in the KA Junior category, at least.
Yeah, no, not quite, for sure. But, I mean, he's been making some progress, I will say, here in this heat. I mean, last time by, Chico a 46.5, the leader a 46.5 this time. So Turner, you know, having to fight back from that harder starting spot. I mean, the only issue I think with this racetrack from a drivability standpoint is how easy it is to stack the field up when a pass is made, and that's where they kind of spread apart over and over again. You know, at some of the bigger racetracks, you can make a pass and either not lose time or not, you know, end up 2x2 or the third or fourth cars in line having to jam on the brakes. Here you do, because there's just kind of nowhere to go, and that's why here at this point, pretty much identical times from first down to, you know, market 8th with Fisher, or even you know, at least 7th with Turner Brown. You know, they're 3.8, 4 seconds apart. Like, yes, if they're dooring and going side by side for the lead, sure, we could end up with a ton of karts together. But, you know, you make one pass further back, you give up some time, and especially if someone passes in front of you, that really splits the groups up quite a bit.
Yeah, here's a good look at the top 3. It's Ardiles ahead of Wolney now, the SCR 1-2, just how they started. This is the advantage the SCR team has had, especially in the junior categories, is really a 2 versus 1 situation. If you're Davin Roberts, if you're Vid Montien, you know, I mean, it's out front, when you have 2 teammates together, you can pretty much just play the game, the team game. Ardiles right now has been kind of the lead guy with Wolney playing, I don't want to say blocker for Ardiles, but having that buffer makes Ardiles kind of just drive a little bit safer, I'd say, make him feel a little more comfortable up front knowing that the teammate's behind you, so you have a bit of a defense mechanism before you have to worry about Davin Roberts or anybody else.
Yeah, no, that is nice to kind of have, you know, a shield almost. But granted, Jackson Wolney wants to get around Diego Ardiles. You know, it's kind of like being in a family, right? You want to be the number 1 family member, the better brother, the better sister. And Jackson Wolney, well, yes, he's happy to have Diego Ardiles. Seems like the two of them work together nicely under the tent with him. He also still wants to go, hey, I want to beat you, and I want to be the number 1 guy at Speed Concepts Racing right now. So Wolney last time by lost a couple hundredths. The lap before he picked up a little more than that. So it's a net gain of 2 steps forward, 1 step back really for Jackson. And I think this lap he might have picked up a little bit as well. Let's see. It was 6/10 last time. It's down to 4. That was a huge leap. 2 tenths better than race leader Diego Ardiles was Jackson Wolney.
Yeah, with 3 to go, this is in the cards here for Jackson Wolney. He has closed that gap. So too is Davin Roberts. He's right there in the mix. So too is Enzo Vidmontien, a driver that you can never count out of a race victory, whether it's a heat race or a feature race. He had a slow start to this one, but last time around, he was the quickest of the top 4. He's in the same frame now as your top 3 as into the back section of the racetrack.
Yeah, now as they go towards the Rhino Liner hairpin, Wolney within a car length. He's not close enough to send it. He will be, though, at this rate here in about another half a lap. It was 4 tenths. It was 6 before that. Now it is down to less than 2. Jackson Wolney continues to charge towards Diego Ardiles. Let's see if maybe he pulls the trigger in a moment. He had a little run there in the sweeper. Not quite here for the infield hairpin, turn 5. They'll head over to 6 and 7. Ardiles, I think, maybe signaled back there to Jackson to wait a moment or to try and work together because, you know, it's not just Jackson that has tracked Diego back down. Davin Roberts is there, and look who has reemerged. Enzo Vidmontien on the white and orange TKG Kart Republic was better than all of them up front. He was fastest on the racetrack, or at least, sorry, fastest in the top 5 last time. Fastest overall. I'll give that honor to rookie Michael McGoy back in 6th, but he's a little further of a ways away. White flag in the air, 1 to go.
White flag in the air. Ardiles trying to hold off his teammate here in heat number 2. Where does Wolney go for the move? Inevitably, because Davin Roberts is hot on his tail. Thought about a move, thought better of it. That's going to give Roberts a bad exit. Look at Vidmontien now on the bumper. Yeah, that half move in 4 made Roberts defend into 5. Vidmontien takes advantage of that one.
Yeah, no, nice work. Enzo now into 3rd. Jackson Wolney checked frantically over the shoulder. He's got space, but so does Diego Ardiles. So the two teammates. I don't know if they're going to get to dance on this last heat. Jackson's probably got a bit of PTSD from heat number 1, but thankfully this time he gets to hold on to second. And coming to the line, Diego Ardiles wins heat 2. Wolney, Vidmontian, Roberts, Vanchev hangs on over Michael McGoy, who was giving him everything he could handle, and then some for 5th. Chico ends up in 7th with another couple spots picked up. Ty Fisher 8th, Chase Gassiet lead 9th. Max Weiland, your top 10 here with the checkered flag flying in X30 Junior. So good work for Diego Ardiles. That's 2 in a row now. And Jackson Wolney this time gets to cross the line where he enters the final hairpin. P2, Vidmontien, Roberts, Vanchev, and then again the top 10 ends down at Mad Max on the 720 Magic car. Tristan Murphy, Victor De Allen car, William Kim, Rodriguez, Sangera, your top 15. And as we take a look further back, Braden Zerbs, Fernando Zapata, Jackson Elefante. The only DNF was David Ramirez. And again, it has been a bit of a rougher go for the Rollison Performance Group X30 Juniors here this weekend. So we will take a moment here before K100 Masters get underway to step away, and we'll return with the veterans aboard the 100cc power plants, followed up by X30 Pro Senior, and then a full final round of heat races to close the afternoon. Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Every single class has another brand.
So the formation lap complete here for KA100 Masters, and the 12 drivers are ready to get after it again. Laurentian Mardan, driver to watch, starts P12, drove up to second in Heat 1. Here we go for Heat 2. Nicky Coelho leads us down to turn number 1. Good start on the inside for TJ Nevels, and he will slip by Scott Kopp for P2. Kopp to third, side by side for fourth. Martin Stone is through. Miguel Mir is into fifth, and Mario Barrios finds a gap to get down in line into sixth as there's a little bit of a contact in front of everyone. It is the Rocket Racing Formula K, Rocket Racing Company entry of Paul Elefante. He drops to the rear. One other driver kind of got tangled with him, and I don't know if that was Westige, but it may have been that Franklin Motorsports Hotstede Merlin. So through the back Rhino liner hairpins and over towards the front stretch, will go one lap complete. And 11 laps to go. Nicky Coelho leads the way as we head to the front straightaway.
I can't believe the ground that Laurentian Mardan has already made up. Up to P7 from 12th. For reference, in heat number 1, he went from 12th as Westige.
Oh.
Yes, Westige is out of this race. So really unfortunate stuff there for the 495 Franklin Motorsports Merlin machine. But for Laurentian Mardan, he was up to 5th at the end of lap number 1. So 7th this time around, not nearly as good, to say the least, for Mardan. But of course, I'm just joking because that was an incredible start once again for the Technocart driver. 2.2 back from the lead. Again, comparison to heat number 1. At the end of lap number 1, he was about 3 seconds back and almost won the race. So this is definitely in the cards for the Technocart driver, who unfortunately missed out. The entire team missed out on qualifying. Didn't read the schedule properly, I guess. They thought it was 5:39, not 5:29. Nonetheless, they all just start on the back row of the grid. Mardan just got around Barrios now, make it P6 and 1.6 seconds back. So 6/10 clear of Nicky Coelho's lap time last time around. Look at this, a move to the inside. Scott Kopp on his teammate, TJ Nevels.
Yeah, nice move there. Kopp's going to finally complete the pass coming out of turn number 6, and they'll go 7, 8, 9 through the boot. And look who also now has joined to bring some pressure towards the way of Nevels. Martin Stone trying to hit the tide of what he had in heat number 1. We watched him have that issue that turned him around on the opening lap, and then, by the time he got back going and charged up, he made it back into the top 10, but not much further. So he needs a major result to keep himself well inside the championship chase as they go down the front stretch, because Nicky Coelho is trying to put together a perfect weekend, as that was a big attempt from Stone and a big door slammed shut by TJ.
Yeah, TJ Nevels not going to let this one go easily. Look at this, though. That battling for third, between Nevels, Martin Stone, and others has brought in Laurent Mardan as well as Miguel Mir. He's doing a nice job here holding on to the tail end of that Technocart. I mean, we've talked to Miguel and heard from him, struggling for grip. He's a taller, bigger guy. A lot of drivers of his stature struggling throughout the weekend, so it's really plagued Miguel Mir, not to the pace that we come to expect from the Orsilon driver, but doing a great job here hanging on to the tail end of Laurent Mardan. That's a driver that you really want to follow around this place, because he seems to have it figured out much more than everybody else. Last time around went purple once again. Across the stripe this time around, Nicky Coelho leads ahead of Scott Kopp, TJ Nevels, Martin Stone, Mardan trying to get around Miguel Mir, Martin Stone starting a 3. Not going to happen this time around. I will say the ground that Laurent Mardan has made up in heat number 2 is not nearly as quick as he did in heat number 1. So maybe the other drivers figured things out, or Mardan maybe caught off guard by a bit of a hotter racetrack. We'll have to wait and see, because right now Martin Stone and TJ Nevels have turned up the wick here and starting to gap Laurent Mardan there as he reached for the carburetor slightly.
Yeah, just a little bit, right? So I don't know if Larry thinks he needs a little more power, as again Martin Stone tries it on TJ, again can't complete it. That time I think was even a bit more aggressive on both ends. Martin committing and TJ committing to say no sir in the Rhino liner. So he's allowed now Scott Kopp and Nicky Coelho to really build a decent margin. Let's see in the run to the sweeper if Martin tries again. Actually, he won't have, I thought he was going to get passed by Laurent Mardan. In his case, there it is in the hairpin. So Larry gets by, and now he's up to 4th. But Martin has already made 2 full attempts at TJ Nevels, neither one successful. Let's see if Laurent Mardan can get around the 493, who has done a great job of keeping that Franklin Motorsports Merlin nice and wide.
Yeah, here we go. We got a penalty for the 401 of Martin Stone. So Martin Stone got a little bit of a warning or a penalty there for the RPG driver. I'm curious to see what that was for. Maybe just for slight contact with TJ Nevels. Nonetheless, though, Martin Stone now, like we saw, got passed by Laurent Mardan. Mardan already starting to pull away from the RPG driver and make some headway on TJ Nevels. But last time around, not as quick. Obviously, with the pass, lap time won't be as quick. He has about 5/10 to find before he gets to TJ Nevels. Look at this, Scott Kopp inside of Nicky Coelho. He's your new leader now. As Nicky Coelho, we got a battle between the 2 teammates. Coelho back through, goes a little too wide. Scott Kopp's going to follow through.
Yeah, Kopp back in 2nd and a net gain of nothing, but a lot of ground lost and given up to TJ Nevels. Now, I will say here, whether or not there was a protest and then a reverse, or just ultimately a warning given to A.J. Myers, that black and white kind of cross flag I think is just as much being used right now as a furled black flag. It just means officials are watching and debating on that incident, that contact, which again, Martin was committed down there in the Rhino liner, so maybe a bit of a, I won't call it a scare tactic by the race directors, but at least alerting the drivers that there is a chance of a penalty. So if you think you did wrong, don't, stay where you're at, give up the position, give up the time of whatever you think you may have done. But if you're confident in your side, you want to lay your case at the feet of the jury and hope that you get to get scored where you cross the line. you're allowed to keep going. I think in that case with Martin, you know, based on the fact AJ we saw at the 923 with that same sign and no penalty is, whoa, let's change gears here. TJ Nevels has just lost the left rear tire. And you can see the hub is still on the car, so the lug nuts have obviously sheared, or the studs mainly, with the nuts coming off, and TJ Nevels, crazy.
That is a frustrating one there for TJ Nevels. I mean, a little bit of a interesting one there. Like you mentioned, the hub's still on, so clearly just the lug nuts have decided to either come off, they weren't tightened all the way through, or they've just sheared off somehow. Sometimes it's just one of those racing things that tends to happen. Laurenti Mardan, though, now has pretty much inherited that third place spot. Last time around, matched the 2 leaders' lap times. The lap before, gained about 4/10 of a second, has about 3.5 laps to make something happen here to gain about 1.5 seconds. And the only way that's really possible, in my opinion, is if Coelho and Kopp go back to what they were doing 2 laps ago and battling for first and second. But I think that was their bit of fun done for the heat number 2. They might just sit here and wait for the last lap, but these KM Masters guys seem to surprise me all the time, so maybe they will race for first and second earlier on than the last lap.
Yeah, Laurenti Mardan trying to surprise you. He put a great lap together there. He did gain on Kopp. The downside, he only gained 1/100th on the overall race leader, and now he's going to come under pressure for third from Martin. Stone trying to get by. They're going to race wheel to wheel. Laurenti Mardan says, hey, man, I don't know why we're doing that. We had a shot, and I think Martin's going, well, you had a shot, and we haven't made the most of it, so maybe I need to get back by. But either way, that's allowed Mario Barrios to join into the conversation. Mario last time by, also just as fast as these two, also just as fast as Nicky Coelho. And could Mario Barrios steal third away from both of these drivers under their noses? We're going to see here over the next 2 laps what happens. Coelho and Scott Kopp, great gap. Could be a great battle for the lead and the win here in heat number 2. Again, the same great battle is now 3 drivers involved in the fight for third. Mardan, Stone, and Barrios right there going out of turn number 4. So 2 groups here that really could put on a show, or could end up, as you said, Alex, being more of a tame ending and saying, you know what, this is good enough, you know, for Laurenti Mardan. Second in heat 1, third in heat 2. Dude, that's great considering where you started. And you just know if you start a couple spots higher for tomorrow, which he's already on track to very easily, he could have a real shot to lead a whole lot of laps and win this thing.
I have a feeling we haven't seen the last of Martin Stone versus Laurenti Mardan, though. Knowing that Martin Stone didn't have the best heat number 1 that he would have liked, white flag in the air, I think he's going to try to push here and see what he can do and get around the third place driver. Let's look at TJ Nevels' cart up on the cart stand, frustrated that his lug nut decided to give up on him late in this one. Look at this, Scott Kopp inside. Whoa, that was a little too close for comfort if you're the Franklin Motorsports guys watching your boys out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, well, again, so Scott Kopp, you know, I have the Franklin Motorsports logo for him. He's pitted over with TJ Coyne in the best card in kind of TJ Coyne's Corsa Sport tent. A couple of buddies hanging out. They're actually right behind the USPKS Reg trailer. But Scott, obviously, for innovative engines, works out of the Franklin Motorsports shop. So I don't know if he builds Nicky's motors. I'm sure they've crossed paths plenty of times. So it's kind of a somewhat of a customer-client dynamic. But in any case, you're right, probably somewhat teammates as well. It's still going to end up no problem at all, and no harm, no foul, though, in Heat 2. Coelho, Kopp, Mardan, Barrios getting around his teammate in Martin Stone on the last lap. P4 for Mario, P5 for Martin, Miguel Mir 6th, Christian Vomier 7th, Paul Elefante on the Rocket Racing Company Formula K in 8th, Junaid Dean in 9th, and Andre Isaac rounds out the top 10. And again, he'll cross the line to show that it'll be all finishing minus, unfortunately, TJ Nevels with the issue he had early of that left rear tire coming off. So he'll have a little bit fresher rubber by 5 laps to be exact. Beyond that, some work to be done and in Heat 3 to try and make up for this result and hopefully start in the first couple spots again in tomorrow's main. He had a great starting spot after qualifying, but it will not be nearly as easy to get that spot now with this finish on the results for TJ. So there's the rest of the results again, the gaps all the way through the positions from the Nash Motorsports K100 Masters. We go now to the X30 Pro Seniors presented by Rollison Performance Group. And as we get ready to take a look at that, take a look at all of this Rhino liner and rubber. And so this is just a matter of buildup over the small ridges that have naturally formed in the racetrack, and they basically become bigger and bigger. this is where people will say as the rubber comes down, on a bumpy racetrack like this, so it almost makes things worse because the mounds are piling up where there's more contact, and then it just kind of snowballs itself. Then the mounds are higher, so you're hitting those only. You have less of a chance of hitting the lower parts of the surface, and the divots just get bigger and bigger and bigger from where they were originally going into the corner. You can see the light to the dark, and that is why we're seeing more and more guys bouncing and slamming the frames against the road going through this hairpin right in front of us. What a great angle.
Yeah, I'm no rocket scientist here, but all I know is you want your tires to have some contact patch on the racetrack, and the more that we get these little divots, the more we're going to see hopping, the more chance that we have of seeing some guys going two-wheeling through turns number 12 and sometimes turn number 13. That's a great angle there from our cameraman, Luis there. So good stuff there from the KC boys. Engines are fired for the X30 Pro Senior drivers, and on the racetrack now they go. It's led by Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg on the front row.
Then you go back to row number 2 here, folks, for your X30 Pros, and it's, Paulie Massimino, who initially got into second and held that for about half of heat number 1 before Norberg got back around him. But he showed some good pace. Those first 3 seemed to be the class of the field. And on the other end, Paulie had a good start and faded. Alessandro DiTullio a rough start and then drove back into the top 5 on his Inter-MS Kart Republic.
Yeah, row 3, it's Nicholas Terlecki alongside him, Donovan Bonilla. We have a slow driver. That looks like Paulie Massimino here, Xander.
Yeah, not good for Paulie Massimino. His handover on the side looks like a potential snapped throttle cable on the BJR MDR driver. I don't know if he's going to try and race it like that. At this point, it's hard to judge. Again, this is a major championship contender, and there's either that or it's a plug wire, an electrical wire there on the side. He's got the car fired up again. Hand's still over on the side, so let's see. Obviously now it's not throttle. It's some kind of maybe a ground wire that maybe broke loose. There's a couple of wires on that side right by the coil that if they start to get a little bit, work their way loose, it could slowly start to give lose some power. And then eventually it would fully come off. I actually had one race, Alex, a couple of years ago. I got punted so hard off at Newcastle as I bounced through the grass. The ground wire just literally, the nut loosened off, and then the ground wire was disconnected. The motor shut off. And then, of course, I thought, okay, maybe I just stalled it, tried to turn it on again, and it wouldn't fire. So there's that I think is probably what happened. But again, I'll need to work on my English a bit to explain that better in layman's terms to those of you watching along at home. It looks like, though, he should be able to get up to the pack. And there he is. So he's going to file into line and try to get his spot. Terlecki's going to let him in. Kudos to Nick. Kudos to ADT. I think we might be all good. Paulie's into his spot. Garrison on the inside. Norberg on the outside. Heat 2. Ryan Norberg gets a much better start in this one. Nose to head for a second. He'll slot to P2 overall. And now it is Terlecki 4th and ADT on the wayside going backwards fast as there's contact further back. But unlike last time, everyone's going to make it through the sweeper and into the first set of hairpins we go.
And unlike last time, Flying Ryan remains in second place here halfway through lap number 1. So I don't want to say bad news for Austin Garrison, but at least we might be in for a little bit closer of a race for the top 2 between Garrison and Norberg. Massimino lucky to be in this one and in 3rd. There goes Holtz to the inside of Donovan Bonilla. He had a pretty solid start there, but falls back and loses the spot. And then how about it? We mentioned ADT. Once again, not the ideal start he would have wanted, losing a handful of spots on the exit of turn number 1.
At the end of the opening lap here, Ryan Norberg half a second back from Austin Garrison. And then again, Massimino, Terlecki, Holtz, Bonilla, DiTullio crosses the line all the way down in 10th. And in fact, Massimino's actually under pressure from Nick Terlecki. Let's see if Nick is going to try and make that move for 3rd. This is a much better start to his heat race here in heat number 2 than heat 1. Heat 1, he had to drive through the group to get into the top 5 by the end. Right now, already starting there, much safer place to fight from. And again, his team owner, Josh Holtz, leads that next group. So it's Holtz DD 4 and 5, although that move will not help. Big bobble from Nick. And at the same time, right as we started to give praise for 4th and 5th and maybe 3rd and 5th, now they're 4th and 6th as Holtz also falling back behind Donovan Bonilla.
Yeah, now Brandon Carr
Or
got
was.
through as well.
Yeah.
Wow. So Bonilla, Carr, and Holtz under fire from, I believe, Alex Feldstein as Carr to the inside. He looks a lot racier than he did in heat number 1. They've got that TKG Car Republic rolling early on here.
Yeah, Brandon Carr moving forward as Feldstein goes on Holtz, and problems for Harley Keeble. The day just gets from bad to worse. In this case, it looks like there may have been contact because he's got that cart turned back around to rejoin at the edge of the circuit, wherever he is here at Badger Kart Club. But Harley Keeble, I don't know who he got tagged with, but Brandon Lemke also had a bad lap that lap, so maybe those two collided because Lemke lost a ton of time. Might have been the Wisconsin native and the Brit, getting together. But either way, with another lap in the books, we've got a change for third. Terlecki making up for that mistake, gets back around Paulie Massimino. So it's Garrison, Norberg, Massimino now fourth. Terlecki in the mix and in the conversation. He was just as fast as Norberg last time by. Massimino a little bit slower on that BJR MDR entry.
Yeah, really weird through turn number 4. Just got a really big bobble there and lost quite a bit of ground to Terlecki. So that's going to give Terlecki a bit of breathing room here between himself and Massimino. Those two have had some great battles all year long, especially over at the Stars Championship Series at Charlotte between them themselves there, with Terlecki unfortunately getting a DNF in that one in the latter stages of the feature race. Nonetheless, back to your top 2, Austin Garrison pumping in purple lap after purple lap of 45.846, half a tenth quicker than Ryan Norberg. 9/10 is the gap between your top 2. Further back, Massimino starting to really lose ground with Terlecki here and fall to the clutches now. Brandon Carr.
Big bobble there at the end of the screen. We caught Alex Feldstein driving off the road. He had jumped the right rear tire off the edge out of turn number 4 at the end of the sweeping section and going into the hairpin at turn 5. I don't think he lost any positions on it. Definitely lost some time, though. Massimino definitely not looking too good. Right now, he has already given up at least another half a second to Terlecki. Last time by exactly 6/10 slower. Here's Brandon Carr going by, so whether it's engine issues or something else of the mix, and it might be something of both or all three potential problems here between engine, driver, and chassis. I'd bank more on engine and then maybe a bit on the go-kart for Paulie because he is dropping like a rock. If you compare with how quick he was in Heat 1, he didn't just forget how to drive this place. There is something wrong on the 308 as he falls now behind Josh Holtz.
Yeah, the car just looks really tame compared to what we saw in the opening couple of laps. So there's something definitely amidst on board that BJR MDR Lando Norris go-kart. Hopefully, for his sake, he can hold on to maybe a P7 here, but Quentin McPherson has refound some speed in that RPG Cosmic. Clayman DeMello from almost the back row of the grid up to P9 to Tullio. His fall down the order continues. He's down in 10th now. He stayed in 10th, but hasn't really made any headway.
No, he has not. He and Paulie both having a rough go of things here in heat number 2. Let's go and check in. There is Harley Keeble off on the wayside, readjusting the front nose cone and trying to get a look at what is wrong. You can see a lot of contact and a lot of rubber on that left side pod. And, yeah, something definitely wrong for Harley Keeble here. And for the second heat race in a row, he will fail to finish. So it will be a rough Sunday ahead for the interim S driver, as Carr has Bonilla still following him as he has this entire session. They have now moved all the way up, marched their way forward to 4th and 5th overall. Nick Terlecki rides about a second and a half up the road from the duo. Josh Holtz about a half second back, and they're all a good ways back from those two. Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison, with Carr and Bonilla still just kind of working their way together around this racetrack. They're missing about 2/10 to a tenth a lap from the top 2 drivers. At least they were. Bonilla now going to go by Carr. Let's see if he does better in clean air. But they were at a 45.8 last time by. Garrison a 45.6 and Norberg a 45.5. So roughly 10.5 to 2.5 tenths off the pace of the top 2.
Yeah, with the gap being about a second between Garrison and Norberg, and then Terlecki by himself. This is the main battle on the racetrack for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. I will say that driver making a move right there, Paulie Massimino, since we mentioned that he's starting to lose pace, he's refound a little bit of life here on board that Lando Norris go-kart. A little bit more pace here with about 4 laps to go. He's starting to make some ground now. He just got around Holtz, making some headway on Brandon Carr and Donovan Bonilla. So it's not all it's not all south for Paulie Massimino. There goes Quentin McPherson. He makes a move on Josh Holtz, and here comes Tullio now. You don't want to give that guy a second life because alternative Tullio is going to make you pay for it just like that. Inside and through. Josh Holtz starting to fade late.
Yeah, and I think part of it might be the marbling. You know, this was a big storyline for all the dirt and rubber bits that come off the tires or get pushed onto the racetrack and then shoveled off the line. Look at all that buildup. I mean, Holtz there literally just looked like he slowed down half a second because he had to go wide in one turn getting past. And then it compounds because you go wide as you get past again and again and again. And, you know, you just need like a lap with no one pressuring you to clean your tires back off. So that could be part of it because, like you said, Paulie's looking better now. He's picked up pace a little bit. Still nowhere near the top 2 drivers overall, and he's still a little ways off of Terlecki. But he's even to Dono, and he's a little better than Brandon Carr, so he might be able to salvage a top 5 still as 2 of the veterans in this class, Zachary Clayman DeMello and Josh Holtz, are getting ready to do battle for that 9th position with Alex Feldstein kind of looming in the distance. And Quentin McPherson is out, and his hands are in the air, and I don't know who he's motioning at. It looks like he was looking maybe towards the backside, but he had no one really around him. Maybe he had Massimino nearby. Yeah, Paulie Massimino and Quentin McPherson colliding. So there was something wrong there between the 2 of them. Paulie might have either lost some time or what, but McPherson out, and Paulie now behind DeTulio, and he's just trying to hang on as DeMello gets to the inside and clear on Holtz.
Yeah, Feldstein takes advantage of that one, gets around his team owner there. So Josh Holtz falling back, like you mentioned. It's really hard to get past here and then find any sort of grip for the next couple of corners. See Holtz sliding around through 6 and 7. He's going to lose a bunch of ground to his teammate there, Alex Feldstein, just trying to stay for the top 10. There's the frustration for Quentin McPherson, clearly upset with either Massimino or DeTulio. Either way, DeTulio now took advantage of that one. He's up into the top 6, but nobody is as quick as that guy, even though last time around, Ryan Norberg found about a 10th and a half.
Yeah, it's funny. This is kind of like a role reversal from round 1 of the U.S. Pro Kart Series down in Houston, where Norberg had the pace all week. Garrison was next best, chasing him down. And, you know, here in Dousman, Garrison has been the driver to beat. Norberg has had some laps where he's been quicker, but on the whole, on a race here, it has been the way of Austin, just by a small margin, tipped the scales the way of the 329. And, you know, whatever the difference is, it's shaping up to be 2 drivers above the rest to go mano-a-mano tomorrow for 25 laps. Heat 2, though, 2-0 for Austin Garrison. Ryan Norberg second, Terlecki third, Donovan Bonilla and Brandon Carr your top 5. DeTulio and Massimino, and then look at the run coming to the line there. ZCD was under heavy fire, but he had gotten around Holtz obviously earlier in that lap and then defended to keep Alex Feldstein and Holtz at bay. So he'll provisionally end up 8th. And let's take the full look here at the results from heat number 2 in X30 Pro Senior. Look at the little bit of diversity. We've got 4 different teams inside the top 5, but it's all OTK 1, 2, 3, 4 with Garrison, Norberg, Terlecki, and then Bonilla, Brandon Carr, the first of the non-OTK drivers on a Kart Republic. ADT's KR for Intra MS right there. Then Massimino's LN Kart, another Kart Republic manufactured machine for ZCD. And that's pretty much actually really everyone in the field. I didn't even really pay attention closely to this. If you're not on a Kart Republic or Tony Kart this weekend, your name is Brandon Lemke. That is it. He is the only non-OTK or Kart Republic manufactured entry of the 17 drivers in X30 Pro Senior. And sadly, I don't know what happened to him and if it did come from contact with Harley Keeble, but even after he got back going, you would have anticipated he would have made up a little more ground than where he did, but P14 for the 301 at the end of heat number 2. Trying to catch back up to Henry Lepard and Santiago Fernandez. I would not be surprised to see maybe some choice words after that heat. Obviously, we saw Massimino backwards, forwards, Holtz and DeMello having a good little scrap, and only 2 guys that probably had no contact and no issues at all was the top 2 finishers in Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg. So 1 round of heats here in the afternoon complete, 2 in total on the day, and 1 more round still to go. And while the X30 Pro Seniors drivers are beginning to roll on by, we'll take a look through the rest here to see Quentin McPherson rolling in. There's his card, I think, at the back. Yeah, indeed. The local has had a weekend that's been a bit more frustrating, I'm sure, than fun here in this X30 Pro Senior class. And the KA Senior Division, on the other hand, has had a lot of different drivers showing pace, so you can't say that one really sticks out, but Quentin is still there in the mix for sure. So we move from some of the elder drivers in the U.S. Pro Kart Series structure to the youngest to go back to the top of the batting order. Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift, Zane Burgess, Miguel Suarez, your front row. Let's see and take you through the lineup here of how they'll go once again for the Micro Swift drivers to figure out where they'll go. And really this, this day, Zane Burgess, I mean, he has looked extremely strong, but again, Santi Orioli, that Heat 1 win, he was good, and then Alex, you were there for all of Heat number 2.
Yeah, Miguel Suarez looked really quick. Zane Burgess was fast. Those two were kind of heading the way ahead of Santi Orioli, finished third in Heat number 2. Jake Nalio got pushed way wide at the end of lap number 1. Made a good comeback drive to finish inside the top 5, but for the Team Ferris Racing Kart public, he's won a little bit more in this one. But yeah, Zane Burgess has been the driver to beat all weekend besides the Heat victory from Orioli in Heat number 1. Alongside him, Miguel Suarez, row number 1. Those 4 inside in rows 1 and 2 have been the drivers to beat. We saw Jaden Francisco really put the heat to Zane Burgess in Heat number 2. His RPM go-kart has been absolutely flying all weekend long, just as well as Easton Kabinski, the AAM karting OTK driver as well. His go-kart has been rolling all weekend long. He's on the outside of row number 3, but he has a top 5, top 3 go-kart throughout the heat races so far. Looking for more of that in this one.
Leo Simone has some work to do to get himself into where he needs to be after a DNF in Heat number 2. And the same as well, Lawrence Perriman had that issue at the start of Heat number 1. He was able to make up some more spots post-race after penalties, but 23rd for Lawrence. So from 20th on the grid, ended up going backwards a little bit. Those would be 2 drivers to keep your eye on because they did not have the best of run in the opening 2 heats, that they maybe be looking to go a little more aggressive here in Heat number 3 and try to really get a home run heat race before the day is done and they move on into tomorrow. Now we go to the back qualifiers that have had to start in these final few rows, all heats so far, all the way back to Dor Ehrlich, who had a great march up the boards in Heat number 1, and in Heat number 2 he was on track for the same as well, but ultimately ended up on the last lap, or last couple, getting turned around as here we go, getting set to go green here for the micros, and no green on the first try by. So we will send them around again, and that will send us back off. So we were looking for the green that time around, did not get it. And we'll give Zane and Miguel another chance to try and get us going here.
Yeah, some happy feet going on in the front row there, just a little bit too eager to get to the power. Weren't fully organized, was the mid to back section of the racetrack, so these young superstars trying to get a little bit more heat in the tires before they get ready for the third and final heat race of the afternoon. Of course, with the young kids and the smaller cadet style chassis, it's not really as important as it would be in the bigger classes like the junior, like the senior categories, where tire saving's a big deal, right? You can pretty much push as much as you'd like in Heat 1 and Heat 2. I don't expect much fall off for Heat number 3. It's not really a common thing to see. So these drivers, expect them to push as much as possible. There are your 2 youngest superstars of the weekend so far, Zane Burgess, Miguel Suarez on the front row, but behind him is one of the drivers that's won a heat race today. The MPG driver of Santi Orioli has a first and a third. Another good top 3 finish here could put him on pole for tomorrow. Here we go. Green flag is out. We do get the green this time by. Great start for Burgess. Whoa! Easton Kabinski up and over. A couple drivers in the barrier.
Yeah, included there is the 19 machine. There is another one as well over in the pillows. Kubinski is buried backwards facing the racetrack. Craziness to start here. Hudson Howard involved, and it was hard to say who was the other driver. I don't believe it might have been Wynn Gottschalk or Dutch Westbrook, one of the Bennecks, but Miguel Suarez survives it. Burgess does. Jaden Francisco, no, it may be Orioli. It might have been Santi Orioli and Easton Kubinski going together, because Orioli is not in frame at all either. So a number of your top drivers involved in a turn 1 crash. Whoa. And there's more contact here as Burgess and Suarez collide. Burgess back to 6. Here comes on to the outside Jaden Francisco, but they're going to line up and freight train him in through turn number 1.
And into second, Jake Manolio, who even goes wide. And Cameron Johnson moves up into second on the FMS Merlin.
A bunch of new drivers in the mix here inside the top 5. There goes Jaden Francisco back to the inside and through for P3. What a run for Cam Johnson, the Wisconsin local. He's up to P2. Manolio, after a not-so-great start to heat number 2, a much better start to his third heat. And then how about it for Win Godshock up inside the top 5. After that mistaken turn 13, Zane Burgess finds himself behind Leo Simone, a driver that you said needed a really good, or no, that's not Leo Simone, sorry, that is, I believe, that is the other TKG Car Public. That is Leo Simone. That is Leo Simone.
That is Leo, yeah.
Now it's Zane Burgess getting around Leo Simone. So Simone had a great start. You said he needed that, and he got that. Manolio, we must have missed it because Manolio, I just praised him for having a really good start. He just fell behind this entire group. As there's a move to the inside, Jaden Francisco couldn't make it stick. Cam Johnson gives him the signal. Let's work together. Let's go to the front.
A lot to try and break up or break down and keep up with here. Look at all the moves up and down the entire field. Lawrence Perriman up 10 spots here, 2 laps into P10. Hudson Howard, Easton Kubinski confirmed involved. Orioli was able to continue, but all the way down in 11th. Zev Godshock runs just ahead. The main 2 losers out of the entire opening corner deal was Hudson Howard and Easton Kubinski. Orioli obviously lost some. So then Luca Becquerel and Thomas Montalvo picked up positions. Now look at Jaden Francisco getting himself to second for a moment. Cameron Johnson trying to retake it. Looks over, says, all right, fine, you've got it. And so Miguel Suarez leads to then Jaden Francisco to Cameron Johnson. So it's Mexico to Canada to the U.S. here in Wisconsin's own. Cameron Johnson in third. And there is a look at Orioli and Lawrence Perriman making some moves up the grid. A good move for Orioli. That moves him by Maronario. He's now up back to 9th, and he will probably not stop there. Zane Burgess leads the next group that is starting to fall apart also, with Simone in tow, Nolan Carney, and then Jake Manolio. Like you said, he did have a good start. He got way up into the top 3, and then it just kind of all the next lap. Wrong lane, wrong lane, wrong lane, multiple times over, or just getting the momentum going back the wrong direction, and it hurt him. And now we look up front, and look at this. What a run for Win Godshock. He was the fastest car on the circuit last time. He is applying a ton of pressure to Cameron Johnson. He wants third. He'll take it away in turn 1.
Yeah, he's got enough pace to maybe catch up to the top 2. We're only 5 laps into a 12-lap heat race. Jaden Francisco and Miguel Suarez get into it there. That contact's going to bring them right back into the mix. Francisco maybe a little bit too close for comfort there. They're going to have to take a look at that one. I think he was far enough alongside into turn number 3 that it was sort of his corner, but that's one of the gray areas of racing in general. Nonetheless, the RPM driver to the point now, and I think with Zane Burgess kind of falling down the order slightly with Orioli down in 9th, this opens the door for Francisco, for Suarez to get that pole position for tomorrow with the consistent heat races that they've had throughout the day.
Yeah, looking to the inside now in the final corner. Win Godshock is not done. This is a massive charge here for Win Godshock, and a much needed one to elevate his potential starting spot as the field goes out of turn 1 with 5 laps complete. Win Godshock up a number of positions from his starting spot of 9th, 6 in total, and he's got plenty of time to make up the 2 karts in front of him. At the pace that he's going, I mean, there is no question he will be able to challenge. Zane Burgess, though, same story, except, of course, he started up at the front, and then a bad opening lap where he got kind of into it a bit with Miguel Suarez at the worst opportune time going into the last corner, and then you're stuck on the outside for 1, 2 dog legs, then turn 1, and then 2 more kinks in the straightaway to turn number 3. It's basically like 6 consecutive left-hand corners. Once you exit this hairpin, Zane was stuck on the outside for all of them.
Yeah, but he's right back in the mix on the bumper of Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson gives the helmet tap to work with me. I don't think Zane Burgess is going to follow that signal at all. There he goes, inside and through, up into P4, goes in Zane Burgess. He's been the fastest driver on the racetrack the last couple of laps. This time around, equal to the top 2, but quicker than the 2 in front of him now. So Zane Burgess up to P4. Leo Simone, his charge up continues. He's up to P6 now.
Yeah, he is continuing to get himself further and further up. This is at least a good run for Zane Burgess, for Leo Simone, for Orioli. I mean, what a charge. What a recovery charge for Santi Orioli. It's not going to show like it's a ton of positions gained or lost, really, by the time it's all over. But there is a lot of time. He's now going to look for 7th on Manalio. Inside and clear. Santiago Orioli is through for 7th. And he's almost back to where he began this heat race. And this is the type of drive that you want to keep yourself in the championship hunt, because you need to minimize your bad days. The good days, well, they're great. Yes, you want to maximize those, but there are so many more points to be lost in any given session than there are really to be gained, it always feels like.
It's a great point you make there. And Orioli, I mean, besides for the championship battles, just for tomorrow, for the best starting spot possible, he had 2 great heat races, and I said all he needs to do is have a decent heat number 3, and while the start wasn't what he would have wanted, he's back up to 7th, and I think it's still in the cards potentially for a top 6, top 5 finish. He's 1.8 back from Leo Simone and Cam Johnson, but inevitably when they start battling for that 3rd, 4th, and 5th position, he might still have a chance here. We're on lap 8, almost lap number 9 now of 12, so still 4.5 or so to go. Look at this, what a late move. Win Gottschalk to the inside. Speaking of which, Leo Simone to the inside. Leo Simone to 5th, Win Gottschalk to 2nd.
Yeah, wow. Talk about some changes up here in the front. And Win Gottschalk with about 6/10 and 3.5 laps. Is that enough time, and does he have enough pace still to make one last heave towards the lead and track down Jaden Francisco? Or can the young Canadian get himself a heat race victory and ride out of Saturday with a massive load of confidence going into the main event tomorrow morning? Right now, we're headed to the line to see 9 laps complete, 3 laps to go for Jaden. And Gottschalk, it's not going to be easy to make up the ground, because Zane Burgess has now caught up to him and Miguel Suarez. He's ready to fight. There's contact further back, and Miguel's going to have to go back to 2nd. So that's going to open up the margin. 1.25 seconds now back to 2nd and 3rd. Maybe mark it at a 1.5 seconds at this point. Yellow's waving here on the backside of the racetrack as we've got Burgess, Suarez, Gottschalk now the new order. Zane into 2nd. I don't know if he made that move on Miguel before the yellow zone. Hard to say, Alex.
Yeah, that was tough. I didn't really get a chance to see the yellow flag waving until he was side by side with Suarez. So it's one of those up in the air, leave it to the officials to decide. On the racetrack, though, Zane Burgess, talk about recovery drives. It's been the story of recovery drives all throughout the field. Orioli to 7th. Burgess up to P2. Win Gottschalk's had a great run, unfortunately down to 4th now, but they're going to see the 2 to go sticks in the air. This is pretty much Jaden Francisco's to lose now, with the gap extending after the passes being made on the previous lap. 1.7 is the gap that he has over the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place drivers. Burgess looks over his shoulder, knows he has to slightly defend into turn number 3, gets on the curbing there. It's going to give Suarez a decent chance in the 4, decides not to take it. This is going to be the battle all the way to the finish, though.
Yeah, this is the highest position-based fight we have, so that's where our cameras are, because it's nearly 2 seconds to Jaden Francisco. He's done a great job through this entire heat race, making smart moves at the right time, and then at the other point, when he's had clean air, when he's had the opportunity to put in some good laps, he's put in some blistering ones. At best, people have been able to match him. Of course, anything less than that, and they're slower. Across the line for the white flag, this time by Francisco's lead last time was 1.7 seconds. What is it now back to Burgess? Got to be, at least the same as there you saw Gottschalk take a look down to the inside of Miguel Suarez, and he was unable to make anything of it. Miguel now gets to focus back forward on Zane, who is still just kind of lightly and loosely defending his position, Alex. Not going all the way to the outside, but going most of the way there.
Yeah, but you have to be careful not to defend clean air sometimes, because I feel like he didn't have to defend him before, decided to do so. Still, surprisingly, actually pulled a gap on Miguel Suarez here, and if anything, Miguel Suarez might be under fire from Win Gottschalk through 11 into 12. Do we see a move from the Bennett driver? No, because Suarez goes defensive because he has to.
Yeah, he had to defend. Gottschalk got a great run at him. They're still going to fight, but I think it'll end up as a net change of 0. White flag in the air again. Looked like we were, oh, there it is. That was for lap traffic. Francisco, indeed, ends as the winner. Burgess second, and at the line, Gottschalk made it interesting. He'll end up in 4th. Nolan Carney on the last lap drops down a couple of spots. Leo Simone 5th. Santi Orioli 6th. Jake Manalio, Cameron Johnson, Lawrence Perriman, Nolan Carney here in the Micro Swift field. So Jaden Francisco wins heat number 3 over the regular contenders that have been up front for most of the day. and he looked exactly like one of those regular contenders with how he drove here in this race. What a great job.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Jaden Francisco. It's going to be pretty tight to see who's on pole for tomorrow between Francisco and Burgess. I think Orioli, that 6th place spot, an incredible recovery for him, but that might just not be enough for a front row, maybe a 2nd or a 3rd potentially at best for him. Leo Simone, exactly what you said he needed to do was get a good result. He did that. So too did Wynn Gottschalk. Really impressive throughout all of that race. Manalio had a great start, fell back slightly, and then drove his way back to 7th. Cam Johnson was up to P2 at one point, fighting for the lead. He finishes 8th. Lawrence Perryman, a really good run for the BGR MDR driver. He finishes in 9th. And then your top 10 driver, the U-Race driver of Nolan Carney, that's your top 10. Further down the order, Mauro Nario, Luca Becerril, Marcelo Flores, George Ho, and Danny Ramirez. Your top 15 in the Micro Swift Heat number 3 and final heat of the day for these young stars.
Yeah, so they are all wrapped up there in Micro Swift. They'll go to post-race tech inspection and scaling. Here's the back of the field all the way down. Easton Kubinski and Hudson Howard were able to catch up to the tail end of the pack, but sadly they couldn't really do much once they got there. They just ran out of laps. Ultimately, 2 drivers starting inside the top 10 end up with a 29th and 30th, so that'll hurt their main event starting hopes. But nonetheless, we go now moving from our youngest superstars to one of the middle age groups, the K100 Junior class presented by BBS Race Engines. When we return, Chico Brown, Sebastian Garzone ready to bring us to green.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com.
And here we go for KA100 Junior. Here's a quick look at the lineup. Again, Chico Brown and Sebastian Garzone, Braden Zerbs, Amador Martinez, Alex Vanchev, Brady Shad, Jensen, Dramalev, Perkins, Peyton Fayen, the top 10. And they're ready to get after it here for the final heat of the day. Yes, we go. Green on the first time. It looked like it. Fully down to turn number 3. And we are single file, so it looks like, yeah, we're racing down here. 1 lap under, or half a lap through. Turner Brown leads over Garzone. Back to Martinez, who got through. Good start for Brady Shad, 6th to 4th as they go through the boot for the first time.
Yeah, the young junior drivers keeping it clean in the front half of the class. The middle towards the back half of the class was RG Bargy all the way throughout. They were 3 wide through turns 3. They've kind of single filed it out now through 11 and 12. Chico Brown going defensive early. See Sebastian Garzone hot on his tail. Once again, defensive in the 13. Sebastian Garzone might get a decent run out of 13. Whoa, they were a domino effect out of 13. Amador Martinez almost got over the top of Garzone. Lucky to keep that one facing the right direction. Nonetheless, it's Chico Brown after lap 1, your leader ahead of Garzone. Martinez, Brady Shad, like you mentioned, a great start for him. Braden Zerbs, the last cart in this 5-cart train. Then it's Vanchev, lost about a spot or 2 at lap number 1. He was your heat number 2 winner in Group A versus C. Now it's A versus D this time around. Vanchev looking to go back-to-back in heat races.
Yeah, Alexander Vanchev needs a little bit of help maybe for this group to kind of back up to him. He's almost there. 1 pass should be all it'll take. And we're going to get at least 1 for second. Amador Martinez in on Sebastian Garzone. Garzone going to have to fend off the charge for 3rd, and that will allow the 2 Wisconsinites, Braden Zerbs and Brady Shad, to go at it. Ultimately, no change there. Shad still right on his tail as they go down to turn number 1, though, with 2 complete, and he might be looking to go by Garzone over at the end of the sweeper. Let's see. A move there from Gassiet Lee. Big lockup as he went to the inside, and he really bogged it down as Zerbs goes by Shad. and Gassi Lee gets around Vanchev. I don't know how he got around Alex Vanchev right there. Vanchev must have defended or something.
Yeah, I think you and I kind of had the same sort of shock there. You know, with how bad of an X out of 3 he got. Somehow got the RPMs up and running and was able to get around Vanchev. So like you mentioned, either a mistake or something from Vanchev, maybe defending some clean air there. Nonetheless, chased Gassi Lee up about 3 or 4 spots in a handful of corners. This has been the story of Gassi Lee's weekend so far, though. Really strong starts, and then usually around the halfway point or a little bit further on into the race, some sort of bad luck plagues him where he's in the wrong spot at the wrong time. And that's kind of how his weekend's gone so far in KA and X30 Junior. Nonetheless, though, he's had some glimpses of promise, just like he has in the start of this one. Up to P6 now, the National Motorsports OTK driver. Look at this. This is a good battle here for third. Sebastian Garzone, Braden Zerves, and then it's Brady Shad. This is probably the tightest battle we have on the racetrack. Really, this entire group from third to about 10th with Asen Dramalev.
Yeah, Asen at the end of that line on Techno Kart isn't even really back. I mean, look at that. Peyton Fay and Luca Popescu's GFC. It goes back to 12th, and you could make an argument to go even further back to Mad Max Weiland, but this is all, big off there for the 858 of Drew Jensen. Big mistake right ahead of Dramalev. He'll lose 1 spot, thankfully only 1 in the exchange. But what a turnaround. Again, look at this. The gap already from first and second back to third. Turner Brown and Amador Martinez, the Ralston Performance Group junior divisions and drivers, they run both KA Junior and X30 Junior, a lot of them. Contact, Gassi at Lee into Shad. But we're used to seeing the purple and pink be the dominant team in the 125 class. This weekend, not so much, but they are looking really good with Chico and with Amador here in the 100cc division. So, weird flip of the script in Badger.
Yeah, the one thing to note, though, is obviously with groups B versus C to come, as we move to the inside, Vanchev's going to get through on Shad. Look at that, a little bit of hip check there from Cash Perkins. He's going to push Shad to the wayside. Now Brady Shad, dirt all over his tires, really could not control the cart in the 13. Unfortunately, got into Gassi and Lee. Hill was a spot there, but the one thing to note, like I mentioned, in the junior categories, it's been all about the SCR team, and they're going to make up groups B versus C later on after this one. So those are going to be the guys to beat, but this is a really good sign of promise from the RPG boys. And Brady Shad, once again, getting pushed to the wayside. Like you mentioned, I think this is a lot to do with just he was off track for offline for turn 13. It makes him offline for 14, and then you're pretty much just stuck out there until turn number 3.
Yeah, I mean, trying to hang on pretty much, and then, you know, once you get back down, you've now run the entire outside lane for, I don't know, 1,000 feet or something like that in the marbles. As there is the warning flag going to Cash Perkins. So the warning or official intervention flag, potential penalty for the 863 BJR MDR entry. That last time by crossed the line in 9th. This time by crossed the line in 6th. He's running right, tucked underneath Alexander Vanchev. They've got a good amount of a gap back to Dramalev and Gassi at Lee. But that was a quick and instant call for the USPKS officials. And to be fair, you know, that gap is huge now back from P6.
Yeah, the one driver that's been really the opportunist in this situation is Dramalev. He was 10th at the start of the last lap. Now he's 7th. Gassi at lead down in 8th. Now Drew Jensen, after the mistake, he fell back a couple spots, back up to 9th. That battle for 7th through 10th, really 11th is kind of the group now to watch, as well as we're looking here at the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. There's your leaders going by. There's Garzone by himself slightly as Braden Zerves leads that second group of Vanchev and Perkins. And there's Dramalev now with a gaggle of go-karts behind him. That is Gassi at Lee, Drew Jensen. He has to defend from him. Max Wayland as well.
Yeah, Max Weiland on the 818 has climbed up a handful of spots here. He's now cracked the top 10 and is trying to get another one, as Jensen did not want to give that one up, but Max was able to get just enough inside of Drew Jensen to force the issue, and now he's now up a net gain of 3, and that's still, I mean, it doesn't sound that great, but you know, there hasn't been that much crazy movement. I mean, we've seen the pack get pretty big, a couple little hiccups that's kind of opened some gaps up, but when you look at the ups and downs for the field, I mean, the biggest mover out of this 20-plus car field is only Tristan Murphy, and part of that's because he started at the tail end, so he's picked up a few spots off of attrition, and drivers going off the racetrack are suffering a DNF. So all that said, 3 spots up is pretty solid. And again, you got to count it as almost 6, you know, with the field split in half.
Yeah, exactly. We're 9 laps into a 12-lap heat, number 3, the final heat of the day for these young KA Junior drivers. A lot of them still have the X30 Junior Heat to come later on in the day. We watched Amador Martinez get around Turner Chico Brown, actually, I think at the corner of our screen. So Amador Martinez gets around his buddy and teammate there with 3 laps to go. That's going to make things interesting out front for the RPG boys.
Yeah, it's going to make it really interesting here if they can stay working together. Garzone that time by puts another good lap like he just did, and Amador ends up leading at just a 47.7 pace. I mean, they will get reeled in. They were at least maintaining a gap, and part of it being helped by the battling behind, but Sebastian Garzone and that Ursuline Racing black and green Tony Kart is marching towards the lead, and if he can get it down to 7 or 8 tenths, we said this is not a hugely draft-dependent racetrack. There isn't necessarily one major long straightaway, but there is still enough high-speed sections with some, long runs before you get back on the brakes that it could help tow that last little bit, like exiting this hairpin on the run down and through turn 1 over to the sweeper at turn 3. Let's see if they open that gap back up. No, Garzone again. He picked off only a little, to be fair, a 47.5 to the leader's 47.6 flat, and his being a 5.7, so he picked off 300. So even though they may have been maybe a little quicker with Chico leading, Amador Martinez leading the way, and Brown pushing him is still enough, I think, to hold.
Yeah, the 2.6 in the air waved last time around. They're going to see the white flag next time they see the start-finish line. So I presume that's when we'll see the RPG boys start to race. But nonetheless, it's been a great drive for Sebastian Garzone. He's escaped the fray. He's pretty much escaped all of the chaos behind him. He's pulled away from Vanchev, from Cash Perkins, from Braden Zerves as well. Dramalev has reeled in Braden Zerves by about a second, still has 1.3 to go. This time around, the RPG boys have pulled a slight advantage out away from the Ursuline driver now. So it's a mano-a-mano fight up front. Last time around, Martinez slightly quicker than, about a 2 tenths faster than Chico Brown. At this rate, he will not have to defend with half a lap to go.
No, he'll be able to just kind of hit his marks on this last sector, and Turner is just kind of hanging on. So for a moment, I wasn't sure who would be the better of the two. Amador Martinez looking super stout in the closing stages of Saturday here for KA100 Junior Groups A versus D, and going head-to-head with the quickest overall junior driver under the RPG camp this weekend, quickest overall in KA Junior qualifying. He's going to win out. Amador Martinez, your KA Junior AD Heat 3 winner. Brown, Garzone, Vanchev, Perkins, then Braden Zerv 6th. And here comes the rest of the field across. Dramalev, Weiland, Gassian lead. Luca Popescu into the top 10 at the end of it all, up a couple spots. Drew Jensen, a rougher go down in 11th. Brady Shad, we saw him up front early. He ends up with a net loss of 6 down there in P12. Peyton Fayen down a bit as well in her RPG entry. And so here's a look as how they all ended. Amador Martinez, Turner Brown, Sebastian Garzone, Alexander Vanchev, and Cash Perkins within about 2.5 seconds for the top 5, and then down to 15th with Tristan Murphy. And then you go and find the final few, all able to finish except for Jackson Elefante on the Rocket Racing Company F Formula K down in 21st. He went off with 2 laps to go. So the 853 will have to join us over in the scale line in a few moments, but we'll go back down to the grid for the other half of our KA Juniors as Amador Martinez gets his first career U.S. Pro Kart Series heat race win. Alex?
Yeah, impressive to see what Amador's been able to do. I mean, you mentioned it, right? We thought that when he got around Chico Brown, that Chico Brown was going to have an answer back. Didn't really. Maybe Chico Brown just decided, you know what, I've had some pretty strong performances throughout the first 2 heat races. Let me just play this smart, take my second place here in heat number 3. A second place with the group split up like it is, it really depends on where everybody else finishes. It could be a second naturally, it could be a third, could be a fourth, depending on how it combines when they do the math later on. We're going to find out momentarily when groups B versus C hit the racetrack with the SCR boys leading them to the green.
Yeah, this is, almost like the team heats, right? We had the RPG 1-2 punch here in this one. We've got the SCR 1-2 punch in the next one. And are we ready to see if Benham Abernathy can take the fight to them and continue to show the speed that this Hoach driver development Gillard entry has. He has done such a great job to this point of being fast, and he needs another good heat, hopefully, to put himself in the running. Now let's go down to the scale line here already. We've got a U.S. Pro Kart Series heat race winner standing by here with Caleb Amador Martinez. Amador, that heat race there for a minute, it looked like you were good, but Chico might have had you in those last few laps. You obviously pushed him, got around him, and pulled away. Talk about the pace and the improvement over today.
Hi, yeah, I mean, it was difficult to put away. Obviously, Chico is a very good driver. So, I mean, it was very consistent, so I couldn't find an error in his driving, so passing was not so easy. I tried to push him to get away from the guys behind of us. And yeah, when I pass him, I try to do my best to go for that win of this heat race, because the points are necessary for a good start at the final. So yeah, I like the pace I like my pace. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is such an impressive outing, for sure. Your best so far this season. What has been the secret for you for being so quick here this weekend and really breaking out to that next level and battling for the win?
I mean, obviously train hard. I mean, I did a test week the last week, so I adapted very good to the track. I liked a lot of the track, so I mean, it's just train hard. I mean, obviously the results of the last few races aren't that good, but in this time I had a good result in these heat races, so yeah, I have to keep pushing.
Amador, we appreciate the time. We know we've got the other half of the class on the track now, and I'm sure you'll be watching the competition to get ready for tomorrow. Who would you like to thank really quickly before we let you go?
Firstly, God for helping me always, my fathers, my dad and my mom, and my team that always have been supportive to me and give me all the best things they could give me.
All right, Amador, good luck here tomorrow. Congratulations again on the heat race victory.
Thank you very much.
Once again, folks, that's Amador Martinez. What a performance here today for the young man from Colombia. And so he was able to drive well up through the pack and eventually to the lead and the win here in heat number 3. But really, the pack was Turner Brown and himself for a lot of the race. Could we see another 2-driver breakaway? We are moments away from finding out here in the groups B and C heat race. Enzo Vidmontien on the inside on that TKG white and orange and green Kart Republic. Benham Abernathy in the blue and green Hoats DD OTK. Here we go for the final heat race for KA Junior. We're green down to turn number 1, and Vidmontien just barely going to nose ahead of Abernathy, who is stuck on the outside. McGoy is going to get through to second. Eric Doan will get to third, and Abernathy is just going to get once, twice, 2 elbows at least. I counted there, Alec, getting pushed to the wayside.
Yeah, still squabbling for position further back. Look at this. Michael McGoy thought about a move to the inside there of, I think, Golseth, who's found himself, oh no, that's Eric Doan. Eric Doan up to P2, then it's McGoy. Ardiles to 4th, then it's Golseth in 5th, Ty Fisher to 6th, and then it's the likes of Davin Roberts. Wolney has fallen back a handful of spots there. There's McGoy to the inside. He's going to bully his way through, but then drop it in the dirt. Move Ardiles from 4th to 2nd.
Yeah, I don't know how Eric Doan and Michael McGoy have managed to just trade spots and go back and forth, but it has absolutely given Enzo Vidmontien a huge lead over the field right now. Benham Abernathy falling back a little bit, and again, Diego Ardiles able to get clear of all the madness, is already starting to break away. Check out his gap back to McGoy, so he's got his work cut out for him, sadly. Diego does, because it's a big gap here for them between the two up front. With your race later, Enzo Vidmontien able to hit his marks from turn 1 onwards. Ardiles having to burn that first lap to get through the chaos, and he's a good ways back distance-wise, at least probably 2 seconds, but we'll get a confirmation on that when they hit the timing loop here this time by, as another driver's off. That was Travis Pettit going wide on the Race Lab TB.
I mean, we've mentioned it earlier today with Vidmontien, but I mean, you can't make this up. Every time that Vidmontien gets to the lead, it seems as though the drivers in second on back decide, you know what, let's battle it out. Let's let Vidmontien get a huge lead and that's exactly what's happened here once again. I mean, he just puts himself in the right positions more often than not is what it feels like for the TKG Car Republic driver. For Ardiles, like you mentioned, in a not-so-great position by himself with a group like this. If they decide to work together, he'll be in no man's land there. Saw Abernathy get back through on Golseth.
Yeah, Benham Abernathy really needing to make up some ground here if he wants any shot at a top 3 result and potentially a top 3 row starting spot tomorrow. Just by the way things are going, as Nathan Golseth drops a tire there, and that rut gets a little bit deeper and a little bit easier to walk the car up on the curb and off the racetrack. And further, Davin Roberts now moves up a position. Let's see all the movers and shakers here with a lap in. It's still a little bit off on timing from what we can tell. So we'll get that sorted properly here soon. But your race leader is none other than Enzo Vidmontien here. And there's a turtle crossing the racetrack. Down by turn number 1. So there is a lot going on. And to be fair, I think we're all a bit confused right now. For those looking along, your race leader is not shown in the top 10. They need to adjust it here, or we're going to unfortunately run into the same issue we ran into earlier. There it goes. Vidmontien, the leader now. Ardiles to second. Took him a second to properly get the green flag displayed and then put on the right driver. They've done that. And so it's Vidmontien at a 47.92. Ardiles, and we got a warning flag. Eric Doan, the man in 4th on that Speed Sense X-Prix, is under investigation here with Abernathy in front, and now McGoy and Roberts trying to go by the California-based team entry.
He's going to hold on there to that P5 spot. Further back, Dupuis is going to push Wolney wide. Wolney's good work is undone there, and look at this, Xander.
Yeah, look at the rubber buildup here on the inside of the racetrack. Massive in that Rhino Liner hairpin. Great angle of what it looks like. It is treacherous conditions down there. And again, Eric Doan, Davin Roberts. I mean, the problem is the more rubber, the more grip that gets added on in each of these Rhino Line sections, the faster the track gets over and over again. With now another lap in the books here. Vidmontien, 2.6 seconds back to Diego Ardiles. 2.5 tenths here between the pair.
Yeah, Abernathy put together a really good performance. I mean, he fell back to outside the top 7. He's back up to P3 now with the help of Michael McGoy. I don't think it's going to be enough at this stage in the race to make up 2.7 seconds, but anything's possible here in the KA Junior category. For Vidmontien, he is in a different zip code right now, 2.7 clear of Ardiles for second place there, and Ardiles by himself as well. It's going to be a pretty lonely race for him. We're halfway home in this one. I don't think the likes of Abernathy and McGoy are going to have anything to say about that one. So this is the battle for really that last spot inside the top 3. Abernathy, McGoy. A little bit further back is Doan against Roberts. And then behind him is a huge squabble of go-karts. Dupuis, Fisher, Wolney, Golseth, and others. Fisher gets around Dupuis now.
Yeah, Ty Fisher making a move up now. Benham Abernathy, Michael McGoy. Last time by 47.9s for the pair. A little better than Ardiles. A little worse than Enzo Vidmontien. And then behind them, again, Eric Doan, half a tenth, actually just really 200ths off of their pace. A little slower for Roberts. And then, you know, we watched Fisher going around Roberts because of it. Or sorry, Fisher going around Dupuis there. So they've spaced themselves, and granted with a bit of inflation on the gaps from second to third and first to second, but roughly in the order of raw pace right now. The only one that might be having enough speed to make some moves forward would be Ty Fisher, based on what he's shown us to this point. That lap, another good one for Ty. He matches actually Enzo Vidmontien. Granted, he had a little bit of a toe. Enzo did not, but he will be the one that I think will start to make some moves, especially as this helps. Even on pace, but close together. Eric Doan and Davin Roberts going at it for P5. Here comes Fisher, Dupuis, Jackson Wolney trying to close in, all in that fight for 5th on back.
Yeah, all that passing, all it's going to do is increase the gap between yourself and McGoy and Doan, and bring in the likes of Fisher and Dupuis, as Eric Doan, big mistake out of 11 there, way in the dirt, has to go defensive. He's going to have no grip on his tires through 12 and 13. Fisher could not take advantage. Wolney will take advantage of it, gives the side pod to Dupuis, puts him in the dirt. Here comes Nathan Golseth back up to 9th.
4 laps to go here as the field crosses the line. Dupuis now has the 835 Merlin of Chaz Varial right behind, and then Travis Pettit on the Race Lab TV as there's a big slide move from Eric Doan under braking, and Ty Fisher said, all right, That's enough to break momentum and give me a sign to go by. So now the 838 is up into 6th, and he still has a chance to maybe get even some more spots back to, where he's now at is just net neutral. Might be able to salvage a potential net gain on this heat race if he really can roll from here. 3 laps to go at the line. Roberts is a good ways up the road, to be fair, but it's never over till it's over. And with these KA juniors fighting the way they are, they've all cost themselves ample amounts of time when they've begun to battle. So 3 laps remaining. We're following right now the fight for 6th back to 9th. That 4-car pack led by Ty Fisher.
Yeah, this is the battle for on the racetrack now that we're watching the most, because up front you saw Abernathy and McGoy and Roberts kind of join that mix right now, but Fisher leading the group of Doan, Wolney, and Golseth. I will say the one thing, we talked about it before the heat race, how this is going to be a story of the 2 SCR boys. Well, Wolney struggling a little bit more than we would have expected in this one in comparison to his teammate up the road in 2nd place. No one's had anything to say to Vidmontien in this one. 3.7 back is Ardiles. Again, a different area of Wisconsin as, whoa! Jackson Wolney adds to his woes here, and that's going to be a pretty bad situation for him in terms of the points standings, not only in the standings, but for the points in terms of the order for tomorrow's race. Jackson Wolney maybe a little bit too opportunistic there in the inside of turn number 12. Eric Doan turned in, didn't realize Wolney was there, obviously, but that's going to be an interesting situation for the Stewarts to look at, but for Jackson Wolney, unfortunate for him.
Yeah, I know Jackson sent it. He tried to get in alongside, and I mean, they were dead even, nose to nose, tire to tire, and that's why neither one ended up spinning. It's more of a miracle that they didn't end up on top of one another, but they crossed the line now 15th and 16th, trying to just limp, I think, probably to the end, while on the other end of the spectrum, Enzo Vidmontien has straight up dominated this heat race. 1 lap to go from Porter with 4 seconds in the bank. Back to Diego Ardiles. Another 2.5 to this fight for 3rd. Abernathy and McGoy ready to go at it here. A couple of young guns in the junior class. And then Davin Roberts joining his rookie teammate Michael McGoy here in this fight for 3rd. Both of them trying to put RPM in the mix as Jackson Wolney heads for pit lane. Very surprising for Jackson Wolney to pull in. I don't know if it was undrivable or what, but Wolney into the scale line with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, it looks like the steering wheel was all sorts of lopsided there for Wolney. Probably, like you said, an undrivable go-kart towards the end. Something that is drivable, though, is this TKG Car Republic. Ends up at the end. Might as well be in Green Bay, Wisconsin, with how much of a gap he has on Ardiles there. 4.3 was the gap last time around. Checker flag in the air. He wins heat number 3 by 4.5 seconds across the stripe. Abernathy holds off a duo of RPM drivers for 3rd. Ty Fisher in 6th there ahead of Golseth, ahead of Travis Pettit. A good drive there on the Race Live TV car. He finishes 8th. Virile 9th. Nathan Dupuis on the Super Tune OTK. He's in 10th.
So that is the first group. Dupuis ended up just hanging on over Paramo, but the rest of the pack just came on by. So let's go through the last bit of your results here from KA Juniors B and C. Beyond Dupuis, Paramo, Venegas, Calderon. Then you have the gap back to Eric Doan. Doan obviously didn't suffer too much damage as he was able to stay in 14th. And I think he might have actually gotten around Dean Peterson on that. No, he did not. He was able to just manage to the finish. My mistake. Peterson 15th. And then you go back here, and this is where it's going to get interesting looking towards tomorrow with Jackson Wolney pulling in with 1 lap to go. Again, no matter how damaged the kart is, he either maybe already was fading towards the back as all of the other drivers were able to finish, or he thought he was going to over the next lap and potentially get into another incident. So he ends up 22nd, and that could put him as much as a row or 2 further back compared to being able to finish in 15th or 16th. So craziness in KA Junior. I can't say we don't expect it at this point. If anything, maybe you would have expected a little more. But for Jackson Wolney, his Saturday ends a bit on a downbeat in the 100cc class. The good news, he does have another chance to kind of get some good momentum going his way with X30 Junior later on in the rotation. KA 100 seniors next up, folks, as the KA Junior classes roll through the scales. We've got 2 classes ready and gridded for tomorrow. 5 more still needed. 6 more heat races when we return.
Brandon,
Why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that helps a driver who's just starting out in the sport all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Here we go for KA100 Senior Groups A and D. Austin Gers and Steven Eisert ready to bring the field to green. Cooper Shipman, talked to him earlier in the day. He's obviously having one heck of a run so far in a track that kind of reminds him of home back in Houston. Kane Martin on the outside as well, had a great run in Heat 2. And we are ready to see who wins Heat 3 with the lights out. And cleanly, we get through turn number 1 for all 20 plus in this KA100 Senior Heat race. And Austin Gers, Steven Eisert, Cooper Shipman getting away nicely. Shipman with a major send on Eisert there in turn 5 on this opening lap. It will be successful for the position. It cost them a lot of time to the race leader, Austin Gers, though, Alex.
Yeah, it's one of those fine lines that Shipman's trying to balance here, right? He had the unfortunate ending to Heat number 1, a great Heat number 2, so he knows that doing the math in his head that it still puts him about mid-pack for tomorrow's race. So he's trying to go up the order as quickly as possible, to as many spots as possible. Speaking of up the order, Luke Welcome to the inside of Alan Isambard. A little bit of a hip check there to McPherson. That's going to put him on the wrong line through 14 and 15. There goes Connor Ferris. There goes Donovan Bonilla as well. His teammate side by side through 1. And that's going to put McPherson again on the wrong side of the racetrack. Even more go-karts going to swallow him up.
Yeah, quite a few are going to go by Quentin. Here's Christian Miles getting through, along with the National Motorsports entry of Ryan Persing there in the 909. Miles now going to send it on the inside of the Speed Sense X-Prix, just ahead of him of Colin Roos, and kind of force his way through. He'll bring Persing and McPherson on by. And as they finally start to settle a little up front, here's Welcome on, nearly on Alan Isambard, but not able to get it done. Two drivers that have spent a lot of years racing each other. And then up the road, it's even more spaced apart. Gers, Shipman. Oh, wow. Cooper Shipman already tracked down Austin Jers for the race lead. Check this out. Are we going to have a new driver up front? Christian Miles with the investigation flag there. Chaos all around, and we've got a potential battle for the lead. So while they might go side by side, let's go side by side ourselves here. Enzo Vidmontien, your heat race was a lot less crazy than this opening few laps here in KA Senior. But I want to talk a little bit racecraft with you. We've talked with you already once today about the pace of your KR, but you've done a really good job at kind of being able to almost trigger and instigate those fights for second, get away enough, and hit your marks. Can you explain a bit of that, of how are you picking certain parts on the racetrack to put a driver in the marbles and really mess them up, catch them by surprise?
No, not really. Wherever there's like a space I can do that, I'll just maybe do like a late sun, and then I'll push him wide, and then I'll get a gap. But Heat 3 that I like gapped a lot, I don't really know what happened. Like after turn 4, I really had a gap. So yeah.
I want to ask you as well here, obviously your KA heats have been a little bit easier to come by. Your X30 Junior Heats, how do you rank that day? How do you describe it of how you're doing so far in the 125 class?
I'm doing okay. We changed something on the motor, like the carburation on the Heat 2. It wasn't too good, but then after halfway, I like tried something and it worked, and then I went from there and I caught the leaders and I got third.
Well, you're close enough, obviously, in X30 to fight for it. Do you feel good enough that you can maybe pull off another good run in that heat later and try to sweep tomorrow?
Yeah, of course.
All right, lots of confidence as always from Enzo Vidmontien. Enzo, thanks for talking with us, buddy. We'll let you get back to work and see you in a few moments for X30 Junior's final heat.
Thank you.
All right, we'll let Enzo step away. Let's go back to the on-track action. Cooper Shipman, at least after catching Austin Jers, has made it easy for us by hanging there in second, right on his heels, but not yet making too much noise. Behind him, Steven Eisert, Kane Martin. They are starting to roll there in third and fourth. Lap time by, actually, the first lap in a minute. They lost some ground to the race leader, Austin Jers. But for a minute, they were really starting to look, for me, at least the naked eye test, to close up. For sure, they pulled away from everyone else. That is easy enough to see. It's over a second and a half back to Luke Welcome's Rocket Racing Company, Kart Republic, who got around Alan Isambard a few laps prior, took over fifth. Isambard actually, I think, might have even lost the sixth spot to Connor Ferris. So third and fourth on screen, and Kane Martin putting the heat on fellow Sodi of Isambard, Steven Eisert. They have just kind of run in lockstep, and you can see, man, Eisert is really fighting that card in the last hairpin, Alex.
That is about as much hopping that I've seen all day long without, getting on two wheels there. There goes Miles to the inside of Isambard. He's going to make that move stick up to P6 now. Luke Welcome has dropped Alan Isambard. We saw them going at it quite a bit there as Bonilla puts the front fairing to the rear bumper of Isambard. He's going to catch it through 3. They're side by side through 4. Isambard's going to hold on, but all this battling is going to let Christian Miles get away from them now, and Alan Isambard's now stuck fighting for that 7th position with Bonilla, Ferris, and Persing in the mix now.
Yeah, this is not the heat race Alan Isambard was hoping to end his Saturday with, and we're still with 5.5 laps to go that he's got to survive and try to hang on. Look at him all the way on the low side in both of these hairpins, stacking them up, and it's a short-term gain, potential long-term loss. The moment now Dono gets a nose down the inside of Allen, they're going to be stacked 4 to 5 deep behind to get by him. But this is the one good part that can happen sometimes. They can start to fight behind you, and that's what you're hoping for, and then you get a gap. And so Persing, along with Bonilla and as well the 902 of Connor Ferris, all going at it. TJ Coyen getting in the mix there on the best kart, also right in the edge of the top 10, has allowed once again Alan Isambard to kind of get away.
Yeah, they're pretty spread out throughout. This is the closest battle on the racetrack. Out front is Jers, had a Shipman by 2.5 tenths. Then it's Eisert and Martin. They're separated by about a tenth from each other. Then it's Welcome all on his lonesome. Christian Miles by himself. Isambard with the fighting behind him. has pulled away slightly. I don't think he really has the pace to stay there. We've noticed that, when he's actually in a group, he's having to defend, doesn't really feel confident on board the 953 Sody Kart USA machine, but they're on to lap number 9 now. That means there's 4 laps to go here in the Heat 3, A versus D. Let's see if Persing and Ferris can work together here and get back up to the rear bumper of Alan Isambard. Yes, they have already. Now that they put they got their nose clean, put their heads down, they're already closing the gap now. It's about a car length and a half, maybe 2 cart lengths to Isambard. Then it's Persing, then it's TJ Coyan behind him, Bonilla, and once again, Aiden Rudolph. He's every single heat race, he seems to find himself in the 11th or 10th spot, just enough to put himself in maybe a top 20 spot for tomorrow's race. Look at this. Defensive maneuver for Isambard, having to go. Whoa, that was a hip check in a 13. Isambard doing everything he can to maintain that 7th position. Persing took advantage of that and got around Ferris there.
Well, Allen thought he got him away, and then ultimately Isambard ends up with the entire group behind him again, and this time now he's getting the investigation flag for all of that contact. And look at TJ Coyan as off the circuit for Connor Ferris in the 902. He was kind of on the outside, and I don't know if he caught the marbles or got some help. He's able to get back going, but a good ways back, as now he goes just ahead of Luca Quattromano and splits up him and Emery Lida and Gavin Wardle, it looks like. Meanwhile, still, look at how many Allen's got behind him. Coyan's now going to try and send it on the Rhino line around the outside. He'll run out of racetrack as Bonilla feeds a wheel to the veteran.
So yes, now it's Persing ahead of Rudolph. Like I mentioned, he hasn't really made a lot of positions on the racetrack, but he's just taking advantage of all the chaos around him. They're going to see the 2 to-go sticks in the air. Isambard somehow maintaining that 7th position. You saw him get the warning from the officials for that hip check a couple laps ago, but doing everything in his power. You would predict he was the race leader right now in a feature race the way he's driving.
Yeah, and again, the leaders are way up the road. Thankfully, they're not battling too much, so we're able to show you this fight for 7th. This is just straight up chaos and a bloodbath, really. Now, Donovan Bonilla has worked hard to get himself back up into this mix here. Isambard, a misjudged turn 9, and now he's on the outside, and everyone's going to shuffle on by. And they're all going to pay back the Sody driver who caught the marbles there in the Rhino, and he's going to fall all the way down to about 12th or 13th after all that hard work to stay alive. Meanwhile, for the lead and the win, Austin Jers, Cooper Shipman trying to go forward, and a late lunge from Coop, and Cooper Shipman gets the lead away.
Smart stuff from Jers. No need to race that. You know you've had 2 great heats behind you, so even a 2nd place heat in heat number 3 most likely puts him on pole position for tomorrow's main event. So yeah, Cooper Shipman doing everything in his power here, defending through 12, so going to give Jers a chance here potentially into 13. Look for the crossover move for Austin Jers. Not going to happen. The run to the line, it's going to be Cooper Shipman, Xander.
Yeah, this is going to help stop the bleeding in the points and making things a little better for him in the main grid tomorrow. Shipman wins heat 3, Jers 2nd, Martin, then Isert. Christian Miles rounds the top 5 over Luke Welcome. And Aiden Rudolph has gotten to the head of most of that group. Donovan Bonilla 7th, Persing 8th, Javier Herrera into 10th. Then it's Colin Roos, Emery Lida, TJ Coyan, Connor Ferris, Luca Quattromano, Clayton Slifer, Quentin McPherson rebounds all the way back up to 17th. Ibrahim Dean behind him. But yeah, let's take another look back through the overall results here from what was a pretty, I wouldn't say lackluster, but definitely calm front 6, and a very, very wild back of the group from 7th onwards here. And you can see that even just in the deltas from Luke Welcome, 4.4 seconds out of the lead, to Donovan Bonilla, 13.4 back, and still close down to Quattromano. And then down here through the rest of the field, Slifer, McPherson, Dean, Mack, Wardle. Isambard ends up all the way down in 21st. After all of that fighting, the Sody driver basically ends up, honestly, even worse for wear. So crazy turnout the way that unfolded for all of them. Isambard 21st, Valen Venkatesh, one of the few drivers he was able to stay ahead of. So there is a look at all of the K100 seniors making their way on in through the scale line now. And we've got at least the first of their 2 heats completed, while the second group is chilling and waiting to get the command to fire engines with Nick Terlecki here and Nick Gabriel.
Yeah, Terlecki and Gabriel. Look at Gabriel just chilling on the front row there, hand on his helmet there, just calm and relaxed. The shades kind of come out for the grid, so luckily for the drivers, they're not getting beamed on like they were in heat number 2, and the sun really was exposing itself to the racetrack and lighting it up. So I'll be interested to hear from some of the drivers at some point, how the track has kind of progressed throughout the day with the sun finally getting to the racetrack for the first time all weekend and really laying it down. We've seen the rubber build up on the racetrack. It's been really hard to be offline. That's been the biggest thing that's happened at Isambard. On most other racetracks, I feel like in his situation, maybe he loses 3 or 4 spots. But because of the Rhino ladder, because of the fact that the marbles have just built up over the course of the weekend, especially today, Isambard ended up losing a bunch of spots in that situation. So we've seen it all throughout different classes. You really don't want to be offline. And that's going to be the challenge that these drivers are facing, especially in heat number 3, especially if you're on the outside at the start of the racetrack. That's why you see when the green flag waves, a lot of drivers on the outside try to pinch down that inside row as best as possible so they stay away from the marbles on the outside of 1, the outside of 2, and really on the outside of turn 3, like what happened to Connor Ferris earlier on.
Yeah, so it's a risk-reward thing in these heats, right? You learn stuff as well. It's honestly better to experiment and try to be over-aggressive in a heat than in the main, right? At the same time, that's only if you're learning whether or not a move's going to pay off at this racetrack or not. If you already know what to expect, then you should take your heats a lot more conservatively because you want to play the points game and just, slowly work your way up the standings to line up nicely for the main. Isambard now was trying to be aggressive, doing what he thought would pan out on this racetrack, misjudged it, definitely learned something in that back 90 before the new section. But at the same time, is he going to get the opportunity to implement that knowledge of how, okay, if I'm going to defend, I better really jam on the brakes and not get over under there? Because now a 21st place result means he's starting pretty far back in the field for tomorrow's main, at least a lot farther back than a 7th in this heat race would have, put him in the points, because that basically is a 14th overall finish compared to a 42nd overall finish. That's a huge blow in the points.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of blow in the points, Terlecki, he's leading them to the green here momentarily, but he's had a rough couple of heat races so far. We've seen him every single heat so far, kind of messing with the carburation. Doesn't seem to be as happy as he is with the 125 piece that he has with the Host CD OTK machine as well. So for Nicholas Terlecki, hopefully for his sake, he has figured out some of the gremlins on board his KA senior package and can put the fight to the likes of Nick Gabriel, Vasquez Jr., and Bailiff.
Yeah, let's see if he can't pull it off here as we watch them begin the outlap here. Let's take a look and quick word down with our most recent heat race winner, Austin Jers. Not winner, but P2, led most of that one. I have to imagine you were probably knowing in your mind after seeing Cooper go out in Heat 1, you didn't need to win that. 1-1-2 should potentially put you pole for tomorrow. So as a non-points run, is that accurate? Just kind of riding, knowing what you had to do to store the pole for tomorrow?
Yeah, obviously I would have liked to win all of them, but it's heat racing, so it's not really that important. You just think it's good, solid finishes. But we went out there. He just surprised me that last lap. It was just a good move by Cooper, and
yeah, no, definitely a good move by Cooper for sure to send it, and good move by you to as well give some space and keep your head on. Obviously, you've been doing this long enough. You know how to play the big picture game and keep yourself in the hunt. What have you been able to learn? Has there been anything you've been able to learn? Because you spent a lot of time today punching your own hole in the air. Through the way the tracks progress, how the rubbers come down. It looks like the Rhino patch corners are getting a ton of buildup.
Yeah, I actually noticed that on the warm-up lap. We went through the silo corner, and there was just all this flakes of rubber just all built up. I've never seen that before, and I've been racing here since I was 9 years old. So that's definitely really interesting. There's definitely a ton of grip out there. But being able to put in my own laps out front definitely helped save my tires in the long run.
All right, Austin, I wish you the best of luck here. I'm sure you'll be keeping a close eye on the racing to take some more notes for when the field's all together tomorrow, and you might have to get your elbows out. At least today, though, looked like it was smooth sailing. Congratulations.
Thank you, Zebra.
All right, Austin Jers again. A 1-1-2 in the heats is going to put a tall order that no one's really going to be able to match, it looks like, unless they really can pull off one of our previous heat winners could pull off another heat race win and have a second earlier. And I'll have to double check, but I don't know if anyone's going to end up with a points that'll come close to the performance that Austin Jers has put down. So this could just be to join Austin on that front row if they get a good enough haul. With a lap in, Vasquez Jr., Terlecki, Myers, Gabriel, it's all still to play for as off the racetrack goes Max Altman in the 918. He'll find a hole in line just ahead of Quentin Angeli. And there's a look at the black and white GFC of Jesus Vasquez Jr. as he leads down to turn number 1. And a little bit of contact between the fellow Kart Republics. Chase Buscalia tried to get the move done on Finnegan Bailiff, and it did not work in that first turn, Alex.
Yeah, for sure. It all kicked off in the opening couple of laps there. We saw McGabriel go back to about 5th or 6th. He's back to 4th now. There's James Overbeck. You know what? One thing I've noticed here, Overbeck switched suits here, Xander. Maybe he felt like the new suit was bad luck for him or something because all of a sudden he switched suits. He's like, you know what? I can't finish a heat race. Let's put on a new suit for heat number 3. So far, it's looking pretty good in 5th.
Yeah, racers are pretty superstitious, aren't they? It was the debut of that new BJR MDR suit for James Overbeck, and obviously he's gone back to the typical PPK blue, red, white, and blue Coyote suit that we're used to seeing him in as they head down through turn number 1. So maybe that'll give him some better luck. It's definitely given him a good start here to heat number 3. He's right there in the mix of it behind Quick Mick Gabriel, looking for 4th as Gabriel goes to 3rd on Terlecki. And Overbeck saw back Alex Feldstein trying to go in on him. Instead, Jose Carlos Hernandez goes to the inside on Feldstein.
And Bailiff as well. Bailiff going to follow through. Feldstein's going to lose a handful of spots there. He's now falling back to the clutches of Cameron Weinberg and Chase Buscalia. The 2 Chad Dawkin Racing Car Republic drivers are sitting 9th and 10th at the moment. Buscalia has been very impressive all weekend long. He had that rough heat 1 going up, not open over, but spinning around, a little bit of a pirouette. It was cool to watch, but unfortunately for him, that put him out of heat number 1. A good heat number 2 for him. If you can get a decent points haul here in heat number 3, could put him inside the top 15 or 20 or so for the main event tomorrow, but he's looking pretty strong. The CDR boys in general have been pretty quick. Speaking of quick Mick has just gotten around Terlecki, I believe, that last lap as well, or did that the lap prior. So now Quick Mick is trying to help Terlecki get to the front here. So too is Overbeck. James Overbeck to 4th. There goes Jose Carlos Hernandez. Thought about a move, thought better of it. So this is now the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, this is quite a little fight here that has slowly kind of worked its way down. This battle for position, these positions being traded, has gone down and down and down the leaderboard. Now it is the fight for the 6th position as Hernandez gets by on Nick Terlecki. Sorry, for 5th on the Orsilon Tony Kart. So Hernandez into the top 5. Terlecki back to 6th. Finn Bailiff still looking on. He's 7th. Then Weinberg, Buscalia, and then Keegan Kaminsky, who had that moment earlier today that he nosed into the outside wall. The GFC is now into the top 10. And a move for Terlecki to kind of stop the bleeding there. A smart move in turn 5 to get back around Jose Hernandez's Orsilon Tony Kart.
Yeah, unlike other racetracks in the KA category where it's kind of like it's a pass to be pass situation, but a lot of times we've mentioned it all throughout the weekend. You know, this is one of the only tracks that we are going to in the national circuit to where it's not all draft dependent in the KA class. It's a lot about the driver. And so this is a little bit different. Usually if you get passed, you're okay with pushing the guy in front of you. In this situation, it's more of, you know, it's pass or be passed, right? We've seen it all the time. We saw it with Isambard. We've seen it with Vid Montana on the other end of the spectrum, which is get to the lead and let them fight behind you. So for Terlecki, like you said, stop the bleeding. He lost a couple of spots there. He needs to at least make one back up. I saw him last lap make some carburation adjustments, so still not all is perfect inside the cockpit, but definitely a better start than the other 2 heats for him.
Yeah, definitely a better start for sure. And at the same point, we talk about, you know, good starts. Well, Jesus Vasquez Jr. and A.J. Myers, the 2 of them have turned a good start into a great middle section. Look at the gap that's open now for them to Mick Gabriel. I mean, 1.1 seconds. They aren't any bit faster, but they have been doing very consistent times over and over again. And now the gap is closing a little from Mick Gabriel to the top 2, but they're at least holding station by not yet passing. I think AJ's going to go soon, and now he will down in turn number 5. But up until that point, he'd been stalking his prey, trying to minimize the damage of whenever he'd go by so that way it wouldn't drag the whole pack into a fight.
Yeah, that was a move that had to be done from A.J. Myers, whether or not he knows it. Quick Mick Gabriel was 2/10 quicker than Vasquez, about a 10th and a half quicker than A.J. in front of him, so he is arriving on the scene and rapidly doing so. We're on to lap 8, almost lap 9 of 12, so about 4 laps to go here for Groups B versus C, the final heat of the day for the KA senior drivers. Vasquez Jr. is not letting AJ Myers get away, but neither is Mick Gabriel up on the wheel. What are the lap times saying? Obviously, with a pass last time by, Vasquez and AJ will be slower, but Mick Gabriel 47.255, another 2/10 gain on the leader.
Yeah, that is big out of Mick Gabriel. A huge margin kind of lopped off the gap, and now it's probably another 10th at least to AJ Myers that he's picked up here in this first half a lap alone with 4.5 laps to go. This isn't over. Mick Gabriel's got that AEM karting EOS kart rolling right now, right towards the back of Jesus Vasquez Jr. Vasquez Jr. said it was kind of a tough heat in Heat 2. It was great to win it. He also didn't really get to learn anything. Now he's going to get to watch one of the best in the business get after it and try to see if he's missing anything directly on setup or driving through any parts of this racetrack. A front row seat to the Magic Man, who is arguably the quickest when you look on the overall lap average of this heat race here. He just did a 47.10. Vasquez able to pick up his pace to a 1.6. Mick Gabriel a 1.3, and we've got problems for Tristan Farber. Farber off the racetrack there at turn number 1. So the local Tristan Farber in his return to the seat, who has already gotten a couple national podiums to his name, is down in 17th after he crossed the line, and he'll go even further back now with a DNF here in Heat 3.
Through turn number 13 now. 3 more times around they're going to have to go. 2 times to go this time around. There goes Cameron Weiberg making a move, I believe, on Terlecki there. 2 sticks in the air. Myers through Vasquez through, Mick Gabriel. Another about 10th gain there. This is the battle for the lead and the win in heat number 3. Mick Gabriel is there. We're no longer going to look at the timings and scoring sheets because we can see on our screen it's about a car length and a half for the leader, half a car length for Mick Gabriel and Vasquez Jr. If Vasquez Jr. cannot find a little bit more pace out of that GFC karting machine there, Mick Gabriel might have a say in this one.
Yeah, and Mick is definitely looking good at some of the high-speed sweeping sections that lead into these passing zones. I mean, he was really fast there in those 290s going into the back hairpins. Little bit of a hiccup there in the last corner for Gabriel in the slower speed 180. But as they head to the line, he's only got one more shot to get back to it. Vasquez Jr. had a really great exit on the other end where Gabriel struggled coming out of the Rhino liner. Vasquez looked good. In fact, he closed back up to AJ, and he's going to try a really aggressive send in turn 5. It's going to send AJ into the grass. AJ Myers back to third now. He's out of the question. Can Mick Gabriel make something happen as the young buck, Jesus Vasquez Jr., really is getting after it here on the final lap of this heat race?
All bets are off. No friends being made here on the final lap. Here to the low line goes Vasquez Jr. Mick Gabriel's got a shot at this one. One more passing opportunity to go. Gabriel over his shoulder sees Myers through 13. He's pushing Vasquez around the corner. It won't be enough. They're side by side further back. But for the GFC driver, it's Jesus Vasquez Jr. He takes the win in heat number 3. Myers visibly frustrated with that one. Feels like he was roughed up a little bit too much, especially for a heat race there. Nonetheless, Mick Gabriel P2, Myers third. Overbeck a solid run there to finish in 4th to make amends for a rough couple of heat races for him earlier on in the day. Jose Hernandez in 5th. Terlecki holds on for a 6th place finish ahead of Finn Bailiff. And then it's the 2 Chad Dawkin drivers of Weinberg and Biscaglia 8th and 9th. Keegan Kaminsky, again, another driver who's had a rough afternoon. He had a DNF in heat number 1, a pretty poor finish after being off the racetrack in heat number 2. A decent finish for him in heat number 3, a top 10.
Feldstein, Alibi, and Jelly, Smolik, Rettig, the top 15. And then the final few, again, Farber, the only one to fail to finish. Max Altman, we saw him get kind of roughed up, turned around, put sideways. He's able to at least make all the laps, but down in 21st. And here we are going to the scale line. AJ Myers wagging the finger as he crossed the line. You could tell he was not happy about the way that young Jesus Vasquez Jr. raced him. And there he is going straight to him going, what was that, man? This is a heat race, a little bit unnecessary. You know, at the same time, good to see that the shake of respect at least there. But, you know, definitely not the way that AJ wanted to end the day. Kind of frustrated after, you know, driving him clean, driving through. And saying, all right, you know, okay, I guess, you know, fair play. It was a late move. It was a big send by Jesus Vasquez Jr. on AJ Myers, and then he fully finished him off a little bit there on the curbing. But that to me is such a borderline move that varies a little bit series to series, angle to angle, of how you look at it. You see some guys that are all about those late dive bombs. That's for some people, hey, as long as they get there before you are able to get your go-kart down to the curb, they can take the pass fully. In other cases, it's like, well, you've got to get a little further up earlier, and if you get the corner, great. If you don't, you don't. But regardless, AJ still ended up third, didn't give up on it. And there's still a lot that could happen here in the scales and in penalties and everything else. And Overbeck, James Overbeck, I thought that new suit fit him good. I thought it looked good. I don't know if he's going to put it back on. The blue, red, and white colors have him P4 at the end of heat number 3.
My favorite thing about that one, I just love the respect between Myers and Vasquez Jr. A lot of drivers go up to them and say, listen, why would you do that? And they get into a big argument there. But AJ just said, listen, I don't really agree with that move, but good racing, love racing against you. That's pretty much what I can gather from the words that were said. So great respect no matter what for the top 2, top 3 drivers there. And like you mentioned, it's one of those borderline moves. I think Vasquez Jr. was honestly far enough alongside AJ to where he's kind of claimed the corner. Could he have given it a little more room? Of course, but as a driver, we all want more room, Xander.
Yeah, everybody wants more room. Everybody wants everyone to kind of get out of your way so you can get the finish you want. But I can tell you one driver who had a lot of room in his second heat race, and it was that kid there with the silver helmet. Parker Ives will lead the field to green for the final time today here in Sodi Racing USA Mini Swift, as Ashton Woon, Jose Carlos Murad, Josh Bergman, Royce Vega will all be trying to track him down. And again, keep in mind, of all of the front runners here in the Mini Swift class, the one driver that's probably got the biggest chip on his shoulder going into heat number 3 to really make up some ground, make up some championship points and some overall grid points is going to be Royce Vega. That young man had a consistent P5 run in heat number 1 and was on track to do the exact same until on the final lap of heat number 3, he ended up with a DNF. Now, we have already spoken to Jesus Vasquez Jr. today. We've talked to a number of the KA Senior front runners. Let's talk to the Magic Man himself. AJ, that one right there was probably more aggressive than a guy of your experience would have liked to end Saturday. But first and foremost, talk about the progress. Looks like that Magic car just been getting better and better for you as the day's gone on.
Yeah, man, like you said, it's getting better and better. The secret is no changes, and just it's getting better and better. I'm driving this track better. I don't have many laps around here, but yeah, to go back to the last lap, yeah, that was just ridiculous for the last heat race of the day. It could have taken us both out of the entire race, so put us both in jeopardy there. So he owned up to it when I came up to him, a little upset, and so I take that with, all right, we can move past this, race with each other again, but it was just a silly move, and at least I recovered from it.
Yeah, I'm sure for a lot of drivers here at this racetrack, since, they have not ever driven here before, especially at a high level, they're experimenting in the heat races. It sucks to be on the other end of it, but you recovered, you finished third, you're going to start good. Funny enough, it was obviously not in the plans for you to contend for this KA Senior Championship, but you're actually in the mix of it after these opening couple of rounds and a good heat race like that. So has that crept in your mind at all that you might be a single-speed champ again if you pull off a good year?
I'm going to push for it. If I could get my head on my butt in these final races, I've had amazing heat races and just can't get it done in the final. So look forward to tomorrow for some redemption there.
All right, AJ, we appreciate the time, and good to see you. Good to see you running good. We wish you the best of luck in the main tomorrow.
Thank you, Xander.
All right, AJ Myers, folks, here, the Magic Man, in good spirits, and again, with a guy like his experience, that's old school. He appreciated that Jesus Vasquez Jr. said, hey, sorry, my mistake. I went for it, went a bit overzealous, and whether the officials end up doing anything either way, in his mind, AJ said, look, we're good. You owned up to it. You apologized, and we can, we start fresh. Call the score settled. You did me a wrong, but then you at least said sorry, and as long as you don't continuously do that over again, one time we'll count an apology as a balance out. Now let's go to Mini Swift Racing. Lights out, and Parker Ives is trying to go lights out on the day. Big jump here for the 148.
He timed that to perfection. Left Ashton Woon in the dust. He's down to third. A big bump to the rear bumper of Alex Chandler there. Well, a couple drivers off the racetrack. I couldn't get a good glimpse of the number there, but Jose Carlos Murad, a side pod now from Josh Bergman as well. Then it's Katowski, then it's Chandler down in fifth, side by side, all the way down from about 12th on back.
Yeah, now as the leaders head towards turn number 9 and into the back sector of the racetrack here, we'll pull that leaderboard up on the left side of your screen, and you'll see again it'll change a bit when they hit the timing loop. Parker Ives obviously with the lead, as there is side-by-side action there with Vega getting by on Benja Fernandez's SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic. But for the most part, the top couple look around how they should. Ives, Woon, Murad, Bergman, Nico Katowski into the top 5 here ahead of Alex Chandler on that Iron Rock Tony kart. And Murad under pressure here from Bergman as we got one in the wall. One of the Sodis might be Lorenko Varela, I think, who was in 10th and hard impact in the outside wall there, put on the run out of turn number 1. I don't know for certain if that was Varela or not, but we just saw the back of the Sodi suit. Either way, Jose Carlos Murad, before we looked away to the crash, looked like he might have been coming under pressure from Josh Bergman, but ultimately he was able to keep him at bay for now.
Yeah, behind Bergman, it's going to be Katowski and Alex Chandler. They've caught up to the rear bumper of the TKG Car Republic. So like you mentioned, we thought Bergman was going to leave Murad under fire, but it's actually Bergman, the one at risk of losing a spot. There it goes. Katowski to the inside and through. Move the guy with the Captain America style suit up to the top 4. And there goes Carlos Murad now. What a run, but that was a yellow flag waving, so potentially.
Whoa. Where the cart's coming right back at the yellow zone. There's more crashing. Tucker Trebe is out. The 190 of Enzo De Janeiro is stuck with his tire inside of one of the cones as he tries to continue. So there was already one spun around. The officials are waving yellow, and then there was more carnage as we go back towards the front. Let's check back in with the leaders. Ashton Woon, Jose Carlos Murad trading second. Murad is through there for P2. Woon's going to go right back to the inside there in the last hairpin.
So too does Bergman. Bergman to the inside of Chandler, but he might lose it. He's going to pinch him down at the apex of 14. Holds on now, so Bergman back up to, I believe, what is the P5 position when they all cross the start-finish line. Bergman still in 4th. Chandler in 5th. Katowski, Royce Vega, he had a poor start, but he's back up to the rear bumper now, up in 7th. There goes Murad. He's going to push Woon way wide. Bergman through, Chandler through, Katowski through. Rega could not get through, but Ashton Woon from 2nd to 6th.
Yeah, big shuffle here in the mini Swift classes. Vega does a big over-under. He'll get Woon and he'll get Katowski. Great move by Royce Vega there on the Bennick. He'll pick up 2 spots with an over-under that normally does not pay off going into the boot right there, Alex. Anytime we see someone on the outside going into turns 8 and 9, they normally end up in the dirt. Unfortunately, or actually fortunately for him now, with Woon going after Katowski, his gap is going to open. Vega will get another spot as he gets by Murad. And at the same time, Marco Salmon is on the charge right now in the 175. Check out the BJR MDR driver. He's up 7 spots. Nico Urbezo up 12. Aston Wyatt, Fast and Wyatt on that CRG. The last second chassis change for Aston Wyatt has him up 16 spots here in this mini Swift heat race.
A bunch of drivers taking advantage of the rate of attrition that we've seen in this heat number 3. We're on to lap 5 of 12. Still halfway to go. Aston Wyatt moves Urbezo up the racetrack. Urbezo hand in the air, and he's going to spin around. That's the second time we've seen the 158 machine around today.
Not a good day here for Nico Urbezo, sadly, and he'll fall way down the boards now as we watch the leaders exit the back hairpin and head down the front stretch to update us with now 5 laps complete. Parker Ives' lead is up to 2.6 seconds, but for the first time in a long time, I think he might have hit some dirt or had a mistake of his own. He gave up actually a little bit. It was up bigger than that. He was lost about a 1/10.5 to Jose Carlos Murad as of last time by. Josh Bergman was even better. Vega was also better, and Alex Chandler was a tick better than the race leader. So the top 5 closing up a bit. I don't know if we'll find out if that was just a fluke moment for Parker, or if 2nd through 5th are going to have a real chance to track back down our early race leader and eat into that 2.5 second margin.
Yeah, whether or not the likes of Murad, Bergman, and Vega can find some extra pace and really close that gap to Ives. I think 2.6 is too big of a mountain to climb for those drivers. Let's see this time around. They're going to cross the stripe. What's timing going to say? Ives back to a 50.5. But the drivers behind them, I will say, Murad and Bergman about a 1/10 or 2 quicker. Vega 3/10 faster than your leader last time by. So the gap is now 2.5 seconds for your leader, Parker Ives. There goes Vega to the inside of Bergman. He's up to P3 now aboard the Bennick.
Yeah, Royce Vega needs a good finish here to make up for that DNF in heat number 2. A 5th, a 26th, and now a looming 3rd would really help his case to make tomorrow still manageable to fight for a podium and a potential race win. Although none of that's going to matter if anyone, if no one's able to find the pace to keep Parker Ives within striking distance. They've now again beaten him a little bit. Last time by a 50.46 for Jose Carlos Murad and a 50.5 for Parker, but Parker just picked up the pace a ton to a 50.2, and it all just kind of ends up as a really neutral setting there. 2.5, 2.6 seconds. He breaks away in the first couple of laps on low air and cold tires, and then they're able to match him. They're just not able to go any better than he can. So if nothing else changes, this is going to be another 148 dominating show tomorrow, except it'll be for 22 laps instead of just 12, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm the other drivers in this class, I'm a little bit frustrated probably at the end of lap number 1. That was probably the largest gap we've seen at the end of first lap all day long. It was over a second when they crossed the line. It's just incredible what that RPM driver has been able to do all year long. But really, once he's got acclimated with the Mini Swift package, it didn't take him very long to do so. He hasn't looked back. I mean, he has been incredibly impressive. The only time that somebody's put a fight to him was Ashton Woon earlier on in the day in heat number 1. But since then, he won by over about 6 seconds in heat number 2. It's 2.1 right now, I'd say, last time around. Maybe another mistake from Parker Ives, 50.7 compared to a 50.2 and a 49.9 for Royce Vega. So the gap is closing, but there's only 4 laps to do it.
Yeah, no, it is getting close to crunch time here, Alex. Royce Vega needs to at least get by Jose Carlos Murad within the next lap and a quarter and put another good lap to build a gap between them, or he's going to have to fight and either defend or make a last-second hero move to get second in the last 2 laps, because everybody knows once the double sticks come out, it really becomes battle time here in any division, especially the Mini Swift class with that little bit of draft they still have here at Badger Kart Club. But with 3 laps to go, he still finds himself in third. Murad wants help because there's something going wrong with Parker Ives. Big move there from Royce to take over second, but Murad could see what we're just now seeing on the time charts. Something happened in the last 2 laps, and Parker's given up half a second a lap here. I don't know if he had another mistake, if there was some dirt kicked onto the racetrack that he was the first to hit, but Vega and Bergman have now gone to second and third, but Murad could see that they were visibly closing as they picked up a full second on Parker in the past 2 laps.
Yeah, we're getting ready to see 2 sticks in the air this time around. I think with that move into turn number 3 from Vega and Bergman, that's going to allow Parker Ives to maybe get an extended advantage or at least plateau it there. Vega and Bergman using all the racetrack on the exit of 13. 2 sticks in the air. What's the gap this time around? Was 1.7. 1.9 now, obviously, because they made a pass in turn number 3. You're going to naturally lose some time doing that. So they're going to need a second and a lap to catch up to Parker Ives, who has refound some pace, I'd say, a 50.2 this time around.
Now, with a lap and a half to go, if you're Royce Vega, you just need a top 4 finish here. That's safe, right? We can't afford a crash. Another crash is really going to damage our hopes at a run towards the win this weekend. So do you fight really hard? Do you defend really hard? If someone gets to the inside, do you give them the pass instantly, or do you hang on? That's the question that Royce is going to answer for us here in just a moment, because Bergman is still almost close enough to send it at any moment. Royce has been able to hit a good final sector and pull away by a car length, but the straightaway will bring Josh back close again. 1 lap to go. Ives' lead back up to 1.8 seconds. He's safe out front, and Vega is going to just a little bit ease his line to the low side.
Vega going way defensive actually into turn number 4. It's going to give Bergman a decent chance into 5 if he wants it. Vega going defensive. Look for the crossover move potentially into 6 and 7. Bergman opts to stay single file through the double right-hander. Only a couple more passing opportunities to go here. Does Vega go defensive? He does not. It's a fast left-hander. You don't really have to through this section of the racetrack. Through 10 and 11 pretty cleanly here. Vega defending sort of clean air here. Bergman defending further back from Murad. All the while, though, it's Parker Ives out front.
Yeah, he'll round the last turn as Bergman fends off Murad one more time. Vega's going to get second easily, but Parker Ives dominates the afternoon here in Dousman. Vega, Bergman, Murad, Alex Chandler with a big late race charge. Catches up to the end of that pack, running at the buzzer with only a couple tenths up the road until he caught his Iron Rock Motorsports teammate Jose Carlos Murad. Ashton Woon, for all that he was able to fight and stay alive there in the top 5 early, he obviously did not have the right level of pace to contend for the race win. He ends up 6 seconds back, holds on to 6th overall, but it's far from what he would have been happy to end his day with. I don't know if what's going to hurt more, the lack of pace or the lack of results from a top 3 starting spot or front row starting spot down to 6. But Nico Katowski ends 7th. Marco Samet, great drive forward. Same for Aston Wyatt, both of them picking up double-digit positions. Isaac Payne also moves up into the top 10 at the end over Brandon Ang. Alyssa Eddy, John McClellan, good to see him run good in that final heat race after the scary moment he had in Heat 2. Maxwell Macha 14th, Braden Wagner ending 15th, and then we look back to the back half of our 30, all the way down to Violet March and Tucker Trebe there, who we saw among many getting tangled early. Enzo De Janeiro, Adolfo Lavin, Nico Orbezo continued, drove back to 28th. But it's, again, just kind of a bittersweet finish to have that kind of ending to your heat. So we'll take another commercial break, folks. When we return, X30 Juniors are fired up, and they'll be getting ready to go green with Diego Ardiles and Jackson Wolney.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race, and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to Dousman, Wisconsin here for the final heat for the X30 Junior category here. Like we mentioned earlier, it's the same grid you've seen all afternoon. Ardiles and Wolney on the front row. Vidmontien and Vanchev all alongside each other on the second row. Then is Gassi at lead. Davin Roberts on row 3. Ty Fisher, McGoy, Chico Brown, Dalen Carr, row 5.
And when we take a look back here, there's not too much movement that happened. Last race, a rough go of things for David Ramirez. He joined Fernando Zapata, I believe, towards the back end of the results at heat number 2 here in X30 Junior. But it's been all about Diego Ardiles and if anyone can catch him here. So let's see if they can as they begin to work their way onto the front straightaway. Here we go for heat 3. Porter's got the lights and they're out. And it's a great jump for Diego Ardiles to get the lead over Jackson Wolney through 1 and keep it. But Wolney keeping things a bit even. He's going to stay alongside, and he might be able to slip in a second as there's contact. Davin Roberts is off. way off into the grass there. He'll rejoin towards the tail end. While the pack exits the hairpin, Vidmontien was able to fight and hang on to second. Wolney gets a better start than Heat 2, though, as he ends up third, ahead of Vanchev, who's fourth. And the rest of the field, besides one off there in the form of Davin Roberts, has cleanly survived the opening half of a lap. So it's, again, a great start here for Diego Ardiles, a good one for Enzo Vidmontien currently, as they work their way out of the back hairpin to go 1 complete and 11 to go. And you heard from Enzo and K Jr., he feels confident in his TKG Kart Republic that he can take the fight to Ardiles and Wolney and challenge these Speed Concepts Racing red speeds that have been the class of the field to this point here on the weekend. Let's see, coming out of turn number 4 and over to turn number 5. At the same time, let's also hear from a heat race winner who knows how to get it done. At least, well, heat race winner when you consider what he's had to overcome, I should say. Royce, it has been a crazy day, a roller coaster day for you to end up with a good result, though, as the last session's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it felt good. We were hoping to get up there in the top spot for the Heat 3. Tomorrow we have the pace to win. Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be the question, right? Parker has been able to get away in the first couple of laps, and at a certain point, you guys were gaining on him, but that early breakaway he's done in the laps he's been doing by himself, I mean, do you really feel like you guys can hang with him, or is there something you think he's really good at that's been able to get him these early leads?
I think we can hang with him as long as we don't all start battling for second. But yeah, I think we can get him.
Now, Royce, you know, at least even with that little blemish in Heat 2, you're going to start pretty good. This weekend has been good on Friday compared to the last couple race weekends. You've had a bad Friday or a bad qualifying and then had to mark your way forward. Is it a little more fun doing it this way? I have to imagine it's got to feel pretty good to have a weekend where the speed's just been good from the start.
Yeah, it's a bit more easier than starting in the back midfield. Definitely makes it easier qualifying good. Yeah.
All right, Royce, I'm going to give you a chance here really quick as well. Before we let you go, I want to make sure you get a bit of airtime for everyone that helps you out. Who would you like to thank while we've got you here today?
My dad, my mom, Team Bennett, Walgers, my engine builder, Hacienda Car Wash, and my grandparents.
All right, Royce, I'm sure you got a lot of supporters here following along, so they're happy to see you smiling after a roller coaster Saturday. Hopefully tomorrow you're able to put it up on the Top Stepper Challenge for it. Thanks for talking with us, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, that's Royce Vega, folks. Now let's go back to the X30 Junior Division. You saw Jackson Elefante on that Rocket Racing Company FK bury it into the wall over bury it into the wall over out of turn number 1. And sadly, his day sadly for Jackson Elefante, his day is done. The rest of the field continuing at a normal pace right now. 5 laps complete. Diego Ardiles leading the way. Enzo Vidmontien, Jackson Wolney, Alexander Vanchev, the top 4 as they exit out of turn number 5. About a car length and a half right now between Diego Ardiles and Enzo Vidmontien. Headed over to turn at number 9. Back in 5th is Chase Gassiet-Lee on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart. He's running pretty solidly right now, at least in a net neutral position. It's been more of fighting from behind in these heat races for Chase. Sort of BP5 right now is a good spot to be in. Michael McGoy runs 6th, 2 spots up. Victor De Alencar 3 spots up there in 7th. And then you go back to Ty Fisher down 2 in the 9th spot. And Max Weiland up 4 on the Magic card as we see Alexander Vanchev making a move and taking over third from Jackson Wolney. I thought for a minute, Alex, that Wolney getting into P3 off the start might have been that we'd see the 703 go straight to the front, but he's just kind of stagnated there as contact has happened further back. David Ramirez and Tristan Murphy have collided at turn 4, but Wolney, P4, and not really moving too much.
Yeah, I've noticed in the X30 Junior Heat number 2, and then Heat number 3 for the KA Junior side of things as well for Wolney. I think they've been behind the 8 ball a little bit on setup, which is interesting because they have the data from Ardiles and other drivers as well. Wolney just doesn't seem to have this second half of the day figured out as the sun has really baked this racetrack. I think it's caught him off guard. It seems to just struggle slightly compared to his teammate and drivers around him. That being said, Vanchev got around Wolney, hasn't pulled away from him that much, so Wolney's still in the mix here for especially a top 4 finish, maybe more, as Vidmontien still pressuring Ardiles further back. Chico Brown has made up 3 spots now, got around his teammate. He's at the P6. He's actually been one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack all day long in the X30 Junior category. Just unfortunate for him, had to start P10 for every single heat race. Consistently top 6 and top 5 finish in the heats, so he'll be a driver to watch tomorrow for sure to take the fight to Ardiles and Vidmontien. We've already passed the halfway mark here. We're on to lap number 9 of 12. 4 to go here for Vidmontien to try to make anything happen against Ardiles.
Now as Enzo Vidmontien follows him, I've been paying close attention to the 795 here, really, because I feel like Enzo's pulling punches right now. He's had a few moves to go, and he hasn't. I don't know if he's wanting to wait and not expose his hand and where he's got some pace on Diego. But on the flip side, one kid who cannot afford to do that because he doesn't have time to do it is Chico Brown back there in the 6th spot. Again, having to start back on row 5 for all of these heats. Picked up a few positions. He and Chase Gassiet-Lee are matching the leaders, if not a little better. They're both marching forward, but, again, by Enzo waiting, by Vanchev and Wolney taking it easy as well, they made it very difficult for someone like Turner Brown to drive from the 5th row of the grid up to the front. He's going to make this move here. He'll get to 5th, but, at raw speed and of a 10th or 2 a lap better, you really got to be like 3 to 4 tenths a lap better because you lose 2 or 3 tenths whenever you make a pass. He's already made 5.
Yeah, that's very similar to what we've seen all day from Chico Brown. Usually gets to about 6th or 5th, and then it plateaus for him. But usually the gap to the leaders is like 4+ seconds. It's only 2.3 for Chico Brown. And inevitably, I suspect these 4 drivers that are on our screen right now with 2 to go coming up soon to start the battle, especially because the 2 teammates, Ardiles and Wolney, are not together, so they don't have anybody to really help each other out. Speaking of Wolney, he's fallen off the back of Alexander Vanchev quite drastically here. The gap's only 1.3 to Chico Brown, so anything is still possible here for the top 5 drivers, I'd say. 2 sticks in the air. Vidmontien being very patient. Usually that's not what we expect from Enzo. Usually a driver that likes to get to the lead and be punchy with it. He's played the game here knowing that Ardiles is a little bit quicker throughout the day, maybe learning from Ardiles, just keeping the tires underneath him to have something left for the last 2 laps.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's it, right? Saving up a little bit of rubber for the last few moments, but you can only wait so long because Alexander Vanchev looks closer this lap even than the lap before, and the previous lap he picked up 2 tenths on these 2. White flag in the air. Vidmontien versus Ardiles, and really throw Vanchev in the mix. What a turnaround it has been for the Sodi Racing USA driver here. From the morning to the afternoon, the 706 has gone from the back to the front, really. And now he's right on the cusp of the race win as Vidmontien is all over Ardiles, who is doing a good job of parking the bus on the inside in turns 8 and 9 right now.
Yeah, it's an accordion effect now. This is going to bring Chico Brown in the mix. Too little, too late, though, probably for the RPG Cosmic driver. Through 11, one of the last passing opportunities on the racetrack. No deep sends for anybody in the top 4. Turn 13, Ardiles defends very late. Vidmontien follows him through. So too does Vanchev. Wolney's there. Chico Brown needed one more lap to make anything happen, but at the checkered flag, it's all about Diego Ardiles ahead of Vidmontien. Vanchev, Wolney, Chico Brown. 6th place was Gassiet-Lee, side by side at the end. McGoy got around Fisher for 7th. Wayland at 9th, and then Victor Alencar rounds out your top 10.
So a quick show of respect there from Diego Ardiles back to Enzo Vidmontien as they all make their way around towards the scale line. The X30 juniors, all the juniors are done for the day. It's just the seniors and masters that remain. KA 100 Master now on deck to go for their final heat race. Before they do, We'll give you one quick run through one more time of the results. Once again here at X30 Junior. Outside the top 10, Davin Roberts there. We saw him get pushed off the racetrack on lap 1. He rebounds back up to 11th. William Kim, Levi Sangera, Edgar Rodriguez, Braden Zerves, and then back on the final page here, David Ramirez, Fernando Zapata able to finish, Tristan Murphy colliding with Ramirez. The two of them get stuck together. They both get back going, at least finish, which unfortunately Jackson Elefante nosing into the wall over in turn number 4 could not. Back in 19th on the Rocket Racing Company Kart Republic. So the 19 X30 Juniors are gridded for tomorrow outside of penalties, tech, and anything through post-race scaling and scrutineering. They'll make their way to the scale line. We'll wait here and hang tight. 2 races remain. KA Master X30 Junior to lay down some more rubber as the Rhino Liner corner that we've got this great look at. Look at, again, all of that build up here. This is absolutely insane. It's been years since we've seen rubber build up like this here on the national scene. It's really testing all of these drivers, and to have that happen, again, it was really interesting to hear from Austin Jers that, you know, he had been growing up here racing since he was 9 years old and had never once seen this level of build up in that corner.
Yeah, it's incredible to see, and it's so close to the normal line as well. So it's interesting to see as well. We don't really see that on any racetrack that we go to. Here's a good look at the scale line for the X30 Junior boys. Here's a good look at Jackson Wolney there, Gassiet Lee, the Magic Man, Max Weiland as well behind him. Dallin Carr was a driver that had a great start in that one. He was up to the top 5, top 6. I did lap number 1. He finished in that 10th spot. So as the drivers continue to make their way through the scales, get some of the last bit of pickup off the racetrack, we'll take a small break before we get ready for the KA Masters Heat number 3.
Formation lap here underway for KA 100 Master presented by Nash Motorsports. The 12 drivers are ready to go after it one more time. And for the 3rd race in a row, Laurentiu Mardan will have to roll from the rear, but he's already made it look pretty easy in heats 1 and 2 to this point. Now, the opening heat races here in KA Masters both have been won by a Franklin Motorsports, or at least Wisconsin-based driver. Nicky Coelho winning out in Heat 1. Scott Kopp winning out in Heat number 2. Mardan to 2nd in Heat 1, to 3rd in Heat 2. Kopp 2nd in Heat number 2, and Coelho 3rd in Heat number 1. So those 3, both the front row and the last driver on the last row, have been the drivers to watch here. Here they go into the tram lines for the last time in KA Masters today. Do we get the green on attempt number 1 from Porter? We do. We're racing down to turn number 1.
Good start for the inside row. It's Coelho ahead of TJ Nevels, trying to make amend for a poor heat number 2 with the mechanical issue that he had. So it's a Franklin Motorsports 1, 2, 3 with Scott Kopp there. It's a good start for Mario Barrios up to that 4th position. Martin Stone getting pushed wide there. That is the likes of Westige up inside the top 5. Martin Stone there in 6th. Look at that. Laurentiu Mardan already up to P7. Just like he's done in the previous 2 heat races, the Tecmo Kart driver has found even more pace this time. Let's see if he can make up a few more spots through 10 and 11 now.
Yeah, this is the best start, it feels like, yet for Larry. He's already right on the cusp of that main group, and that main group really is all together. So as we go to complete lap number 1 here in a KA100 Master. Let's hear from another driver that's had some impressive drives through the grid and has 3 consecutive top 10s, 8 provisionally, and 3 through his heat races in X30 Junior, Ty Fisher. Ty, man, we've chatted already once this weekend, so let's catch back up. You started off with a 3rd in heat number 1, and then heats 2 and 3 haven't quite gone your way in the X30 class. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, the first heat, it was good. I was able to get a good start and just focus and drive forward. But in the last 2 heats, I just had bad starts, and then I've just not been able to have the pace that I normally have, and we're just slowing down compared to the other drivers.
Where do you feel like is the part that you're lacking so much pace-wise? Where do you come off the racetrack and think that you need a little more, a little less of something?
I think it's just more my driving and making a few mistakes, but the engine's been good, the chassis's been good. I think it's just me and my driving and making mistakes.
Well, Ty, that it takes a lot of humility to be able to admit that, but nonetheless, you got to keep your head up. 3 clean races there in X30 Junior, and amidst all the chaos in K, you're not terribly bad starting for tomorrow in that either. So that's got to feel pretty good. Who would you like to thank again for all the help to get you here?
Yeah, I'd like to thank TB, Craig Feiner, Damon, my mechanic, Speed Lab Racing Engines, and BBS Racing Engines.
All right, thanks again for catching up with us, Ty. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Xander.
All right, that's Ty Fisher, folks. Let's check back in. KA Masters were single file when we went to tie. Then they started to battle it out, and that has broken our pack up tremendously. Coelho's lead now, 6/10 back to Mario Barrios, who is up as high as he has run all weekend in 2nd. TJ Nevels is 3rd with a full 9/10 to boot, back to Scott Kopp. In fact, Nevels actually is closing in on Kopp there for 2nd, and then Mardan, through all of that mess, ended up back behind Kopp. So Scott Kopp there 4th, Laurentiu Mardan P5, and that nose cone looks like it is dragging on the ground. Don't know if it's pushed in or not, but the Technokart driver definitely having at least a loose nose, potentially dragging in the apexes.
Yeah, for sure. If it's not pushed in, I'd be very surprised. Right there, it doesn't look too bad, but any sort of curbing, it seems to bobble more than the other go-karts. So for Laurie Mardan, it wouldn't surprise me, obviously, because he's had to charge his way through the field in every single heat race there. There's Martin Stone going at it with Westige. Martin Stone, from the pace he showed in practices and the happy hour and qualifying yesterday, we would have expected a little bit more out of the RPG driver. He seems to have struggled, especially in Heat 1 and here in Heat 3 again. A little bit lack of pace. Gets around Westige there into turn number 3. So still up to P6 for Martin Stone, but in comparison to yesterday's pace, not nearly as quick. Laurentiu Mardan last time by picked up 2/10 to the leaders, but nowhere near the headway that he made in Heat 1 and Heat 2 after the great start he had here in the 3rd heat.
I think that's a testament to the field just, closing up on pace and all of them getting a bit better, as this day has gone on, as they've all learned a little more about their karts and worked on their driving, as we heard there from Ty Fisher. So Nicky Coelho, 2 car lengths up on Mario Barrios, another 2 back, maybe 3 to TJ Nevels. And for Mario, again, making this kind of run, he is still, oh, wow, there's the move from Laurentiu Mardan. Right as we said, we weren't sure how this was going to fare, as it looked like it maybe wasn't as good compared to his other drives. Gets around Scott Kopp, moves himself up to 4th, so he's now got a 2, a 3, and potentially a 4 in his heat race results. And if he can get one more spot, he might launch himself to the front row with Kopp fading back to the 5th position.
That would be incredible for the driver who missed qualifying yesterday. Didn't even set a single lap, didn't even get out on the racetrack because he misread the schedule. If he can start on the front row tomorrow, that would be one of the most impressive performances that I've seen in quite some time here in the KA Masters category. Laurie Mardan with a pass, obviously, on Scott Kopp last time around. Lost a bit of ground to the leaders, but somebody who's not losing ground to the leaders, Mario Barrios, has closed that gap. About a 10th gained the last time around. It's down to 2/10 between Coelho and Barrios. Nevels needs about 6/10 or so to get up to this top 2.
Well, as they're continuing to go, I will say we were probably understating a bit of that tire advantage by not going out at all for qualifying. No heat cycle, so his advantage over the field has lessened a little bit as the day's gone on. It's the least here, but it's still probably a little to take into account. One guy that definitely has a tire advantage for this final heat, though, coming up in X30 Pro Seniors, Harley Keeble. Harley, we've seen you obviously unable to make it to the checkers. First, can you break down what's gone all awry for you in Heat 1 and 2?
Well, yeah, I mean, like,
Qualifying, I had traffic yesterday, so I didn't get a clean lap. And then Heat 1, I had a problem, mechanical issue. And then Heat 2, I got hit off. So yeah, it hasn't been the luckiest day. And well, hopefully I can sort it out for the last heat. And I got fresh tires, so hopefully I'll be fast and I can come through. Just got to get through the first lap because everyone seems to be driving really aggressively.
Yeah, it seems like this year it's been just more of an unlucky year for you, Harley. I'm sure you wanted to debut a bit better with the pink and chrome Inter-MS boys, but what do you need to do to kind of turn the juju around for you?
To be honest, I don't know. Like, the speed's there. Like, this morning in warm-up, I was P3, less like just half a tenth off. So I think if I get a clean lap, like, the speed's there. It's just, got to get out the mess and hope for the best.
Well, Harley, we are hoping for the best for you to join the spotlight towards the front of the field. We know, like you said, you have a little fresher tires, a little ways to go. We'll let you go ahead and suit on up here for E3.
Thank you very much.
All right, and once again, that's Harley Keeble for Inter-MS. Rolls off on row 5, has 2 DNFs to his name, is trying to at least get a good third and final heat race to build some confidence and get some momentum going into tomorrow's main event that is 25 laps, more than double the distance of what they were going to run here in these 12-lap heat races. Now, we're headed also for 3 laps to go in KA Masters, and while the first and second place drivers have kind of stayed stagnant there, Barrios to Coelho, check out third. Larry has caught TJ Nevels. Martin Stone has gone around Scott Cap. I think if Laurentiu can pull this pass off, which he does on TJ, that should have just secured him second. So for tomorrow's grid, I think Nicky Coelho getting the heat win here is going to punch his ticket to the pole if he hangs on. But Laurentiu Martin from P12 up to P2 potentially on the heat race points.
Yeah, incredibly impressive stuff there. The gap is now 1.3. It was at 1.2 seconds. So once again, while the tire advantage that he started Heat 1 with is fading throughout the day, it still seems to be, if not an advantage, at least he has a pace advantage on just natural speed on board that go-kart. Maybe he's just driving slightly better than the rest of them, but they've all figured it out, like you mentioned, much more than they were in Heat 1 and Heat 2 here. Across the stripe this time around, 1.3 seconds once again is the gap. 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go for Nicky Coelho and a heat race victory. The gap has extended now to about 3.5 tenths. Last time around, he extended the advantage by about half a tenth. This time around, Mario Barrios seems to be pretty good in the first half of the lap. He's closer to about a kart length and a half here. But this second sector of the racetrack, turn 8, 9, all the way through turns 15, Nicky Coelho just seems to be really quick in the fast stuff.
Yeah, he has just been just good enough, really. It seems like in the fast stuff, in the zones of the racetrack that lead into a passing zone, that has kept Barrios at bay. Mario has been good in other portions. The draft has kind of kept him close in some of the long straights here, like this run down to turn 1. But ultimately, Coelho has us all covered here in the third and final heat as the sun really, for the first time today, it feels like, is finally shining. We have had points and, moments here and there through the afternoon, but it's been more overcast than sunny, and it is a bright and sunny late afternoon here in Dousman, and Nicky Coelho is shining in KA Masters. Barrios has still a full second back to Mardan, his best heat race of the day as well. Mario and his return to the seat, and for a guy that doesn't feel like he's maybe at full strength yet, and full endurance, he's looking like a bit of his old self right now while they fight for fourth. Nicky Coelho is going to get his second heat win on the day, and it should lock him to the pole for tomorrow. But Barrios with an impressive second, Mardan with third, and look at that run to the line. TJ Nevels hangs on over Martin Stone by 0.02 of a second.
Yeah, man, Scott Kopp, Westige, Miguel Mir, Lemire, Elefante, Din there, Hune Din in 11th, Andre Isaac. That's your field here for the KA Masters. The final heat of the day for these guys. And yeah, like you mentioned, Nicky Coelho most likely punching his ticket to the inside of row number 1. But Laurie Mardan, after not making qualifying, the fact that he went from 12th to 2nd, 12th to 3rd, and 12th to 3rd over the course of 3 heat races is incredibly impressive. Maybe not as impressive as what Mario Barrios has been able to do on about 60% of energy, like he said to us earlier on the weekend.
Yeah, definitely, as he mentioned here. Now, I will say, at least it is a quick turnaround for X30 Pro Senior. Andre Isaac, the last one to finish, all able to finish here in this KA Master final heat. as long as we've got the grid together, we'll roll straight on in to the X30 Pros presented by Rollison Performance Group. And Austin Garrison has already won 2 heats. He won 2 heats at Trackhouse Motorplex for round 2 as well. He is padding that championship points lead, and it could be massive as we look into tomorrow. And if he's able to get a good main tomorrow afternoon, things could get really scary for the rest of this field if they want a chance to catch Austin Garrison in the final 2 rounds of the season.
Yeah, I mean, if we look back to Heats 1 and Heat 2, Garrison seemed a little bit more dominant, I'd say, in Heat number 1, or controlling. Heat number 2 is the definition of controlling the pace, right? Every lap, him and Ryan were kind of sharing best lap times that each, beat each other's lap by a couple of hundredths of a second, but nobody really made any headway on each other. The last couple of laps, Ryan closed that gap from what it was about a second at its largest to down to about 6/10 towards the end of that one. But Austin Garrison, at no point all weekend, or really all day, has he seemed out of control of his go-kart, out of control of what is a race lead.
And he's been chilling. He has been about as level-headed as I've seen him in quite some time. Austin Garrison seems very comfortable with his piece and just with the way that his week has gone. And, again, he was the driver to beat in both classes here a week ago for the shootout. He's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder, but it doesn't seem like that. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of pressure on the 329 machine. He has done such a great job putting SCR up front, displaying that kind of speed and dominance, and doing it against the winningest driver and his childhood rival, really, and good buddy in Ryan Norberg. Over the last 5 years, no one has been better than the number 1 plate here in X30 Senior competition in North America. Arguably the best driver in X30 competition around the world. Joe Turney's the only one that's really been able to get the better of Ryan more times than not. But this weekend, at least today especially, Austin is 2-0 against Flying Ryan. And while the rest of the field, they have not been close yet, but never say never. They've all made changes and adjustments. Maybe Heat 3 could see a new face join the top 2. Good Paulie Massimino capitalized on 2 good starts so far with another good start, but this time a good run that takes him all the way to the lead. Or could ADT make up for the fact he's had to go to the outside lane and fade back on the opening few laps of Heats 1 and 2 to finally get a good jump and use the Interim S Kart Republic pace built into that thing to drive to the lead?
Yeah, that's the story for the guys on road number 2. Road 3 consists of Terlecki and Bonilla. Those 2 guys have had a quiet but pretty solid day so far in the X30 category. Terlecki looking much stronger in the X30 campaign versus the KA stuff today. Josh Holtz as well has been decently quick on the X30. I think he tends to fall off towards the latter stages of each heat race. Quentin McPherson has just had no luck throughout the day in both classes so far. Brandon Carr, I will say, found a bunch of pace in that second heat, looking to transfer that over into the third heat, and Harley Keeble just wants any bit of luck at all. We heard from him earlier in the day, right, a mechanical, and then a DNF, obviously, in the second heat as well. So he's looking for any sort of points for tomorrow's main event.
And then you go to the final few starters here on the field, right? I mean, for Brandon Lemke, I think that's been a big surprise that he has not moved forward yet at all. ZCD, he moved forward a bit in that last heat race. He didn't. I mean, there's to be honest, a few surprises that they haven't been able to get further up, but it's just so stacked all the way through. This grid, yes, it is a bit of a lighter showing, but there is pretty much all of the major contenders that we're used to seeing battle at the front, and that's it. It's just one big front pack, it feels like. And well, it's about to go green as the lights are out. And Austin Garrison, Ryan Norberg take us through turn 1. Norberg with a great jump there, right to Garrison's bumper for second. And Massimino third, to Julio down to fourth, and one is off. Josh Holtz. Holtz with a major issue there as the airbox has come off of that Holtz DD Tony kart. So the airbox his motor just let go. Look at that, absolutely exploded through the front end. Oh, and he's rubbing his elbow. I wouldn't be surprised if the rod shot right into Josh's right arm. Crazy. That is not the first engine grenade that we have seen this year, but it never gets any less spectacular. That is a wild moment for it to happen to right at the start of a heat race here. But Holtz obviously going to have to go to a backup engine tomorrow as we check back in with the rest of the field. Garrison, Norberg, and check this out, ADT. Little bit of elbow grease, but he's got his way to third.
Yeah, that bumper looks to be intact, so just really the front fairing that's kind of sideways there. Clearly got into it with somebody, but nonetheless, we mentioned that ADT and Massimino, they've had great starts, but can they finish their great start. So far, looking pretty good for the Intermess boys of Tullio. Keeble making a bit of headway so far up to P6, so good start for him, turning around some of the bad luck he's had. Massimino, good start. Terlecki there. This is a great little bit of a battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. I hope for the sake of, these, for their heat number 3, they don't battle all too much, because the top 2 are starting to fight. There goes Ryan Norberg. Oh, and Garrison crossed him over into 13. For a moment, I thought we were going to have a new leader for the first time all day.
Yeah, that was big, and that all of a sudden opened up the opportunity for the next pack to close up as Norberg fades back to 2nd. Ryan's kind of in the place that a lot of other drivers have been in with him, and that's the Austin is so fast. He's trying to get around him while the tires are cold before Austin can show his pace and get away. But I will say one driver who is antsy here in this 4-car pack to stop working together, start to pick them apart, is Harley Keeble, and that's because he's got that tire advantage that he mentioned. Only a combined amount of maybe 6 laps turned in heats 1 and 2, so he's got a lot cleaner and fresher rubber than the cars in front. He wants to use that to go forward. Here's an opportunity. Terlecki into 4th and Keeble to 5th as Massimino goes back to 6th.
Massimino, respectful stuff there from Pauly, not really turning on him Terlecki, and then once you get on the dirty side of the racetrack, it's smarter for Pauly to kind of just let Keeble go through than try to hold the outside and get stuck on the wrong side of the racetrack as Keeble throws it up the inside of Terlecki, can't make it stick. Now he has to defend from Massimino, so that half-hearted move there into turn number 3 is going to cost him a bunch of ground there, so all the headway that he made on Terlecki, it's going to take him about a lap and a half or so to get back up to the rear bumper of the Hoach TD driver. Look at that. We talked about ZCD not making a lot of headway in the first 2 heat races. He's on a much better job this time, up to P7.
Last weekend's Rotax Trophy East winner at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati is finally starting to roll here in heat number 3. The Team Bennett DPK America's Alonso Kart up into 7th as we follow Tullio there in 3rd. Here's Norberg and Garrison again, closing back together. A game of inches. Norberg had him by half a tenth. Penalty flag flying for Donovan Bonilla. Something happened there on that lap. We saw Alex Feldstein and Brandon Lemke fall down the leaderboard outside the top 10, so don't know if that was initiated or partly with some contact from Dono, but you can see he's in a pack there behind this group as DeMello hunts Massimino. That next pack, Fernandez, Bonilla, Eli Warren, Brandon Carr, Alex Feldstein. There are a lot of cars all stacked up close together here in this 5-car train. That is from 9th or 8th, back to P12 right now.
Yeah, it's an impressive run from Santi Fernandez on board the SCR Kart Republic chassis there for Santi. I mean, this is a pretty good run for him. He's been clawing at the pace all weekend long. He has some great data points to go off of with Austin Garrison out front leading the group here, 3.5 tenths clear of Norberg. They've gapped the field by 2.3 seconds over Tullio. There goes Carr fighting with Eli Warren, getting around him for that 10th position. So Brandon Carr, the pace that he found in Heat 2, it's kind of gone away from him here in Heat number 3. Hasn't made much ground up to the front runners. But I will say for Eli Warren, this is an incredibly impressive performance from him. I mean, this is a debut weekend in the X30 Pro Senior category. And he's battling with some of the big guns, right? You have Dono Bonilla, a Super Nats winner. Brandon Carr, a front runner at almost all the events that we go to. And then there's Eli Warren right there in 11th.
Yeah, and again, Eli is no slouch. We've seen him run up front, and his deal with his father was if he won a KA race last year, he was going to get an opportunity to go X30 Pro racing. Well, that opportunity is here this weekend. He might have, it's hard to know exactly where he had expectations for himself personally. I know his dad did not have anything, wanted to keep an open mind, but Eli, now to the inside of Fernandez, is going to get himself back a spot there, and that should put him in the top 10, although Santi feeds him right back a wheel in the hairpin, and Alex Feldstein, Quentin McPherson, and Brandon Lemke close right back up. Now, your leaders here, the game of inches has continued. It is slowly tipped the way of Ryan Norberg. He was a 10th and a quarter better than Austin Garrison the time before. This time by, Garrison might have answered with a little better lap of his own, 45.16, 2 tenths better, as he pulls back away from Flying Ryan. Meanwhile, DeMello right on the bumper of Pauly Massimino for 6th has also kind of faded. Keeble getting back up to Terlecki here. Everyone's starting to really feel, I think, the tire wear now with the 4th heat cycle on these MG yellow tires. Let's see, Massimino a little high on the curbing there coming out of that back hairpin. DeMello's going to get a great run on him coming out of turn number 8.
Yeah, here we go, through 9 and then 10 and then back to the fast sweeping turn number 11. here into turn number 12. You see a move for ZCD, not going to happen. Keeble now has finally caught back up to the bumper of Terlecki after having to defend from Massimino about a couple of laps ago. So that battle's going to rage on there for fourth. 4 laps to go here for Austin Garrison. Almost a dead even heat at the top of at the last lap there, 45.264, about a half a tenth clear of Norberg. ZCD finally gets around Paulie Massimino. His charge through the field continues up to 6th.
Yeah, Zachary Clement de Mello has had probably the most forward progress of anyone in the X30 Pro Senior class today. And, well, I mean, he also had one of the lowest starting spots to fight from for that to show through, qualifying back on the final 2 rows. But for Paulie, on the other hand here, at least a consistent finish and a big gap out back puts a couple of top 10s and a top 5, while Keeble, he's going to be pretty much a non-factor for any of these guys around him right now. If I'm Nick Terlecki, yes, I want to get another spot, but Harley going by it, that's probably the guy I'm least worried about fighting with for position, because I know that he's got 2 DNFs headed his way, and he's going to be starting at least a good amount of spots behind me tomorrow afternoon. Here's the 2 pairs going through, and ADT, thankful for that pass by his teammate of Keeble to put himself between him and Nick Terlecki, has now gotten about a second to maybe a second and a quarter gap from 3rd back to 4th. There's a look at 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And then up front, Norberg trying to make one final heave as the Tullio bounces there through the back hairpin. Let's see if the gap closes. It does. It's back in the favor of Ryan. A 10th better as he hops in the seat. This is a high-speed chess match between 2 of the veterans in the division, Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg, 2 of the best in the business right now, going back-to-back here for lap times.
Yeah, we've heard of David versus Goliath, but this is Goliath versus Goliath. Very reminiscent of what we've seen last year when it was Turney versus Norberg, just going back and forth. Who can trade best lap times? This is awesome to watch. Like you mentioned, 2 of the best in the country, maybe even in the world, in X30 Pro racing. They're going to see the white flag this time around. Ryan Norberg, like you mentioned, one last-ditch effort potentially coming his way through 15 for one last time around. White flag in the air. The gap is down to 1.5 tenths.
Yeah, 1.5 tenths of a second. A big lap there. Garrison, I'm sure, is going to start to park the bus a bit on the low side. Ryan Norberg just kind of stalking his prey here, looking for maybe a way to catch Austin off guard. He'll get alongside him into the boot, side by side for the lead. Garrison trying to hold it tight there through 8 and 9. He will. He'll fend off that charge, but it's not over yet. Norberg still a car length back there as they go to the back couple corners. Down the run, 2 turns to go. Garrison to the low side on the Rhino. Here comes Norberg with a big over-under. He'll almost get a nose out in front of the last turn. Garrison's going to hold him off as Norberg hits the marbles and goes wide. And Austin Garrison sweeps Saturday. 1, 2, 3 heats in a row for Austin Garrison. Norberg gave him a good fight and learned a ton for tomorrow of what he needs to do. And Austin probably the same on defending. ADT nearly steals second away from Norberg there at the line with a great charge. The last effort there to get up to within 1.2 seconds of the lead. He ends 3rd. Harley Keeble ends up in 4th. Nick Terlecki 5th. Paulie Massimino, Zachary Clayman DeMello, Donovan Bonilla, Brandon Carr, Brandon Lemke, the top 10. Alex Feldstein, Eli Warren, Santi Fernandez, Henry Lepard, Ming Nanzu, your top 15. And again, Quentin McPherson, one of the 2 DNFs, the other one being Josh Oates. And I need to make sure that we swap that out for McPherson there. He's on the Oates driver develop, or no, he is under the RPG Cosmic entry. But Quentin McPherson, 16th, a DNF in this, and of course Josh Oates, sadly, a mechanical failure there, a straight up engine grenading, blowing through the main front and destroying the carburetor, going probably with parts of motor into the airbox, and hopefully didn't end up impacting Josh's arm all too much. But that's one heck of a bummer to end out on Saturday, and this is a weekend where Josh has been arguably as good as we've seen him all year. But at least he's got a smile there as he's walking that cart on in on his scale, or on his cart stand, because he'll have to go to a backup motor and hope for some better luck tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Really unfortunate there for Josh. Like you mentioned, the track that he is, grown up with. He's very quick around here. This is one of the best weekends we've seen from him in the 125 package, but unfortunately not going to have to go to the backup motor for tomorrow's main event. There's a good look at Harley Keeble. Did about as good as he could have done with the tire advantage, with kind of where he had to start on the grid. He'll take a 4th place finish. Nonetheless, though, it'll still put him most likely outside the top 10 for tomorrow's main events. There's Dono Bonilla as well. There's a better look at Josh Hotz's OTK go-kart on the kart stand.
Yeah, and a great look there at the blown engine for Josh Hotz as he rolls that stand over and into the scale line with the day completed of on-track activities at least. We will be ready for more action tomorrow, folks. Of course, we've got a full round of warm-ups free to view, and then main events. There will be no last chance qualifiers. All of the drivers in the K Junior and K Senior fields will transfer through to the main events tomorrow afternoon. So we will have all of our 200-plus entries here in Dousman getting to race their mains on Sunday. And it's an earlier ending here tomorrow. Today, obviously, running a good bit tight on the time with an action-packed day of racing. 3 full rounds of heat races, split heats for the 100cc action, or 100cc classes. And all that action has laid down so much rubber here at Badger Kart Club, and especially in the Rhino liner patch corners, but just across the board. I mean, you look at some of the regular parts of the racetrack too. There is a very, very dark rubber line on the pavement that has no doubt been a bit of an homage and kind of just, on brand with this old school, weekend. It's an old school track layout. It is old school tight corners racing, and I wouldn't say totally old school with the rubber buildup, but to a somewhat degree, it feels a little old school from at least, just 5 to 7 years ago with the massive, massive track development that we've been so used to seeing over the years. I know Caleb Vieska is down there at the pit lane area checking in with a few of our drivers also. So let's go down first to the guy that was our biggest mover in heat number 3, ZCD, Zachary Clay-DeMello. Zach, we know you always like to mix things up. And hot off the win last week at Cincinnati, you rolled off the truck here, and it looked like kind of had a bit more to be desired, but that last heat seemed like you were going in the right direction.
Yeah, firstly, Xander, we got to get rid of these headphones. It was a great heat. We definitely made improvements. I'm really happy with the kart. We're going in the right direction. Unfortunately, qualifying didn't go our way. I think we had a lot more potential than it showed, but first weekend, new kart, haven't raced with Benik in years now, so I think we're doing a good job and we're going in the right direction. Hopefully we have something for the final tomorrow.
Well, Zach, you know what? We'll take your advice. If we end up talking to you tomorrow for the main event, I'll take the headphones straight off you and get you a nice beauty shot. But like you said, a reunion for yourself and Benik on the Lonzo kart. Where do you feel like you still could find a little more speed? I'm sure you were able to learn a lot carving up through the pack. Are there some areas, some sections, or work to be done to get that last bit to go up and challenge Ryan and Austin?
Yeah, we've been extremely strong in the tight part, the first part of the track. In the back end, the high-speed stuff and the really grippy patch, we've been struggling there a bit more, but we're starting to figure it out. It's a really complicated track. I love the layout, but it's crazy to me how one side of the track is like Laconca grip and the other side is like Canada. I'm not a fan of that, but it's a challenge for everyone. It's definitely made things interesting, so let's see what we can do tomorrow.
Zach, we appreciate the time, buddy, and we'll look forward to talking to you tomorrow, and promise, tomorrow, when we do, we'll take the headphones off.
Thank you, Xander. You're a legend.
There you go. ZCD in good spirits, and he should be. I mean, you have a drive like that. We were just talking about, little moves up and down because it feels like it's just one big lead pack here of the X30 Pros that we have this weekend. He carved through them all, almost all of them. Nearly 10 spots up for Zachary Clay-DeMello here in that final heat race today.
That was impressive. I mean, we had mentioned it before. Heat 1 struggled to get past, 12th, Heat 2 up to like 9th. But in this one, with ease, up to 6th. And we got around Massimino and didn't look back there. And I think with a couple more laps, could have maybe gotten to the rear bumper of Nicholas Terlecki there. So definitely, if there's ever a heat race that you want to be fast in, it's the last one of the day because it gives you the most confidence for tomorrow. Yeah,
and, again, this is the closest. Granted, Heat 2 probably closer to when these guys are going to run their main event, but at least Heat number 3 is, the closest to track development of what tomorrow will look like, because only so many people are going to put on new tires and really add on to the rubber buildup. But One guy, unfortunately, that didn't get a look at that was Josh Holtz. Josh, first and foremost, I saw you grabbing your arm gingerly for a second. Did any of the parts shoot out right into your elbow?
Yeah, I got a few bits into my arm, but, it is what it is. Unfortunately, I feel like we've been struggling maybe a little bit with the engine today after qualifying yesterday, and I guess it kind of makes sense, the end result that happened out there in that one.
Yeah, beyond that, I mean, you have been, on pace pretty well here this weekend. Nick has been rolling pretty good. Alex Feldstein has been good. This is, again, a home race for you, for your team. We caught up, you and I, last night about how busy you've been. So talk to me about what this weekend's been like for the Holtz DD camp overall, because there's a lot of guys with some potential.
Yeah, I think overall everything's been going really well. Nick qualified second in K Senior, so, I mean, that went well. Heat races were all right. We have a pretty good spot for tomorrow. The other guys have shown a lot of really good pace. Benham Abernethy has won a heat race and a couple of P3s, so, I mean, I think he's definitely a contender for tomorrow. So I feel really good going into tomorrow's main events. For everyone but myself, maybe. We have some work to do.
Yeah, hopefully you're able to put on a show for us tomorrow and get a good backup motor overnight. We'll let you get to work. I know you got a long night ahead to rebuild your go-kart and work on everyone else's. We appreciate the time, Josh. While you do have the mic, is there anyone you'd like to give a thanks to for helping the entire Holtz DD group get all going this week?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't do it without my dad. He puts in a lot of time behind the scenes, and even when we're at the circuit, he is my main mechanic. I gave him a little crap about, leaving the carburetor loose, but obviously that wasn't the issue in that one. So, he does a great job, and I really couldn't do it without him.
All right, Josh. Like you said, can't get mad at the mechanic about that. Just a freak failure, but you know what? It's good to see you smiling, and hopefully you're smiling for a good reason tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
All right, folks, that's Josh Holtz. Good to see that he's okay, in good spirits here as the day has come to a close. From Badger Kart Club, the grids are provisionally set for tomorrow. Alexander Searle, myself, Xander Clements, Caleb Vieska, the USPKS team, and our hardworking kart chaser crew, and all the volunteers at Badger Kart Club in Dousman are excited because for the first time in 11 years, from year one of the US Pro Kart Series to 2024, we are ready to go racing, main event, national racing from Dousman, Wisconsin. And it starts tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Central, 6:30 a.m. Pacific, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. We'll see you then.